Hello and welcome. Good night, good night. You are now watching the Voice of the Realm, the late night radio show that's going to bring you the coverage of Realms Collide 2, The Burning Darkness. Your host for today is myself, Alvaro Sanchez, and joining me is my great analyst and partner, Richie Garcia.
That's me. That's me, boss man. How's it going?
It's good.
Is
It's
it
good.
groovy?
It's groovy,
I
you
don't
know.
know.
We have a program today for all the lost souls, for all the people that can't quite catch a wink of sleep, for those that are tired of EU Dota and want something different.
For those people still working in the jungle, AFK jungling right now. with that
AFK
long
jungler
shift.
right now, trying to bring that gold back to their families, those neutrals as well. We are here to make sure that you can enjoy a proper broadcast for this wonderful region. For the first match of today, we're going to have Ego Boys versus Unknown Team, and I do believe these guys are already drafting.
You're right. Indeed, we are already 2 picks deep into this draft.
Indeed. We have the Snapfire and the Ember Spirit picked up by Ego Boys, and Mars and Undying go for Unknown. For those of you that don't know, by the way, Ego Boys has had some interesting roster changes as they've included some of the players that left the more popular SA teams of Thunder Predator and Infamous. They've included Faker, or KXY, to those of you that don't know him personally, and Frank from Thunder Predator. So we have seen quite a lot of...
Watch your heads, folks. Names are dropping if you don't know them personally.
If you don't know him personally.
Oh, careful.
Exactly.
Watch your
I'm
feet.
sorry. You can't all be a host
This
like
is a
myself.
hard hat zone. Make
Hard
sure
hat
you
zone.
have your hat on because Alvaro is dropping names.
Indeed, I am. And since I know them personally, I know that they have Faker in their team and Frank, which is quite an addition, to be honest, because until now, Thunder Predator had pretty much stayed the same for 8 months through highs and lows. They were actually going through not the worst of times,
Which
especially
is
considering...
pretty rare for an SA team to
It is
stick
pretty
together
rare.
for that long. I think, especially considering the global climate, right? Let's call it for what it is. It's especially, I think, kind of cool that you get these teams sticking together. I think G Pride is still more or less the same, right? They still have
No, G Pride also lost someone, which is Mr. Jeans, who's
That's
playing
right.
for Infamous.
Mr. Jeans.
Yep,
I'm
yeah.
really excited to see how he does because I think he's been really impressive.
Mm-hmm.
But for now,
Yeah, for now we're talking about Ego Boys because
Yeah.
this is a completely new team in, well, quite literally the sense, right? They still keep a lot of their old squad, but they'll be including some of the new additions, which hopefully will make this team a bit more consistent because until now, Ego Boys have not really ranked in the top 5 of the region in general, right? Like they sometimes took games of Thunder, sometimes took games of Infamous, but that's kind of it. And as draft progresses, we're going to see that the meta is very different. Recently, I actually come from casting the European tournament. I was doing the summit in Spanish, and I noticed that there's a lot of meta differences, but some heroes still stay the same, particularly the predominance of Snapfire and the love that people have for Mars. Mars being perhaps one of the strongest offlaners right now as the first or second pick due to how easily he combines with pretty much anything.
I think a really cool phenomenon kind of happens with the Mars or really any of these teamfight heroes is, rather teamfight AoE control heroes, is that when you see one of them, you kind of see all of them, right?
That's true.
We see the Mars, the Phoenix, right? Phoenix is really, really good, don't get me wrong, but Mars isn't like out of this world amazing. It's more because of the partnerships.
He opens up.
Yeah, Snapfire for the same reason, right? You open up, you got a lot more teamfight control. The Undying, same reason. He's a strong laner. He's really strong in certain drafts against certain types of heroes. But here, with just teamfight control, I think the game kind of can devolve into that very quickly. Or you can go for that solo pick-off style. Right now, Ego Boys, they're still, they've got the option, right? So they've got the option to still develop this draft in whatever way they want to go for. The Snap Ember is a really good combo. Do we have a silencer ban?
Yeah, because it's a relatively... No, wait, what are you saying?
No, we don't have a silencer ban yet.
Lifestealer's been picked by Unknown, though. Pretty smart, actually, because Lifestealer's one of the more popular counters to the Mars pick these days, as he can just get out of the arena, and his laning stage is quite decent. So I like the Lifestealer pickup here almost as a block pick. Also works decently with Mars. Mistake that a lot of people make and that they've stopped making is combining Mars with other big teamfight ults, like for example the Void, and then you realize, oh, I have no damage.
That's
so it's
right.
much
That's
easier
right.
to just combine them with these
Yeah,
damaging
that's a
heroes.
curious point to bring out, actually, because if we bring that back, we backtrack to my previous point, right? Speaking of, there's the Enigma, speaking of just big old AoE, right? You're right, because there are some anti-synergies in the game, right?
Yes.
Like specifically the Mars and the Faceless Void. But there we go, the Rubik pick instantly, and this is going to be a really fun game to cast.
Indeed. The Rubik versus the Enigma, a good pickup. Eagle Boys. I mean, I've actually seen a lot of teams in the South American region, especially Infamous was the one that stands out, that they've picked Enigma both into Rubik and Silencer, the more traditional counters to them. They're just quite confident, especially in this laning stage. In this region, I've still seen the Enigma as a 4 sometimes, though I'm expecting as a 3 this game. But Enigma fulfills a similar role to Mars, just much stronger when it comes to his ultimate. You're much more dependent on cooldowns, yes, but your laning stage is certainly stronger, and your ultimate is useful at any point in the game.
Yeah.
Mars has a bit of a timing.
Yeah, definitely. There's a, if you see an Enigma TPing, you're always going to be scared. If you see a Mars TPing, maybe I'm scared.
Depending on what's around him.
Exactly. You're more scared of the unknown. What's behind him, right?
Oh.
Does he have his team behind him? And there's the Jug.
I kind of want to talk about this pick because I was very surprised that in other regions they don't really value him, particularly in Europe. They don't value the Jug whatsoever. They consider him one of the worst picks. I kind of have to agree with them. I think Jug is relatively weak. But in South America and SCA, much more common, especially in South America. It was a joke a long time ago, back when Benjaz was still playing carry, that all carries in South America could play Jug. And so the casters would go, oh, this is their favorite hero because everyone could play Jug. It's quite simple. He does everything. He
Like
brings
Monkey
heals.
King.
He brings heals. He brings a magic immunity. He has also invulnerability plus damage. It's very easy and straightforward to play the hero. But in the latest stages, especially as Lotus Orb got introduced, Juggernaut's ability got nerfed considerably. And now it's only popular in SA, where they usually combine it with some sort of strong lane support.
What's the build? Are they want to go for Ags?
Oh, it's very dependent, actually. Ags is quite common as a third, fourth item. All we've seen is that I've seen Mask Command as Desolator sometimes if you need to play fast, but usually Jugs are played towards the mid-late game.
Yeah, he does. That's the beauty of the Jug, right? He is kind of this versatile platform.
Very versatile. I've seen a lot of Sanjin Yashas, occasional Manta style still. I have not seen Manta style Diffusal Blade in a while. Mjolnir has also been a popular pickup.
Yeah.
But Axe it tends to be a third, fourth item.
It's so good because you're real scary early with the Omni Slash. Every support player knows this. Oh, gotta stay near the creeps. Gotta run away. It's like the support player's Witch Doctor, if that makes sense, right? Like as a core player, you learn not to stand next to the creeps versus a Witch Doctor. As a support player, you learn to stand near the creeps and run away when they're dying versus a Juggernaut. But the fact that the Axe just gives them that much more uptime on that, some solo kill potential. Not only that, but it's kind of good for like initiation sometimes as well, because the cast range is quite generous on that one.
Yeah, it's true. And of course, the healing ward also enables your pushes relatively early. It's really hard to stop him in general. The Lifestealer can save himself with Infest, and I've seen that a couple times. And, like it is a tool he has. Yeah. But once it gets to mid-late, Lifestealer has a really tough time dealing with a Jug because Omni Slash just makes him completely invulnerable to anything Lifestealer wants to do. And you usually pick Lifestealer to counter the enemy carry. So Lifestealer is quite countered, honestly. Enigma and Juggernaut already in the pool. It's going to be a tough game for him. I want to see how Eagle Boys completes this lineup. I don't know if the Enigma is going to be playing in the off lane. The Eagle Boys certainly thinks that, and they think they need a 4. So they're going to pick up a Wind Ranger. Oh, this is actually a very South American pick as well. The Wind Ranger 5 or 4. Very, very popular. Though it could also be the Ember as a 4 position. We still don't know, because that's still a thing they do here.
No, they really went down to brass tacks on this one, using all of their reserve time as well. And no, they still got a little bit of time to deal with this.
I think they did pick that. I hope that wasn't a random.
Yeah, hopefully. They don't have any dispels, which is going to make the Windrunner's life a little bit easier. We do got plenty of magic damage,
Offensive
though.
Dispels would be,
Offensive dispels, thank you, with the Undying and the Rubik.
Yeah, you have a bit of stuns at least on them, and the Mars is decent with the Arena against Wind Ranger, but if you position her as a 5 or 4, it doesn't really matter.
It's particularly a strong pick against the Tombstone, however, I think is really going to be the biggest benefit, and why I think this wasn't a random, just because you can get in that Tombstone instantly in team fights, and that's going to be kind of her job after the laning stage is over.
She has really nice attack animation, really good attack speed in general. I'm wondering what they're going to pick up here mid, because of course Eagle Boys does have the option of flexing the Ember Wind Ranger. They go for Olash Shrek, very popular pick these days. Has a decent lane against both Wind Ranger and Ember, no matter what happens. He's one of the more consistent mid laners, and since the flex pick exists, they're going to respect that and go for the Lash that also helps them push, something they kind of needed. Because as it stands right now, Eagle Boys has a much better late game lineup, but Unknown can really run them down with the Mars Lifestealer Leshrac combo. It's solid. I think both teams went for something quite different, and it really is up to who plays the early game better.
I could really see like if Unknown win two of their lanes, they can probably snowball super hard off of this just
That's
because
what they're hoping
their
for.
push is insane.
Yep.
Ego Boys, they're way too cooldown dependent. So if you kill them once, if they're going to be like level 12, 13, maybe if they're pushing your high ground at 24 minutes, your cooldowns are so long, they're just going to come right back in and push again.
They are going to be running the...
That's a really big problem.
They're
with
running
Ego
the
Boys
mid-win
strat.
Rangers, apparently. Interesting. Okay. That's going to be interesting to see. A bit better matchup against Leshrac, so that might be why. As I said, that was a flex. That was the whole point of the flex. But Leshrac still is a pretty decent laner for the most part. You know, you just maybe against Wind Ranger, you need to go for you need to not get points in Diabolic Edict and go for Split Earth and Lightning Storm instead.
Yeah.
But it doesn't really matter.
Well, I think that's good though, because it is going to slow down your push inherently. I think that's pretty significant.
Yep.
It's not like the biggest deal in the world, but I think it does make a little bit of a difference there.
Yeah, it's true. That's why Eagle Boys decides to do it. And I think they're just trying to slow down the game as much as possible. You do have a lot of great tools to defend high ground, a really good tool to, in general, defend posts. And you have a bit of kill potential in the early game. So I believe the game is about to start any second. But we do have a sponsor for today's Voice of the Realm. Yeah, indeed. We haven't even been operational for a day, and it's already a sponsor.
I know, we are.
We contacted this man. He used to go by the name of Pit Lord, but now he has a travel agency. It's Underlord's Travel Agency. So give a shout out to our sponsor of today. Do you feel like your life is a bore and are just sinking into complacency? Then open up a portal and take a trip with Underlord's Travel Agency. With that said, we're going to get into the game after a brief word from Eeples.
Alrighty, ladies and gentlemen, hello, and welcome. Thank you to our lovely radio hosts, Richie and Alvaro. For now, though, you're going to be left in the caring hands of yours truly, so you can strike and Blouse. How you doing today, Alvaro? Come in, Alvaro. Oh, I think...
Sorry.
Oh,
Yes,
there he is.
I am very excited. I have to do the South American pause for my brain as well. So
Of course.
I need that moment. to
Of
just
course,
reset.
yes.
Yeah.
Yes,
Yeah.
those of you that have not seen too much NA Dota might have gone, oh, these silly guys, they kept talking when the game started loading it. No. You see, there was going to be an SA pause. It's a little bit of a tradition here, isn't it?
Yeah, there is a tradition in the region. It's very common, especially after a patch, which I think we have seen today. So that is why they tend to have a bit of issues in the beginning of the game as everything is kind of setting itself up.
Indeed, Faker ready to go. Like you said, he's coming in, a new team here for him. So well, first of all, I'm curious as to how this Ember position 4 is going to build, to be honest with you. I think that's going to be an interesting sort of thing to look at and see how that build develops. I think it's going to depend a lot on how the game is going. Unfortunately, I don't really see this game, or rather, I don't see the Ember's game going too very well if he doesn't have a lane partner to, or rather, someone who has won the lane to kind of run at people with. He's not going to have a very fun time, I think.
I'm hoping. Yeah, it is Ember support. Okay, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Just double checking. I am assuming that Enigma is indeed Frank. That's the only thing I'm checking right now. It should be, okay. So people that don't know, by the way, in South America, it's a very common idea to just change your names to confuse the casters. So we have the Enigma that's going to be Frank, actually, AOU, and then Darkest the J is Timado.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I think Tomato has gone by this name before, though.
Oh, he always goes by this name, but it's like, well, I have my official name, and then I have my in-game name. So
and then I have my official pub name. You know, he's got to know. He's got he's got to have his name be public so he can go. No. Do you know who I am? Give me mid.
But Timado plays carry.
Yeah. Well, you know, you can't win the game solo from the carry role anymore. You got to do it.
I think it's actually quite the opposite. I think right now the carry is the most important role. I think if you're winning solo, you're actually winning for the carry role more often.
Yeah, but I mean, you gotta have a good lane support. I mean, how many times have you queued up with someone, or actually not? I mean, with me even, and I'm not doing anything in the lane. I'm just sitting there stealing your XP.
Yeah, and then pretending like you're gonna last it and doing the little animation and
That's
then never
my
actually
favorite,
lasting it.
animation canceling.
Oh,
I've been
that's so
playing
terrible.
so much Dire Tide, I'm not going to lie, that I see these heroes and go, why are they so small? Where's the candy bucket? Where's the Guardian? Yeah, I see Windrunner, I get PTSD from that. Don't steal my candies, please. I beg of you.
I'm glad that you're enjoying that game mode. That's why we included all those candies in the studio set. I was very happy.
Oh, you mean the radio? That's why they put them there. We
Yes,
didn't
yes,
put them
yes.
there.
Well, no, but I mean, I don't know about you, but I had to set up the set for them.
By one, they fall.
Were you not doing any work of that? Was that just me?
What?
I was setting up the set for them. I set up the whole studio.
What?
Yeah, I cast and I'm also a landscaper.
Oh, is that so?
Yeah, yeah. Next time that the American president wins is going to be announced in my...
Let me tell you right now, Alvaro. I know for a fact you don't do any landscaping. Okay?
I do so much landscaping.
I know for a fact.
I make the best backgrounds.
You do
You should
not
check out my
know
shop. I'm telling
landscaping
you. Next election, that's where the president's going to be announced.
on our radio show. That's
no,
right.
no, on my landscaping company.
On your landscaping company. That's right. That's right. I always really enjoyed that when people are like, "Oh, you're the Mexican, right? Because your last name is Velasco." Wait. Yeah.
Sanchez Velasco.
Wait, they
It's
think
Kenyan-
they think I'm the Spaniard and you're the American, which is
I love it.
hilarious.
Yeah. Because Sanchez Velasco is such an American.
That's
name. Alvaro
very
as well,
American.
right?
Garcia, very. I mean, to be honest,
Actually, a lot, right?
Yeah,
Garcia is
yeah.
one of the most common last names in the world. Oh, we're already seeing Berna, Sladin, and Frank. It's going to be hard to do that change. Sladin and Frank are going to protect a bit at this high ground. I've noticed that in SA, they actually don't fight the runes as hard as SEA, for example, or Europe, where they usually tend to smoke for the first rune.
Well, that's because in SEA, someone in the team chat types war, and then you're obligated to fight to the death. Whereas in the SA region, that simply does not exist.
That's very true. We need an equivalent of war. We need guerra. Oh,
Guerra.
actually, they have the ga. They do have the ga, which is pretty equivalent, actually. That's a bit of an older meme, unfortunately.
Yeah, it is at this point. Faker, interesting. He attacks from high ground. I think maybe they were going to continue to spar for that top rune had he not done that, but that's going to be fine. That's going to allow the Lesh to then contest maybe for this bottom room instead, so we should see a 2-for-2, but they are still sparring top lane here as well.
The battle begins.
They are. Berna starting to take the rune here. Very confident with a feast, and he does get it. He's a bit faster clicker. Actually, it's a big deal, though, in South America. Depending on where you're living, like not even in the country, but like what region, you have different ping. And so the battle for the bounties becomes more and more difficult.
Just an interesting thing to point out. Small anti-synergy in this lane, I want to point out here, between the Decay and then the Feast, because Decay is going to decrease your maximum HP, because you steal Strength, which means that you're going to be eating for less a little bit each time here with the Feast.
That's very true.
So
That's actually
it's
a good
not
point.
going to make that big of a difference, especially because we don't have any Strength heroes in the game, but
No,
still.
it does matter, though,
still.
because Decay still produces your HP, right?
Yeah.
So
but
that is an important thing to point out in the lane. Usually Lifestealer struggles a bit against Enigma. Like, he doesn't lose the lane, of course, because it's an Enigma, but the denies annoy him. Because one of the strengths of Lifestealer, of course, is that you get to have a really good lane all the time. So taking away one creep every single time and the lane equilibrium, it's very annoying.
Indeed. Just taking a look mid. It is going to be Split Earth and Lightning Storm probably here. Maxing the Split Earth, going for that fast duels for the Dispel against the Windrunner is going to be really, really useful against Faker, who's CSing pretty nicely here with the Power Shot level 2. But down bottom, I think there's going to be a lot of action here, to be honest, especially as we get a few more levels. There's Timalo already with the spin to win, just right-clicking down some creep and getting some damage as well
Wait,
onto
died.
the Mars, and he's dead. Okay, wow.
That's your lesson of today. Don't use level 1 spin. It's really awful. It's
Yeah, don't
400
use-
damage only. It's really not that good against a Mars who can tank that pretty decently. Like, you only deal half of his HP, which is not that much considering the God's Rebuke has consistent damage. So, yeah, usually Juggernaut has a pretty decent lane against the Mars, but not in this situation. You need to wait until level 3 to get your peak. And now, we actually have Drakeel with an extra level over the Jug, which means you have the Spear of Mars to get rid of him.
Yeah, that was a bit unfortunate. That was like, I have spin, I do so much damage. Oh, not yet.
Yeah, but spin level 1 sucks now. is the
Not
thing.
yet, my
People
friend.
need to get used to that. Right?
Yeah, he was just wanted to really nuke the wave. Nice pin there onto the Grandma. As the
Alright,
Cookie.
hold
Well, that's a good stun. Maybe they can get a revenge kill onto the Mars. They indeed will, but first to fall will be the Snapfire. Again, level 1 spin here. Wiz is going to be able to get some extra auto attacks onto Timao, though, here for free.
I like what Timado did there, though. I mean, that's a good use of the level 1 spin. You sacrifice your support, but you get the experience and the kill anyway. In fact, you get solo gold and solo experience, which is quite nice. So I would say that's kind of a slight win for Eco Boys.
Oh. He needs a Snapfire to TP back so he can feed him her salve. Use your salve on me. It's in my inventory. Because
This actually is how Timado plays. Just judging by his stream and his pubs, he does do this a lot. Right? Like, he understands. He's the carry, and he knows how to use his support as well.
He's the king.
Yeah, he is. He is the king.
He's the king.
He's actually the king of SA. The equivalent of Samael in SA, you probably say is Timado personality-wise.
You know, what was the Sumail copy pasta tweet? You know, the haters. You're just salty because I'm the greatest. What was it?
I'm the king or something. I actually don't know the copy pasta by heart, but it's something along those lines. And Timado's pretty similar actually, because he did something like that in SA. Saying SA players didn't deserve to win. But now, he's back in SA and he's dominating quite a lot thanks to his father as well. Timado might almost kill Witch. Nice cookie there towards the end. That guarantees the kill. Timado gets away thanks to the Spear of Mars, which doesn't actually impale him against a tree. Drakeel still trying to hurt him, but he's lacking the damage. God's Rebuke is available in 2 seconds. He has one last God's Rebuke. He's going to use it, but the Scatter Blast was ready to stop him.
And the stick charge is actually from Timado, baiting that one out. He's got a stick in the inventory and was popping. I think he had maybe 6 or 7 charges there, so he was totally okay. A little interesting thing there. Cookie, of course, when you land, will break the trees around you, and that meant that there was actually not enough trees within the spear range. He might have been dead, actually, had that cookie not been perfectly timed there, because there was just, he couldn't latch onto any trees, so that was a really, really good cookie out
Very well
from
played.
the snap.
Yeah, Aretes actually comes from he used to be an Incubus, as he says in his name, and he used to be one of the, new blood teams that came to South America. He was a guy that really stood out to me particularly as a very talented young player. So it's really nice to see him still improving, still playing really well these days. Now, the classic thing from the pubs, in mid, we actually have a dual mid, just so Sladin can recover, because he's still level 1 on December Spirit.
Yeah, needs to get some levels. He was walking around here. He put a deep ward into the lane. But unfortunately, he just, as a melee hero, he can't really do much against an Undying and a Life Stealer. He's going to come now, because they are diving his tower here a little bit. 16th strength stolen on our Undying, though. He's going to be pretty darn tanky, which just means the Eidolons are going to get another spawn here. He could be dead. Searing Chains, a little bit more HP to still be stolen here with the Soul Rip. Buying a lot of time, nearly getting the kill here onto Sladen as well, but up to the high ground he goes, and he will eventually die. The kill over to Frank on the Enigma, who's doing pretty good for himself here. 11 denies is going to be really, really annoying for Berna to contend with.
No, that was not bad kill in the Undying, right? You actually do get a bit of help here in the top lane, but Enigma seems doing quite fine. I think the choice of Saladin to just completely leave the lane and give Enigma solo experience has been a really wise one, because they're going to do the same thing with Berna anyway, so you might as well let it happen and get a really farmed offlaner. After all, Enigma is always a slight win condition. He's not the sacrificial offlaner like Mars plays.
Yep.
Oh, bottom, alright, this in trouble. Blade Fury though, try to help him out. But yeah, you don't have the healing ward or not enough mana for it, so he's gonna let him die, unfortunately. Telekinesis back. It could be Timado's in trouble, but no, everything's on cooldown for the Mars. And he did max the Spear of Mars, so he's a bit more dependent on that combo rather than the consistent damage God's Rebuke provides.
Yep, that was really closely played by Timala, but he probably was checking the Rubik's inventory. He knew he had enough mana for either a lift or a telekinesis. I'm sorry, a telekinesis or a Fate Bolt, but not for both. And because if he had both, he would have been 100% certified dead there. So heads off play there. As mid lane already. We see the level 6, the Disco Pony, now back into the 80s, is feeling free to party. Nice dodge there, Faker. Saw that one coming from a mile away, but the rune's going to spawn top.
Faker, though. The Pulse Nova comes by, so needs to help him out. Faker might have been a bit too close. Robo Theta looking for the last hit, but he doesn't have enough mana, so Faker is going to survive for now. Here's the Shackle shot offensively against Wish. Does not get the Shackle, though, perfectly. Very close to killing him, though.
Yeah, he really needed that Shackle there. That's unfortunate. It's a little bit frustrating, probably, but in the end, it's not too bad. You don't take a death. A little bit more space down bottom as well here for Tomato to continue farming.
And Sladin gets some experience for free here now, which he kind of needs.
Oh, yeah.
One of the weaknesses is the Ember 4, especially if you combine it with an Enigma. You're like, really, what do I do in the early game? Like, what's my purpose?
Yeah, pretty much. The Enigma's like, I don't really need you here. Go, like, run around in their jungle. Like, okay. Oh, they could...
No. It's bottom lane, actually, the aggression. Drakeel is in trouble as Timado chased after him with a Blade Fury. This is level 3 Blade Fury, so it's very difficult for Mars to get away, and that's going to be a guaranteed kill for Timado as Wish comes in a bit too late. Busy with the mid lane, they took advantage of it in the bottom lane.
Yeah, they were distracted. Divide and Conquer is the name of the game here. As they're going to maybe try and make a push here with the level 5 wagon, or sorry, the minute 5 wagon, that is. still alive here, but it's going to be really difficult, especially with a level 2 Fade Bolt coming their way. So I'm probably not going to be looking to get too much damage there. Instead, we really do need some levels here for Saladin, though. He is kind of on the struggle bus in terms of where he's at financially and well, not quite mentally. I think he knows that this is kind of his designated role this game, unfortunately.
Usually when you pick up an Ember and you have to put him 4, you'd rather have him with something in the offlane that has kill potential. Like, for example, you know, a Mars would be great, right? Or a Bloodseeker. Oh, talk about Mars, though. Down bottom, he does get an Arena of Blood and kills Aretes with it. No need for the God's Rebuke.
The heck is this courier? Oh, it's one of the new Dire Tag couriers. It was so bright I couldn't even see it here. Tomato's courier, that is.
That was a nice kill on the support, giving him a bit more space to the Mars. Mars is not winning his lane against the Juggernaut, which is to be... Oh, actually, he is just because of the kills.
Mid lane? Robo-C? Oh, he's okay. He's okay. Could have been a little close, but not within range of the Shackle shot there.
Okay, so Lesh is doing kind of fine, considering he's up against a Wind Ranger. He slightly won the lane. He did go for 3 points in the ball geek, though, which is pretty impressive. Still winning the lane despite going for this build, which is much better for pushing later. Smart, but now they go for him
Cookie?
with the power
nice
shot.
lift.
Nice save, I wish. No Cookie. Aretes has to fight against 2. Yadomi already comes in. Aretes will die first. Faker using that focus fire, trying to kill Robotheta, but Sladin is just sacrificing himself in the backlines, and Faker needs to get away. The Lightning Storm first, Splitter hits him too, and that's going to be a win for Unknown. 3 kills for free. Like, that was literally Uber Eats.
No, that was great. That was really cool. Dropping the Tombstone there immediately forces the attention rather onto 2, which means that a very otherwise squishy Leshrac, he's got a good movement speed here, but you know, armor's just doing okay, but he's quite squishy early on, and but they just have to focus Tombstone first. They understand that it's going to be a lost fight, but unfortunately it was kind of... They was damned either way. I'm surprised that went so well, however, for Unknown, because we do have a ward that scouted the rotation of the supports like 30 seconds earlier, so they knew what they were getting into there, but I guess maybe just overestimating their abilities. But Tombstone, level 2, man. Strong spell. It's really the ultimate of the hero, to be honest. I mean, his ulti is also really amazing, but it's kind of more of a passive thing. The Tombstone is just so darn good. Oh,
Yeah,
no, nothing to latch.
Nothing to latch, and right now they still have the upper hand in this middle lane. They go for it this first, kill him quickly. That's your Snapfire gone. Only level 4, but that Cookie has been quite valuable until now, so getting rid of it is important.
This is starting to look really bad here for Ego Boys. I think they need to stem this at least. They don't really need to reverse it, as long as they can slow down this sort of... Not really feed, but you know, they just can't give more kills. They can't give this much space here to Unknown, because there is a serious death ball potential here that they can't really do much against. Even with their amazing teamfight ultimates, it's going to be really, really difficult for them to try and, you know, turtle very long against this lineup.
Yep, because Unknown is doing exactly what they wanted to do, which is dominate the early game and then just surpass them from there, right? And Ego Boys needs to get like smoke ganks to really set this apart, right, where the Enigma can initiate securely. It's kind of difficult to cancel that black hole. They don't have the easiest cancels. In fact, Faker's going in just like a crazy man, going against Leshrac and Robotheta. Wants to get the stun off, a bit difficult against the Wind Ranger. He's still gonna die here. Now the help from the Snapfire also joining in, but Faker might just die here.
Yep.
As Berna deals way too much damage already, and everyone else here on Ego Boys on the run. Aretes will be the next target. They're just waiting for the God's Rebuke to kill him off. There we go. Will they be able to catch the rest? No, they're just going to retreat for now.
No, but that was really well played there by Draco. He TP's in, and he goes immediately onto what he's been doing basically the entire game, and that is kill Snapfire. But this time with the added benefit of stopping the kisses from raining down, which means that they only get the Lesh, and that's it. But that's fine, because the Lesh, he already farmed his stacks. The camps actually are respawned now, so you can go back and continue farming basically like nothing ever happened. The death's a little costly for sure, but a big win there for Unknown. Yet again, I think it's just so hard to team fight here without a few more items, I feel like, on the Ego Boys.
Yep. Ego Boys right now, they're relying a bit more on the timings. Look at the Juggernaut. This is the build I was telling you about, right? Mask of Madness first, just to amplify his farm.
This is good,
also
though.
to get some surprise kills with Omni Slash. I like it very much, I agree. This is the build you have to go for. Because it amplifies your Omni Slash damage a lot, and it enables smokes with like 2 or 3 people.
Speaking of the smokes, they're going to try for top lane, but the Infest already there. Lifestealer, he sniffs that one coming. We'll see if he sticks around here, as the Ember will scout him. Sladen. Oh, okay, there's the Infest rooted down, but I don't think they can quite catch Burden. So instead, Tamalo just onto the tier 1 tower he will go. Mid lane, though, they are going to be fighting. They've caught Faker, the Cookie, to push him right back into the arena, unfortunately. There's Draco on a killing spree. They're going to continue diving here after they get the tower as well. Undying, just chasing after this Snapfire, taking her through a walk in the woods, but she is as good as dead. Gives a last scatter blast here as a little bit of sign of resilience. Is wasting a bit of their time, to be honest. Good job, Granny. But so that'll allow Tomato to safely farm another wave top, so that's going to be more gold for him. So that's, you know.
Slatty, what are you doing, bro? He wanted to go to the Tombstone, maybe too greedy. They have Blade Fury stolen on Wish, so Slatty's gonna die. Trying to farm the Tombstone. Now, this teaches you, don't farm. If you're a support, just don't farm, right?
Yeah.
Gold is allergic.
Especially because on an Ember, you know, if you're a Snapfire, okay, I understand.
Look at the build on the Lifestealer, by the way. It's something I actually saw the other day as well, but I didn't think they were going to repeat it for this game. But Lifestealer's going for a Battle Fury. Very interesting. We actually have seen this in a South American game the other day as well. I actually forgot who was playing it, but it's just as a way to recover and try to match the enemy farm. And in this case, since your early game is so secure, it kind of makes sense, to be honest. There's nothing stopping you, and it does go well with Lifestealer now because you don't depend so much on your feast as damage. It's more about the attack speed. So I like it.
We do have another key item as well here for Faker. He's got the Javelin, which on a hero rather like Windrunner is going to be, you know, disproportionately good, just because all that little Pierce is going to be amazing early on with your additional attack speed. You know, if they can get this MKB up on Faker, they have a real chance of buying enough time for the Juggernaut to just become this farmed beast. I mean, we haven't talked about the Enigma much this game. Frank, though, he's been farming up a Storm. He's nearly got the Guardian Greaves already completed, both with the Arcanes and the Mechanism already good to go. So he's going to have some really significant impact here. He's not just going to be the, oh, I'm going to wait in the trees and blink and get my 5-man black hole from my highlight reel. No, this is going to be like, you know, actually a presence in the team fight Enigma here.
Yeah, there's drawbacks and advantages to this. You're much better in the 5-on-5 to do this, but you are a bit more vulnerable. You can't get ganks as much.
That's right.
With the Blink Dagger Enigma.
Yeah.
And Dracul misses the Spear of Mars, but it's okay. And this actually fighting him. He's like, come at me, bro. My team is here as well. Dracul realizes his mistake. Shackle tries to set up for the Snapfire, and he's gonna die burned up here. The Mortimer's just killing him off. Sladen in trouble though. Roboteta tries to evade the Black Hole, but impossible as he just gets caught there towards the end.
It's
Unknown does steal it. Wish with the Blade Fury still catches 4 with it. Where's the damage though? They only kill 2 for now. Faker and Aretes, they want to go for the Timado. He's the important character. Instead, they set up for the offlaner Enigma. They wanted the carry, but they didn't have any stuns to stop that TP. Regardless, what a steal by Wish. I couldn't even notice that. Because the Blade Fury covered animation.
Was amazing. That was actually the smartest thing I think I've ever seen. Well, not any Rubik play, but that's among the best Rubik's play I think I've ever seen, unironically. That was amazing. Because even if they had something to cancel him, guess what? Doesn't work anymore.
Yep.
Beautifully orchestrated there by Wish. The initial black hole was really good. It was honestly an important target. But yet again, unknown. I mean, the black hole is a 4-man black hole on a Rubik. You can't ask for much more. That one, now that is going into Wish's highlight reel, that's for sure.
Yeah, for sure. I was very surprised. I actually was like, wait, what's happening? What's the second black hole? When did he steal it, you know? Because doing it in the middle of Blade Fury was really smart by Wish. Lacking damage, of course, sucked a bit there because Leshrac died at the beginning, but it's still okay.
That's okay, though, because like that's totally fine. Berna as well, he didn't have much damage. I think he already had infested at that point, so he didn't have that.
He infested to add 2 damage, actually.
Okay.
That was the infest bomb that would actually kill the 2.
I mean, he's got Battle Fury, which might do more damage than maybe just a Desolator or an Armlet would at this point, right? But
yeah, I guess if you're the black hole, right? Because you put it in.
Yeah. So I don't know, but you're completely right. They unfortunately just didn't have nearly enough damage. But hey, it was really cool anyway. And yet again, it's another big win here for Team Unknown as they're going to find themselves up 7K here, 16 minutes in. They're going to go for a smoke play as well, and they are positioned here very nicely to sweep the map. Faker though in a good position to break smokes. They know exactly where he is there with the blink dagger right into the arena of blood. Faker getting lifted. We need a little bit more damage, and we will have it. Giving the kill over to Robo Z with the Lightning Storm from the river.
Wow, really well played there, Unknown. Another kill onto perhaps the only person that could try to kill the courier there with the Gods of Rebuke.
Get him!
Get him!
It's not the Snapfire, but it'll do.
They killed the person that's pretty much the easiest to set up kills with, which is the Wind Ranger. She's great at killing solo targets with smokes, but unfortunately they haven't really let her, just simply because Unknown has played this so well. And not even find the enemy Ancient stack, which of course Berna is happy to take with a Battle Fury.
Yeah. This is really bad news bears here for Ego Boys. Faker desperately needed these stacks. You can see he's actually now...
Bad news bears.
Yeah, bad news Berna. He's locked the Mithril Hammer and the Javelin just because he needs a BKB now. It's, you know, kind of getting to that point. And a Windrunner, first item BKB. that's not exactly where you want to be on the hero, to say the least. But it's a good swing in terms of recovery here. We have Timado still continuing to farm, mostly unbothered here. He is going to now be going for a Battle Fury, so he's just looking to scale. So prepare for, you know, get your Arteezy still farming memes in the chat, because we might see that. But I think that's fine. That's what he has to do. I like the communication here. Faker's going, okay, don't worry about it. I will be this frontliner. I'll go BKB early. Let them focus on me. You do your thing. Keep farming. You need to come in and save the day a little bit later for us.
Yeah, exactly. I agree. I think you need to, on Eagle Boys, you have to play this super patiently, try to push the lanes as much as possible, sacrifice your supports as much as possible, honestly, because you need that.
You
and
wanna,
your cores all need to find those big items right now.
Definitely. I feel like if you can, whoa, hold that thought. They found Faker yet again.
This is the lack of patience I was talking about. They put him against the arena, the win run's going to end, and they're going to be able to kill him in time.
Yeah. I was going to say, you really only want to be even close to anyone on the map if you have all 5 heroes and all abilities on cooldown. Now the Jug's going to be in trouble. We do have a Cookie here. Nice job, but they're still going to connect him with the Split Earth, and he's going to be absolutely murdered there. Now the Solar Barretta's now running for his life, but a Cookie coming the way for RoboZ. Freshly baked there in the ovens of Rubik, which is having an awesome game here.
Yeah, which is doing
He's so farmed too, by the way.
Oh, the Electrical Eyes Yule Scepter, so it's really hard to set up on him now, by the way. You still have a Black Hole available, but this is what I was talking about, right? Because you didn't go for the Blink Dagger build. Now you're struggling a bit to create these initiations, because you can't really get away with murder this game as an Enigma, which honestly, this game was a pretty decent one to do so. With the Greaves, you're much more looking for consistent fights, trying to dominate the map. I like the choice of the BKB, though. I think he's skipping the Greaves to go for BKB straight up.
Yeah, there's not really a need for him. I mean, he can dispel open wounds, I guess. Fade bolts, you know, whatever, but that's about it as far as he can dispel. I guess the slow, maybe, from the God's Rebuke, but you know, I think it's just more important to get the BKB up and running first and foremost. Again, I think this is good communication out from Eagle Boys. Yes, they're 11K down here, nearly 20 minutes in.
No. He does steal the Shackle Shot here. And they're like, oh, we have 2 heroes around. Yadomi gets saved. Omni Slash, they attack the whole thing. Lightning are still inside of him, of course. And now Berna comes out, fighting against Faker. And Faker gets Shackle Shotted. That's going to be the end of him. Goodbye to Faker. Goodbye to Onetis as well, as they get stopped by the Arena of Blood. And now they're searching for Slavin. The clumsy net sets up for the kill. Slavin tries to Remnant away, but it's too late.
They might even get Frank here as well. We got a no lift here, but the spear, that'll do the trick, and that's going to be a full 5-man wipe in exchange for nothing. And that just about be maybe not the final nail in the coffin, but like we're really getting close to hammering in that final nail here. The Omni Slash is kind of used there. Was a good effort, but the Undying with his ulti, I just saw, I think he had like something like 3,000 HP here without the Lifestealer infested within him. You know, I mean, yes, with Mask of Madness, you do more damage there with the ultimate, but not nearly enough. You're never going to do enough damage with a level 2 Omni Slash there. So that was very well played. I mean, just have
with no items, right?
Yeah.
Like, you just don't have anything to add to your Omni Slash damage. It's really purely the damage multiplier and your base damage with maybe the Mask of Madness. No, it's not that great. Well, as Berna not only has the Battle Fury, but also has the Assault Grass almost completed at this point.
Yeah, it's kind of terrifying. Plus the value Sanj, of course, for him is just going to be so amazing. That additional HP regen on him allows him to fight much better. But here we go, Eagle Boys with the smoke out of the base now. RoboZ is an appealing target if they can catch him, and there's going to be a beautiful initiation onto him. Wish, though, trying to counter-initiate. There's the Yule Scepter. They need a little bit more damage, and that's going to stun up Sliding as well. RoboZ now, he's going to get a friend inside of him, and that means he's going to allow a turn now. Sliding's got a little bit too deep. The Cookie is only going to stun up the Rubik, but oh no, it's already gone so poorly for them, and they might be in a little bit more trouble here. The Rubik actually has Remnants available with the Blink Dagger, so he can probably catch just about anyone in the game, and he's going to go for Faker now. RoboZ, he's going to be dead, unfortunately here. Split Earth, and Faker, they will be able to run him down as well. This is looking pretty dire, Alvaro.
Yep, it is indeed. Radiant does not really have a chance as it stands. 18k difference with a team that's supposed to push you fast and dominate the game. Like, it's looking a bit like
and look at Wish. Wish is just like, where are you, Timalo? Come here. You're going to farm this wave? Not anymore. Not with Fade Bolts applied.
Yeah, I mean, he's just annoying a bit. The fact is, though, Wish is kind of testing Timalo's courage right now. And Timalo's quite courageous. And Wish is staying around saying, well, if he stays around here too long, if he tries to farm that catapult, maybe they have enough time. We already see Robothita is rotating. Smart play by Timado, TPing immediately. And he has Battle Fury thanks to this.
I mean, a 21-minute Battle Fury is You know, yes, you went for Mask of Madness and Full Boots first, sure, but I guess now the countdown, you know, now you can start playing the Rocky soundtrack, although you can't because then all your VODs will get deleted on Twitch. But you know, you can start playing that now because now's the time to be farming here on this Juggernaut. I think maybe what, you give him 15 minutes and maybe Eagle Boys has a chance. 15 minutes of just complete, you know, just tranquil farm perhaps. It's looking so difficult for them here, unfortunately. We almost have a BKB on Enigma. He's going to need to farm that camp, and he'll have it. Faker's BKB is still 1,000 gold away, which is very, very painful to see, as the Rubik actually, Wiz, who's having an amazing game, has over 1,000 more net worth here than the mid laner. And
I'll
with,
take the tower up top.
and with the DD rune and the AC armor corruption for the tower, and not to mention the Leshrac, whose damage from the Edict will get amped, is oof.
I think that's the lane of towers for sure done. I mean, they have an Enigma with League BKB. This is your chance. If you get a really good black hole, this is the right play, actually. Smoke.
Yeah.
Try to catch him from behind, but intelligently Unknown is very spread out. Now they try to go for Faker. Faker, the cookie, to stop the damage from the arena. Very smart. Clumsiness stops him, but they lack the damage to finish him off.
Yeah, in the meantime, your barracks are just gone, by the way.
That's true. Berna did take him, but Enigma's still hoping for that black hole. Is it possible still? They can take the high ground. Oh, is Berna crazy? Oh, Berna is crazy. He's just going to go for the tower now.
He's got ages. He doesn't care. Timalo TP's back to farm the tombstone because that's value farm. He's not letting that go to waste. Oh, but now Faker maybe going a little bit too far. They do have still the skewer to push him back. Oh, my lord. It's a tough game for Faker because that's how you're supposed to ideally play as a Windrunner, but you're supposed to have, you know, at least an item by now. He doesn't, unfortunately.
Oh, that's the tower falling in the middle lane. But now Eagle Boys with one less hero, particularly one of your cores. The black hole is looking to some healing. They even catch the Juggernaut. That's not good. But Timado actually gets away thanks to the Blade Fury. He wants to play a bit aggressive with that Blade Fury, but you know, if you get a bit too close, they're going to kill you. There's the Omni Slash for Berna. They also use the Mortimer's Cases, but Berna just tanks that nicely. And now Timado's in the backlines. Enigma cannot help him because he doesn't have any movement, which means Timado's is going to die for free.
Yeah, that was unfortunate. And there's the GG call. Yeah, I mean, Unknown, they just executed perfectly on their draft, and it's kind of what we were talking about earlier, right? Where this is one heck of a snowball. Look at them, they can even farm in the fountain. Oh my goodness, they stole the kisses as well. Widge, what a game out from Widge, man. Holy moly, that was incredible. That was a really, really good game here out from Unknown. I think it's just kind of a draft issue here, in my opinion, for the Ego Boys. Unfortunately, you know, you pick the Ember Spirit, and yes, he does technically have a little bit of this flexibility in terms of where you're going to put him in your draft, but it just didn't have a place in this game for them, unfortunately. It just kind of never felt the impact of Slot, and he probably didn't either, because he ends the game 0-4-3. I mean, only 7 kills on the team as well.
I think that idea, the flex pick was good in theory, but unfortunately, they didn't really consider the flex pick combined with Enigma, right? So like, oh yeah, Wind Ranger Ember, they work. They can both play 4. They can both play mid. Yeah, but do you want the Ember 4 with Enigma? No, right? So that was the bigger issue here. I think that led their early game very much astray. It was still a really hard game for Ego Boys, and Unknown was proposing first. So since they played so well, it was so difficult to beat them. I think still, you know, really well played by Unknown. Both the Enigma, the Black Hole by Wage, in the middle lane, which kind of turned the team fight around. The Battle Fury choice by Lifestealer. It was just really well played by them. And we have one more game for this series at least, because it's a best of 2.
Yes, indeed. Yeah, and I think it was more of a draft issue, but I mean, Unknown, they really brought it in game 1, so I think Eagle Boys, they're going to need to rally back and see what they can bring to the table here, but I'm really looking forward to that game number 2, Avo.
We're going to pass it on now, I think, to our studio host, Alvaro and Richie, see if they can bring down the game, you know, do a bit of paneling and show us what was important about that game.
Sure thing, but first, a quick break. We'll be right back, and we'll throw it back to our radio station in just a bit. We'll see you then, guys.
Hello, hello, and welcome back again to the Late Night Show, to the Voice of the Realm, with Alvaro Sanchez and Richie Garcia. Hello,
Hello,
Richie.
it's me.
That's you. So for those of you that are watching today, we understand that not everyone is in the time zone for American Dota. Some of you might come from EU. Some of you might be crazy and be from SEA, much like us, right? 'Cause
Oh,
we
if
are
you're from
like-
SA, you're probably also crazy. I
You're
think
from
that's just how it works.
Yeah, right. Some of you might be from SCA and might be watching this at 4 in the morning. And we thought, it'd be nice to have a little radio show for those of you to interact. You can call us, you can tell us your questions in chat, and we'll of course try to read them and answer any draft questions. If you have questions about life, that's what we're here for.
Sure thing. You can tweet at us
You can tweet at us at Esports Gaming.
or at Mr. Avo Plus for him or at So You Can Strike Dota for myself. Go ahead and use the hashtag Realms
Voice of the
Collide too. No, because it's gotta be the tournament, right?
Okay. Fair enough.
Hashtag
Hashtag Realms Collide
I
too.
love life. Hashtag-
Or just send us a question, because let's be honest, I don't receive enough tweets to have to filter through hashtags. So,
Well, you don't have thousands on just DMs in your Twitter from the egg profile picture to say your casting sucks.
no.
That doesn't happen to everyone. Just me.
No, mine are from real tier 1 casters. They sent me that instead.
R.I.P. Well, speaking of tier 1. We do have a tier 1 game for us here coming soon, and our draft is just about to get started. We saw Unknown take a 1-0 pretty cleanly. I mean, just didn't lose a lane, really. You don't really lose a lane against Enigma. I feel like there's very, very few heroes that will do that.
Yeah. I mean, you just don't do as well.
Exactly. But
Enigma is just like a soul-sucking hero. Like, it's the old Lich, right? Where you're not really playing to win, you're playing to not lose. And you just play so other people can't play their game. We do have another game between Unknown and Ego Boys. We should mention that Ego Boys literally formed yesterday.
That's true. There's been in true NASA fashion. There's a lot of last minute changes, isn't that right?
Yes. They were waiting for the tournament to start. They're like, you know what? Now's the time. Now's the time to reshuffle.
And then we actually had a patch right at match start time as well, which we were thinking,
patches now.
oh boy, is that the patch? Is that like the patch? Because it's getting about that time. I feel like Valve was like, all right, don't worry. We haven't we haven't released a major balance patch in 6 months. Here's Dire Tide. That'll hold them off for another 6 months.
I mean, what the Valve usually does, though, at least in the SA scene, is that they wait until Thunder Predator is playing, and then they'll go, okay, patch in the middle of the series.
Patch it right now. I thought it was going to be, when the Scrooge McDuck vaults for all the TI monies runs a little bit low in Bellevue, Washington. Gaben goes, okay. Now they can do it.
I don't think that's running low anytime soon. I think
it's
that
not.
money vault's also full of just 100. Like, it's not even $1. It's just like literally Benjamins all over.
It's just like, this guy's like Benjamin Button. You got Benjamin Franklin.
There's so many Benjamins.
I don't know any more famous Benjamins.
Yeah, Benjamin.
You have Ben 10.
Yeah, you have Ben.
You have
Shapiro.
all 10 of them. Ben Shapiro.
all there. Some alive, some dead.
They're
It's just a pool of them.
There's all the Bens in there. That's right. So
Talk about dying and corpses. We have an undying.
Was that a reference to Walt Disney, who is supposedly?
Well, because most of these Bens were dead. Some of these Bens were animated.
Ben 10 is dead?
Ben 10 is dead, actually. The show got canceled a while ago. Did you not know?
No.
Cartoon Network made a lot of money on it, and they're like, we're going to hit the MCA if we talk about this stuff.
Will we? I mean, who knows? Anyway, we do have a draft.
Oh, is that Snapfire? I thought for a second the animation was a Sanking animation. I was like, that can't be.
Sanking early is a bit weird, right?
That's why. Snapfire makes much more sense. She's also a really good counter to Undying. Ironically, Undying beats you in lane because of the decay, but then later dealing with the Tombstone. I mean, it's not as good, obviously, as killing the Supernova, but Tombstone is still an important thing to get rid of.
I would say it's just as good, actually.
Interesting.
I mean, because
you don't kill a hero with it. That's what I'm saying.
Well, sure, but I mean, it's for your team, though, right? I mean, think of how many. Could you imagine like 4 very immobile heroes and then the Snapfire to save the day? Like that's always like the best plays in Dota too. When we're playing support and you go and it's like out of the laning stage and you're not playing a hero that has a nuke, you're like, oh man, I guess I'm not doing anything anyway. And then Snapfire, it is my duty to destroy the Tombstone so my team can fight.
Yeah,
right?
but it sucks sometimes though as Snapfire because unlike the Supernova, where like again you're killing a hero, so at least you can guarantee that. If you have to stop your Mortimer's Kisses to deal with the Tombstone, Tombstone, it feels really bad as a Snapfire.
That's a
you
good
have
point.
more impact of the ultimate.
That's a good point, but I think that's always going to be a problem with any hero that has channeled abilities,
Yes,
right?
of course.
I mean, I don't think there's ever a scenario in which you would want to cancel a black hole. So that one aside, who else has Witch Doctor, for example, has similar issues with his ultimates.
Yeah, if you have to use a paralyzing cask in the middle of Death Ward.
But you're totally right. That's a very good point to bring up. You're right, because it doesn't cost very much for Undying to just throw it on a Tombstone, whereas for the Phoenix, that is like team fight defining. That's a good point to bring up.
They do combine the Snapfire with the Void, which I actually like much more than the Mars pick because Void has a lot more longevity than Mars. It defines your draft a little bit less, and also is one of Timato's best heroes. Timato, when he actually recently, if people follow his career a bit, he was actually subbing a lot for Beastcoast, instead of Hector because Hector could not play. And the heroes they used to pick for him constantly were essentially Anti-Mage, Void, and pretty much it. Occasionally the Juggernaut, right? But it was really the Anti-Mage and Void that really stood out for this guy. He's really good on the Void. His chronos are on point. The thing about Timal is that he understands the game at a really nice macro level, which is something that not all carries have. And for Void is particularly important because he is a carry that from minute one can fight. But if you spend too much time looking for fights with your chrono off cooldown, you're going to not farm. Right, so you have to really have a nice control over how much are you farming.
Yeah, he's not really. Well, I guess I would say almost every single hero is like because a Slark is like this too, right? Slark can fight from minute one; he's ready to go.
Yeah, but the Sark is different in the sense that much like a Lifestealer, for example, you usually wait for the one item. You have the one item, like in the Sark, for example, attempt to be Shadow Blade or BKB or whatever it was, Diffusal Blade. And then with that one item, you know that's your peak, right? With Void, yeah, getting a Diffusal Blade is kind of a peak, but at the same time, you're just kind of hoping to play with Snapfire, right? You don't really care what items you have as much when you're going to fight. So while you do play around your peaks a bit more, there is that decision constantly of, should I chrono?
Sure. I get that. I mean, there's inherent differences, right? Because one of them has this ultimate teamfight presence, and the other one has a solo kill mechanic, right?
Which is very similar to a lot of the other carriers.
Yeah,
Lifestealer is the same, Anti-Mage is the same. They all play around their peaks rather than playing around their teammates' peaks.
Sure. Yeah. But I think it's kind of the same. I mean, it's the ever-long question of do I farm or do I fight right now on my core, right?
Yes.
And different heroes are going to be differently suited. And like you're talking about spikes, you're right. At level 6, we're going to see a chrono that is on our Faceless Void. When he gets level 6, we're going to see a chrono, and probably within a minute he gets it. Because that is a huge spike for him. And
especially if the Snapfire's 5.
Yep. And then he's going to like leave the lane and go hit some jungle creeps for like 2 minutes. And then he's going to come back and look for another chrono. And then he's going to do the same, wash, rinse, repeat until he's got maybe 2-3 items.
Yeah, but see, this is one of the things that's a bit tough and why you have to read the game really well. Unknown, again, just judging by Undying and Lina. Lina, by the way, one of both Sladin's and Faker's best heroes. So they can both play it as 4 and 2, and this time much more. Sorry, I don't know, Faker's on this team, what am I saying? I'm looking at a different team. Lina was played by Roboceta a fair amount, and Yadomi does like as a position 5, though I do think that Yomi's going to play him play the Undying. But anyway, this shows to me that the laning stage is going to be very strong for Unknown already. Regardless of where the Lina goes, she's still a strong laner. The Undying is as well, and they have the chance of running you over again, which is why Ego Boy starts to pick up here that can have a lot of pick-off potential and a strong laner as well in the form of a Tusk. Still very popular in SA, even though I don't think other regions play him as much anymore. Yeah,
it synergizes really nicely with the Snapfire. If you get an early point, which this game you are going to, at least maybe by level 5, you might go like a 2-2-1 build on the Snapfire just to deal with Tombstone, but it also synergizes nicely there with the tag team because you're going to get that bonus damage in. So that's going to make rotations to the mid lane much more potent out from both supports. So keep your eyes on, not quite at minute 4 because we're probably not going to have, what's it called? What's the rapid fire? I can't remember.
Little
Shredder, thank you. We're not going to have Little Shredder by minute 4, but maybe by minute 6 or 8. But for those power runes, we might actually see that come into play, especially against Alina. So it's a really good Tusk pick because it closes the gap onto the Lina very, very nicely. And
now it synergizes because it reduces your armor and tag team is physical. Before it just reduced your attack speed. You're like, okay.
But now the problem is I feel like both of your supports kind of get wrecked by the Undying.
Yes, they're both a bit vulnerable. I think Tusk can kind of hold his own against the Undying to some degree if you go for Magic Stick and you play the lane well, but Unknown is not having any of this. They immediately go for one of the stronger laners in the off lane.
Really good pick for him. Because you're right, the problem I see with Tusk is he's kind of cooldown dependent. You're only going to really be willing to engage the Undying with tag team. Right, tag team, maybe one of your 2 zoning or stuns, quote unquote. I know Ice Shard's not a stun, but effectively...
I get it, yeah. One of your blocks or whatever.
One of your blocks, right? So whereas Undying is like, oh, you want to fight me, bro? Okay, let's keep going. And then he's going to ad nauseum Now, with the Underlord pick, of course, going to be reducing your base damage, I believe.
Which
right?
is huge because Void is a massive base damage. Is one of his best assets in lane, actually. The reason why Void can trade easily with most offlaners is because his base damage and time lock, of course. Reducing his base damage is quite major. Though the aura got nerfed considerably, I will be interested in to see how he builds it, because a lot of Underlords actually nowadays might just go for the 1 point in aura, because even getting 2 points does not seem that worth it. But some Underlords are actually maxing the aura as opposed to the typical Firestorm build.
That's right. And now,
Because it sucks. It really sucks at level 1 and 2.
but now, I mean, the Underlord is going to probably just get an early headdress, a Hooded Defiance, and he's going to be totally fine from Faceless Void damage.
I think you go for the double ring of regen actually this lane, and you just absolutely destroy.
Yeah. But I think we will need eventually a pipe for this team.
Oh no, that's why
Yeah.
double ring of regen into
Double
the pipe.
ring regen
right?
into
Yeah.
pipe. Oh, yes,
Yeah,
sorry. Yeah, just because then, you're gonna chrono me at level 6, even with kisses. Good luck, bro. Like, it's not an easy kill, because like you said, you have the aura to reduces damage, time lock is magic damage, which is gonna get reduced, and if you have the pipe barrier up, you're doing even less. It's not very easy. The problem is the Underlord will eventually kind of fall off to him. It's really good for like minute 15 to 25. I remember because I was like coaching one of my friends who's playing Underlord. I was like, build pipe, you're gonna screw him, and he did for the first 25 minutes, and then after that, didn't really do so hot.
Yeah, because your strength gain is not the greatest, so you actually do not tank up as much. You tank up much more as items. Underlord actually is a very item-independent hero, and that's true. That Void eventually surpasses your damage, but you always have the Dark Wraith, and you can time it. It's just much more skill-based.
You're totally right, but it's
not easy. It's not like the guaranteed
It's
win.
not like easy. Underlord versus it's really, really strong early on, which is I think why they pick it to nullify those early advantages that you have in those, like basically Chrono plus a good support hero is a free kill, right?
Yep.
Not anymore against this Underlord.
No.
Now there's an asterisk there.
Now they pick the Zeus unknown as a response to the Wind Ranger. The Wind Ranger pick I don't love, to be honest. It seems like one of those picks where like it's just since the team is so new, they decided on a couple picks they can play, and that's it. That's what they're settling with. And the Wind Ranger is very weak against Lina in either position, and very weak against Zeus again in either position, because they're both flex. They can both play the 4 role pretty easily.
Yeah. I don't love it against the Underlord either, because I feel
the
like
Wind Ranger.
yeah,
it does reduce your damage a
because
bit.
it reduces your damage. Not only that, but you
And Dark
can
Rift.
or just the pit, actually pit a malice to root you
Also
down.
annoying,
If you can drop a clumsy net, which is we see quite often, you don't even need to build Radavetos, and you can completely lock her down through her
I mean, this game
wind
you
run
can
duration.
even Blade Meal if you want to be
Yeah.
honest. It's
Oh,
quite
yeah.
strong against Snapfire, quite strong against Wind Ranger. Yeah, the Underlords are really good, solid pick here.
I agree with you, though. I don't really like the Windrunner pick against. It's not bad against the Zeus, but everyone else.
No, it's bad against Zeus if Zeus is mid, though. Zeus will
Yeah,
destroy you mid.
that's right, that's
and if
right.
he goes 4, then it doesn't matter that she can kill him, because Zeus will also deal a lot of damage to you, so you might kill yourself for that. And the thing is, even Lina as a 4, usually Lina's as 4s go Etherlens Ags, because it's much more efficient as a build. But this one is such a good game for Yule Scepter, both blocking the Void from dealing damage in the Chrono and dispelling the Wind Run. So the Lina, honestly, doesn't really matter where she goes. She's going to be a pain. And they still haven't even picked up their carry, by the way. So Unknown is already looking like a win, just based on these heroes. I don't know how Ego Boys is going to fix their draft, to be honest. I think what Unknown is assuming, which is the Wind Ranger might not be mid, and she might be like a surprise offlaner or even a 4 with a Tuskar, not be a bad idea, right?
Okay.
I actually I would like to see if Ego Boys can pick up another mid, because they do have
Yeah.
last pick, right? So it'd be really weird to pick up your mid first.
I could see that. I think that would address some of the concerns I have with it for sure. We'll see that. When we still need the safe lane as well from Unknown, which is going to come out in this pick.
Troll and Drow banned for Unknown. Berna, I mean, is the Lifestealer is still an option. I know it's Berna's
Lifestealer
best
is-
heroes. It's still a pretty decent option this game. Not the best against the Void, though, but everything else is quite good, okay?
No Spectre either in the pool.
Sven,
So
okay.
the Sven.
Yep,
Oh,
bit tanky.
there's a Dispel as well.
Oh, that's true.
Just
Yeah,
kill the Windrunner right there. Nice and easy.
yeah, it has to
Honestly,
be Wind Ranger 4 and Tusk 3.
It has to be, I think, at this point.
She's too countered otherwise. And I mean, she won't do too well in lane, but she'll be okay against Undying, because you could just outrun him, right? So she's actually kind of decent in that matchup. And then you pick out a mid laner that can probably deal some damage in the Chrono. You know, I actually don't mind the Invoker here. I know it's Faker. Oh no, Invoker's been banned.
Yeah.
What other Faker heroes? The Void Spirit banned as well. The Ember.
Queen
Yes.
Pain?
Yeah, I guess you could Queen of Pain. Queen of Pain could be a bit risky though, because you do have a fair amount of stuns on Unknown, and it's not like there's any squishy hero you can kill easily.
Well, the Zeus,
the Zeus,
right?
yeah.
Well, this is going to be nice. Lina as well is going to be quite squishy.
But Zeus deals more burst than you as Queen of Pain though,
Yeah.
which is the problem. So you can't really just go onto him and attack him. You will die. So you have to play with a teammate. I mean, Queen is okay. I'm just thinking of Faker heroes, right? Like it's really just Queen of Pain and Ember that I've seen him play. I know he does play a couple others like Kunkka or
That's
OD.
why I was saying Queen of Pain. Yeah, 'cause
It's really just Queen of
I
Pain
like
Ember. I like the Queen of Pain more than the Ember for sure. I think he plays Lesh.
I really like the Kunkka here, to be honest with you.
Yeah, Kunkka would be
Nice and tanky. X mark onto Sven. Makes him BKB to actually be able to join fights.
and damage within the chrono, so it's nice.
Plus
Yeah,
the-
I don't mind the Kunkka either. Even if he can play it.
Plus the run buff is huge against the Zeus as well, just because you're blocking so much damage out from him.
Yep.
Yeah. Okay. That wouldn't be too bad. We'll
But
see.
let's see if they do it.
Ego boys.
Oh, it's a Kunkka.
Okay.
There
There
we
we go. We're on
I
the
mean,
ball.
that is the right pick, though. I
Yeah.
think that is the right pick. My question is how comfortable Faker is on that hero. Because, again, on Infamous, he really just played like 4 or 5 heroes. And there was not because Papita would be like, no, Faker, stay on these heroes. Because Faker chose to do this, right? And I wouldn't, like, it's not like I don't trust Faker. It's more, I don't trust Faker in a new team that formed 2 hours ago.
I see
just
what
for
you
this
mean.
tournament, right?
I don't know. I feel like, I mean, you can tell this draft much easier to execute though than Unknown's draft, right? And that's a good thing.
Yeah, this time they have a
the-
really good team fight. They have nice late game, but also decent early.
Like last game, like with an Enigma, right? Although you would think that's quite an easy team fight. What do you mean? You blink black hole. It's that easy? Not really. Not in practice, right? Because you need someone frontline to quote unquote bait. In that game, the Enigma didn't really build for that sort of initiation. He was just a tanky guy, so it was a little bit confusing for them. Whereas this game, it's much more clearly defined. We can already picture how these team fights should be going for Ego Boys, right? Get a chrono, kisses, boat at the very end of it for the initial lockup stun. It's gonna look real good for them.
Is Slavin on the Wind Ranger. Okay. He does love the Wind Ranger as well. All right. Well, this is actually really nice. This game is incredibly convenient because our sponsor is actually in the game itself.
Oh.
Underlord has been picked, and that's why we give a shout out here on the Voice of the Realm, as this radio show is sponsored today by Underlord's travel agency. So, have you ever overextended or used a TP mistakenly? Book a safe return home with Underlord's travel agency. That said, guys, we are going to give you a message from the other sponsor, which is Esports, and then get right into the game.
Indeed. Indeed, we do have game number 2 underway. Thank you to our radio hosts, Alvaro and Richie. We now have our live here at the caster desk with Seek and Strike and Avo Blau. So welcome back, everyone. Going to be a very, very exciting game, too. Team fights as well. Very exciting this game as well. Going for like a little team fight, forecast here. I think we're going to see a lot of high-octane team fights, especially as this game progresses into the late game. I can't see this one ending as early as the last one either, so I would say prepare yourself for maybe a 35-minute ride here as we get underway for game number 2. Now, in case you're unaware, it's going to be 12-team round robin, all best of 2s here in the Realms Collide 2 Burning Darkness tournament. For a month. Yeah, we got a lot of matches, so, even if you get 2-0'd here and there, that's okay. You got plenty of matches to come back and get those points to get in the playoffs and get a shot at that $75,000 prize pool.
Yeah, here's an anecdote. When I saw all the teams invited, and I was checking out Realms Collide, I was talking to 4D, of course, because I was casting recently with them. And I was like, all right, so what are going to be the groups for your tournament? They're like, group? What groups?
What groups?
And I was like, wait, but it's round robin. He's like, yeah. Everyone's going to play against everyone? Of course, that's the fairest way. Okay, sure.
Yeah, I mean, they're not wrong. It just takes quite a long time here.
Yeah. I mean, you have Dota forever. I mean, this is closer to, it reminds me of those, leagues, that you see in traditional sports, which I love a lot. We're going to get to watch a lot of the South American
I
games.
agree. I think it's, and this is the norm in the industry, so this is not a shot at 4D because everyone does, ESL does this, everyone does this, right? The thing I do like, however, about traditional sports leagues is that there's like a day to watch the games, right? You go, oh, I can, it's Thursday night, I can watch the Dota game,
True.
Whereas here, it's every day, which is great. I love it. Give me more Dota. But maybe as a fan, I feel like maybe you can get hyped and invest in storylines if you don't have to watch it every day. But I think this is a
You don't
really
have
cool
to
format.
Watch it every day. Come by for your teams. You don't come by for the radio show.
Yeah. No, you're totally right. You're totally right,
Our 2
Avo.
hosts for the Voice of the Realm, I think one of them is super handsome.
So I think that the thing is because we don't watch Dota like normal fans. I think, right? It was
yeah,
like,
we
like
talked
I know, like you're a really big Beastcoast fan, right?
I don't know what you're talking.
So you might tune into a few of their games, like especially. But like you and I will just like watch whatever's on for Dota, right? I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong. But
I don't know. I don't know. I
you
don't-
know
I
what
don't
they say:
even-
too much of a good thing is not a good thing.
Yeah, but Dota is never too much, though. That's the point, right? What's the too much for Dota? There's no such line. At least not for me.
You queue up again. Just keep queuing.
Queue up again, exactly.
up again.
Until you get the MR.
Another
Alright,
minus 30.
This time Unknown is actually doing, should be 25, but okay. This time Unknown is doing a much more aggressive play on the rune in the enemy side of the map, and actually, no, they only get the 2 runes, but it's still interesting, right? They understand that their lane is really strong, and this shows, right? They have the Undying and the Lina. Okay, there's a purpose for this.
By the way, it's 30 for a solo queue game. By the way.
Is it really?
Yeah, it's 30 for solo queue,
Oh,
20 for
Slavin.
party.
Is Slavin gonna die? Oh, he's going. Slavin, that's not where your base is, dude. Where you going? He's trying to get the wind run again, but Slavin's just gonna die. First blood to
Yeah.
Berna.
That was.
Bella media. That's not Spanish, guys.
I love our chat. It's almost in Spanish. Well, mostly in Spanish.
Hola chicos y bienvenidos.
Updates.
No, el cast de Remsco Light. Exciting. I like that there's a big support in the Latin American community too. So South American community to support their teams. Right?
Yeah,
It's
I love
nice.
it.
That's
Thanks.
why the regional tournaments are growing so much, right? That's
Yeah,
really
exactly.
the support of the viewers.
Thanks for coming by,
everyone.
guys. Bienvenidos, as they say.
Buenos días, buenas tardes.
Buenos días. Buenas tardes. I guess
I
it's
don't
what,
really know where you're from. I mean, actually, not really. What is it, like 4? It's 4 p.m., right? So that's all
something like that, yeah.
It is 4 p.m.
Either way. Okay, mid lane, by the way, Faker is doing pretty nicely in these first 2 waves. He's going to be really, really happy with this. Already having a bracer on the way. We might even see a second bracer. You used to see Kunkka always go for 2 bracers. But that's kind of that's fallen rather a little bit out of favor for going for double bracer. Usually you only see 1 because it's gotten nerfed so much, as it properly should have. But this is definitely, I think, going to be a 2 bracer game. There's so much magic damage here on the side of Unknown early on that he just needs to tank up a little bit extra so he can actually stay in lane and not lose a third of his HP every time he goes into Tidebringer.
I think this lane is a bit difficult for the Zeus right now because it used to be that the build was Lightning Bolt, right? And so with that, you could actually stop the Kunkka from getting blasted.
I see, you got a point. Yeah.
Yeah, but now that the build is more maximum on Lightning, yeah, you do. It's only harassment, right? Zeus and Lina essentially play the lane the same way, and that makes it much more difficult for you to take an advantage against a tanky hero like Kunkka.
That's a really good point. Yes, but also I guess with the static field, I think you are going to be doing more damage. You're not going to be able to interrupt them, like you said, with the mini stun out from the bolt, but you still are going to be doing a lot of damage just because you're spamming more spells out because naturally Arc Lightning is a lot cheaper than Lightning Bolt. So, but you're totally right. That's an interesting point to bring out. I didn't even consider that, to be honest.
Yeah, it's because Zeus actually has a surprisingly good attack animation and damage. People often underestimate it, but he has a huge base damage, which
he does.
helps him get a lot of denies.
It's better than Puck's, and Puck has a really high base damage.
Yep.
It's
better
pretty
than
nice.
Storms as well. There's a reason why he's the god of thunder, right? Like, they didn't make him god for nothing.
No, it's true. That's why they did not feed him to his father. They gave him a rock instead. But what was I gonna go on about? Yeah. I mean, it's always funny when you die to a Zeus right click, because it's like, oh man, really? I died to Zeus right click, but it does good damage. So don't be ashamed of it. Now, if you die to a Techie's right click, that's a different story.
It's a shame.
That's a different story.
So what I'm hearing is physical Zeus build when, right? That's what I'm asking. Mjolnir, right? So you can actually be the god of thunder.
There used to be a custom game. I mean, I don't think it's still made anymore, but there used to be a custom game called Dota Imba, where everything was just broken in the game. Like
it's still up. Yeah,
okay.
You still play Dota.
And I would always build like Phoenix right clicker or like hero like Dazzle right clicker is a thing now, but like Lich right click, all these like weird things that were really fun, just because the animation is not meant for them to go that fast.
And then one day Envy watched your game and was like, oh, this Lich right click is a genius idea.
This is
Lets
really
me do
good.
it. Pilot die every single game.
And then Ice Frog's like, okay, we're gonna remove the talent. No free Scotty for you.
Okay, Envy. All right, you got it. You win. We're removing this.
Dude, Envy is responsible for so many things. It's so funny. Like literally, the most recent example is you can no longer aggro mid lane, or you can no longer aggro the mid lane creep to the jungle camps anymore at all, because that was Envy. Envy was bristleback mid, and I'll just
very, very annoying. Yeah. He was also the guy who started toggling the Basilius, and then they were like, okay, we're removing this from the game. Stupid armor buff, right? And it's the man, he's really a legend. He does everything to be efficient. Right? That's why it's called Efficient Envy.
I mean, unfortunately, the Cat Jammers have disbanded, so we're not going to be able to see them in this tournament.
He's in Fun Plus, dude.
Oh, of course. What am I talking about?
Yeah. For fun, I think it's called.
For fun, you're right. It is for fun.
Which used to be Team Zero for those of you.
Oh, that's right. I was the Snake King was on Cat Jammers, right?
No, he's also.
What the heck? I've just confused the two names then. This is amazing.
Yeah, Jammers was crazy, dude. Anyway, I'm gonna find Yadomi here in the bottom lane. There's a tag team. Yadomi heals himself with a Soul Rip, but I don't know if that's gonna be enough. Tusker's hitting him pretty hard. Yadomi might just die here. Do they have an Overvenom? They do not, but it's okay. Tusk is fast enough, and they're gonna catch out the poor Undying.
We're sparring for runes as well here at the 4-minute mark, but it's going to eventually go. Wish is dead, I believe. No. Magic Stick. You are good to go. But an Arcane Rune is going to be the move for Faker, which is going to be huge. Not only is that a free battle refill as soon as he just bought his, but he steals away an Arcane Rune from Zeus, which is, you know, 2 for the price of 1 right there.
Yeah, that's pretty nice actually, because Zeus really needs that Arcane Rune to put more pressure into the Kunkka, right? Like, this is usually a time where either Zeus kicks you out of lane or you leave because you can find better farm in the jungle, right? And if Zeus doesn't have the Arcane Rune, you can stay in lane much longer, still be efficient with the jungle. This is kind of perfect for Faker right now.
Yep.
That Arcane Rune is great for Tidebringer as well, because it actually does work with that. So, you got Arcane Rune and you have Tidebringer more often, that's much more harassing. Might even be a Ghost Shot combo.
There he goes. Oh, he was hoping. I think he might have been hoping for level 6 there, but unfortunately doesn't have enough damage. He would. I think he will have it here with this wave, and probably was looking for an X mark there into the boat, but he's not going to be able to get that one. That's okay. Just TP home and he'll be back. Level 6 ready to go. So prepare to see a boat very shortly. But we do have 3 heroes as well down bot lane for the side of Unknown to support the Sven, who's getting some chip damage here onto the tier 1 tower. The supports. Oh, they're going to smoke up now, actually. I think they're going to make a play towards Faker. They see his level 6, so they know he's going to be looking to play aggressive. And with this Arcane Rune especially, you always... I mean, it just feels so good to cast your ultimate with an Arcane Rune, doesn't it? Just the efficiency, man. Feels efficiency, man.
Yeah, it does, it does. Especially as heroes are much more dependent on mana, like the Kunkka, for example, as well. Because he usually does suck a bit at mana containments in the beginning. Faker, though, there is a smoke here from Yadomi and Wage. Not the best kill potential here, because you only have really 1 stun from the Lina. And if they don't get it, Faker's pretty much free to go. Yeah, he's also playing really defensively because they don't see the 2 supports in the game. So pretty smart there by the Kunkka.
Yeah, it's not going to be easy, but no, that's going to give another rune here for Faker. And the Arcane Rune is nice, but you know what else is nice? A double damage rune, as they will now be going bottom onto Berna. We do have a TP. Faker looking for this with the DD rune. Could be quite nice. Oh, and he's going to find him here, actually. With the Observer Ward to boot, this is going to be a very dead Sven. Oh, no, they actually couldn't get the vision.
Oh, the Ice Shard saves him from the Torrent as well.
Yeah.
That was, I think they were hoping that they would close him in with the Ice Shards into the Torrent, but instead it did the opposite. So, yeah, it's really good for Berna. He just gets away with that.
That was pretty lucky. But top lane instead, Noctimalo in trouble. It gets the time walk off. He's fine.
Yeah, they didn't have the Laguna play. That's only level 1 time walk, so Faces Void.
Wow, you're right.
From the edge right now.
Yeah, you're right. Wow,
they could have forced it.
Tamalo.
I don't think they're aware that he only has level 1 in the time walk. It's really hard to tell what level of time walk it is, right?
That's true, yeah.
Yeah, so I think that's why they were like, all right, we'll just try to force it out of him, that's it. But if you actually played a bit more aggressively and forced the normal time
Faker is still here. He's still hunting for Berna. Oh, the jukes! The jukes!
No, good Stormhammer.
Wow.
And then he goes to the high ground. He's used Torrent to get vision.
Nope.
He does get vision, but his X marking spot is unfortunately only
level 1. That ability has been nerfed aplenty. Ice Rock's like, stop picking Kunkka every single game. What do I have to do?
That was kind of it, right? Because with Kunkka was like the best hero in like 3 positions. So it was just, oh, I can play him 3, I can play him 2, I can play him 4. It's great. And he also wins most lanes in the mid lane.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, up top, they still have time walk though, so I think he's fine. Oh, the second root, I don't think they have enough damage.
Yeah, he's okay.
However, the second root did prevent him from time walking the damage from the Lina though, which is a pretty big deal. Because now he's a bit softer. And they're starting to realize, wait, is it only level 1 time?
Yeah, now they know.
Again, Chrono going for the Lina first, and all the TPs immediately, but Lina might just die to the Void.
Yep.
Pretty good damage from Timado. Because now, here comes the Tusk and the Snapfire. Thundergod tries to help out Drakio. He does get the kill on Tuaretes, but they managed to finish him off without losing Timado.
Yep, they were fighting, I believe, that was actually mid lane they get a kill. So it's going to be a 2 for 2. But unfortunately for Unknown, Timado with level 3 in the Bash already and the Mask of Madness. No boots even on this guy. Just double ring of regen. He is doing a lot more damage than he normally is. So actually he's got kill potential by himself in a Chronosphere at level 1, which is not really too common to see, to be honest. And look at this guy. I don't need more levels in Time Walk. He's maxed the Bash. 1-1-4. I'd love to see it.
Nice shards, go for the Berna. That's a nice Stormhammer. Shackle shot, stopping Berna, and with help of the tag team, they kill him with a Walrus Punch. The power of the Tuskar put in the 3 position. In the top lane as well, going for Weesh. There's the Ghost Shift, send him up with the Torrent. Ghost Shift hits as well. And a bit annoying with the Pit of Malice, but Faker has a haste rune. He should still be able to kill Weesh. Just gonna chase after him.
Soon.
Hey, you cannot get away from this Kunkka. Poor Weesh trying to do the ring around the Rosie, going in the Pit of Malice again, but they had a ward there, so it was guaranteed kill. However, Faker could now be in trouble as Yadomi joins in. Dracul does have the Pit of Malice level 2 very soon. There's the Firestone first, setting up Magic Stick.
Tombstone
and the
5.
Sword is not going to be enough, but maybe the Firestone residual damage.
Tombstone.
Ooh, even with the decay, Faker survives. Robotita has to join in, and with a Lightning Bolt steals the kill like a good Zeus should. Now Timado time walks into the jungle. They do see him though in the trees, but they have no way of canceling this TP. Pit of Malice is still on cooldown, so they can't really stop him. Tuskar? Okay,
yeah, now the counter rotations out from Frank, who's going to rotate on in. Good damage on the Robo-Z with the Magic Wand to keep him alive. The Tier 1 tower still chipping away, but everyone's a little bit too tanky for them, and that's going to force back our Snapfire, who's going to be unable to do really much against this trio of heroes diving the tower. They will get a nice 2 kills there. Actually, Kunkka dies as well, and Aretas might be dead too here. In the river goes our Snapfire, but yeah, Zeus, again, securing the kill to get, I believe, 2 kills in this engagement overall. Very, very nice for them. They do not get the kill on Tomato, however, so keep that in mind, because he is still going to be farming very, very nicely himself.
Yeah, that's true. Timado is doing not too great, honestly, this game compared to the Sven, but that's to be expected. Sven does have the cleave and actually farm. Timado is not as crushed as last game, though. That's very important, right? He has been able to participate in a couple of team fights. His levels are still okay, so it's really just a slight difference in net worth. I wonder if he's going to go for the Battle Fury build this game.
On Faceless Void, on Timado?
Yeah.
Interesting. Fast. Yeah.
I'm wondering who's going to go for the Battle Fury build this game, because it is useful if you want to make sure to like keep up with the Sven, but at the same time you might think that you're playing a bit too slowly against the Sven, so
yeah.
we'll see.
Well, I mean, we will see eventually. I mean, we do have, oh my goodness, this attack speed. The Echo Saber, of course, queued up for Berna, probably then into either Ags or BKB, but you need really those 3. That's like the holy trinity for Sven, as they will be able to get the solo kill then onto the Underlord. That's, you know, when Sven has those 3 items, I'm going to use this line already, Avo. He turns from Clark's Vent into Superman right then with those 3 items.
You can't use it there, dude. You gotta wait till the
It's
Ags,
so
man.
good. Well, that's
You
what I
gotta
mean.
wait
When he gets those 3 items.
No, it doesn't work. You're preemptive. You're way too excited about this line. I'm sorry, Richie. You need to learn from you need to learn from Richie actually. Seek and Strike. He's a much better host.
I was about to say, who is Richie? I've
What
never
is
heard.
Richie? Can you eat it? Which is the meme in South America.
You mean the radio? Okay, so eat it.
Yeah, they do that. Like whenever you would get a caster that people like, you know, new caster or whatever, they'd be who is this thing? Can you eat it?
Can you eat it?
And I was like, that's the most Hispanic thing you can hear. Snowball here for Dracul. He doesn't set up the Pit of Malice. Unfortunately, he's going to be brought down by the Mortimer's Kiss alone. Dracul will burn up here with Yadomi sent back to the Ghost Ship. And the Tusk is nearby. They have to destroy the Tombstone first. They're not going to center on Yadomi just yet. Pit of Malice still being a bit annoying, but Yadomi wants to fight apparently. Power shot to the face. It might deter him a bit. Roboteta though from behind, really dangerous with Thunder God Wrath available, enough to kill Aretes.
Wow.
Well played.
Yeah, he was just doing his job. Okay, don't worry, I can give myself an extra, what is it at this, what's the bonus HP? I don't know what it is, I can't calculate that, but he's got like an extra 800 HP for free, which allows Zeus to spam like 4 more spells. Who's probably looking for the ultra kill there? That would have been one for the highlight reel, but he's only going to pick up the kill onto Aretes instead. Timado is going to find Dracul taking right into him. Don't have quite enough yet for the Rod of Atos, and actually that Underlord died very, very quickly because he is rushing this Atos immediately after the boots. I think that's fine. It makes sense this game, obviously, both against a Windrunner as well as a, oh my goodness, Faceless Void. That makes a lot of sense. But that means that we're not going to have an early pipe at all. And, you know, the Hood of Defiance just offers so much value to it, in my opinion.
That's another kill for Roboteta. Really nice. Easy kill on the support, but here comes the counter initiation from Frank. Trying to catch Yadomi with a tag team is really easy. This offlane Tusk is working nicely for them, honestly. I think it was a really good addition. It speeds up their game a bit, but he's also not a greedy offlane, so it allows Timado to still farm to his heart content.
Yeah, definitely. He's an offlaner that loves going for kills, right? There's not really. I'm trying to think. I guess on Mars, right, is kind of in a similar vein, right? You get an item and you just kind of run at people. You're nice and tanky. You have a good way to close the gap naturally on Tusk, which is going to be a benefit for him. And he doesn't really farm camps too quickly, to be honest with you. So he is more than happy to just run at heroes. And yeah, it's definitely working. But they are going to be rotating on over to him now. As a 3-man squad, maybe just looking for some D wards, but they might just run into a Tusk or a Windrunner who's pushing their bottom tier 1.
Yeah, the Wind Ranger alone. I mean, this is a 4 Wind Ranger. It should be pushing your tier 1, but it doesn't seem like Unknown cares, right? They don't seem to care so much about the bottom lane of the map, which we have seen actually in SCA. They tend to protect this tower much more, and Europe as well. But
Frank's like, give me that tower lasted.
But in South America for now, they are still using the traditional rotations after the lanes, right? Where the carry goes up to the safest lane where the triangle is, and you try to push the mid lane as soon as possible instead. And safe lane doesn't matter as much. Drakeel's already trying to push this mid lane, by the way, but with only level 1 after Fiora, he's kind of lacking the physical damage. Oh, he went for Atos first. Okay.
Yeah, that's what I was pointing out. There's no Hooded Defiance, he went for the Atos instead. And so no pipe. We do have a smoke from behind as well for 2. Onto Zeus. Oh, the Shark is pushing him away. And a real quick point. It is a position 4 Windrunner. You're absolutely right. But keep in mind, it's a position 4 Windrunner with a Javelin, right? I mean, come on. That's basically all of the farm that Faker had last game.
Yep. I agree.
And then, like,
that is, it's unfortunate for Faker more than anything.
Oh.
Oh, that's a nice little. They did chain those stuns a bit and allows for the chrono from Timado. Here's the counter TP here. And Timado just going in against Wish. He might just kill him with a Mortimer's Cases. They're forced to use the Dark Rift. Drakeel is using Underworld's travel agency, but he's not going to get away just yet. They kill him in time. Goodbye. No travel for you. Ghost ship missing, but it doesn't really matter as Drakeel's already done. Berna coming in, but the infused range up saves Tusk with a nice little cookie, stunning out Berna.
There's a regen on Zeus.
Has the damage. He has a Stormhammer in 10. They don't need it. Thunder God's Wrath is here, and Slavin will also fall at this rate. Zeus comes in and turns the team fight around completely. Well played by Eagle Boys, but still Robo Theta a bit too strong right now.
Yeah, just too strong, and it was a good decision to just have everyone get back. They already expended their ultis really early in the fight. In fact, everyone expended their ulti, all of them on off cooldown rather, in the lobby. But they used all their ultis a little bit early, so there was really no reason for them to stick around, but that fight would have gone awful for them if they had, because the Zeus with a regen rune would have been just sitting back there spamming his spells until the cows came home, and that would not have done very well for Eagle Boys in that fight. So they get out just in time. Level 4 time walk finally here for Timado, which is totally fine, because now he can farm a little bit faster as he moves from camp to camp, and he is starting to really take off in terms of his farm. RoboZ is doing amazing, that's absolutely true, but Timado is just about to catch up to him here in terms of his net worth, which is going to be a big win for him.
Yeah, it's true. Timado has been taking team fights really well. That's what I told you about the macro, right? Like, he really understands when it's time to fight and when it is not, and he rarely sacrifices his life. He actually reminds me a lot of Raven from SCA, particularly in the style of carrying. He's quite a secure carry, and then he'll make like really dumb brain farts, but he even knows this though, which is kind of funny. You'll watch him on stream, and he'll realize when he makes the mistake, and even tells his stream.
Oh, we're fighting. Fresh
yeah,
BKB.
that's what I was looking at. Yeah, Wish. There's a ghost ship setting up. I think they can kill the Lina. Oh, saved by the Soul Rip, but still. Wow, they commit the focus fire.
Yeah, I mean, why not? It's a position 4 Windrunner, right?
Yeah, I guess you're right. But still, though, that's a Soul Rip for a focus fire. You know, that's like, yeah, the Omi got forced an ultimate out of the enemy. That's pretty nice.
Yeah. I mean, you're not wrong, right? But this Windrunner, I don't think she's going to be pushing towers here for a little bit now. I think earlier it was fine for her to be pushing, but I think for now it's a little bit too sketch as Slade and Sun's going to move into the jungle to farm. I was about to say this is going to be a good time for Eagle Boys to fight, but not like that. They need to get the initiation they are looking for. That forces a fresh 10-second BKB out from Faker. We also have the pipe fully completed as well for Frank, so they're incredibly tanky right now. They're about to have Chronosphere off cooldown here right now, so I think now maybe they're going to try and look for a good engagement for themselves. And possibly, continue to build this gap that they're going to be going for, especially if they can get a kill here onto Sven, who is only a mere 800 gold away from a BKB of his own. So he'll continue to farm some stacks, and then we'll probably be queuing up the Ags right after that. But here it goes. I might kick off here.
Let's see. Void, they do have a bit of mouse, but Oh, there's a Glimmer Cape already, and that's nice choice actually. The Glimmer Cape helping Void a lot, and Void went for a full glass cannon build if you notice with the MKB.
Yeah, I mean, it's just such a good build-up. He's looking for the Chronosphere now. He's looking for someone. Where was he? Oh, he just catches him. I don't know if he sees or he's not willing to go for it, unfortunately, though. Not Berna is going to channel the stuns, and they've got plenty of damage. RoboZ out of the Chronosphere. He's free to pop the ultimate and does so immediately, claiming the life of Timado. Wish now looking to chase his Berna, looking for a bit more here with the God Strength. In addition to that, Mask of Madness move speed. Oh, the TP out from RoboZ there to set up for the Yule Scepter for the Lina, and that's going to be another kill onto Frank. Godlike now for this Zeus. Wow, really killing it.
Timado is too good for his own good, honestly. There, he shouldn't have caught the Zeus in the Chrono. That was the problem, really, because he actually debated, because he does see him, of course, because Chrono does give vision, so he should have seen the Zeus. And he's like, should I go in? Should I not? Because the Chrono was actually pretty solid. And the play was not that bad, but I think he was a bit too hasty, right, considering that they could stall a tier 1 alive here.
Yeah.
Which now matters more because they also carry auras, they give you extra armor. That's a lot of damage mitigation in addition to the TP point.
Yeah, it's unfortunate he still dies there because I agree with you. I think he made the right decision not to commit into that Chronosphere because he would have really overextended himself. There was still an Underlord
no
between...
cost fallacy there.
Yeah, yeah, exactly. Oh, they're going to fight top lane, by the way, real quick, and then we'll make that point. Slayton is just dead, though.
Fight or just murder, right?
I guess so. A little gank squad. But yeah, because had he gone in there, yes, he's got pretty much free reign over the Zeus. It's going to be tough to kill him because I don't think he was in the Chronosphere, so he had to walk into the Chrono and then he's there. That's like maybe 2 attacks you're missing out on. But then there's still the Underlord who can root you, or you can root your entire enemy team and cut off reinforcements, and then you're just dead. Like this, actually. Timado?
Yeah, I don't know if he's going to die, though. The Yule Scepter him set up for the Lightstrike Array.
Dead.
There we go. Lightstrike Array had enough damage with the Laguna Blade. It'll guarantee it. Robofeta is still too dangerous. He has the Nether Shawl on him. And the Undying she bought a Veil Discord for the Zeus, which is a very smart idea. I very much like that Yadomi did that. They're just all acknowledging that Zeus is such a huge source of damage, and there's nothing on Ego Boys but the Kunkka that can realistically tank him.
That's an interesting item, the Veil of Discord. I think it's really, really solid. That's a good good observation. Oh, maybe Zeus is dead. Faker?
I don't think Faker can last very long, dude. That was like, okay, the Zeus can't kill you, but the Sven can. And the Sven brings a lot of damage to the Tusk as well, who has to snowball himself up to the high ground. Nice snowball. Berna, can you chase after him? No, Shackle Shot will stop him right in his trance.
Yeah, that was really, really good. Unfortunately, they just miss out on that kill there onto Frank as the Yule Scepter timing. It looked like he got it to me, but Wish, with spamming the sorry on the chat wheel, he just missed that one. It looked like he had that diamond, maybe off by a few frames there, unfortunately. But hey, a kill onto Faker is as good as it'll get for them, who now has the Sanj and is going to be going for the Heaven's Halberd, which is going to do really nicely against the Sven, but the problem is a lot of the damage right now is not coming from the Sven, it's coming from the Zeus. And they don't really have a way to really deal with that, because the pipe barrier gets bursted down incredibly quickly. All your magic damage is about to be negated here, as we will have this pipe coming soon onto the Underlord, but they're trying to sneak a Roche here. I like this play out from Ego Boys.
Yeah, this Roche might get them back into the game, honestly. You're giving Aegis to the Void right now, and he can't be bursted as quickly with the Zeus, and that's a pretty big deal. You might be able to get a couple towers, particularly the tier 1 mid, which would really open up your map. Like, you need to start threatening this fence farm right now. And unfortunately, due to the nature of the game, you haven't been able to do so until now. And this tier 1 has maintained himself at like 2/3 health for a really long time.
Man, freaking Windrunner position 4, just with one Javelin alone, does so much value damage. There's just 80s popping up like crazy there. Poor Roche couldn't do a darn thing about it. Unknown, though, they're going to fight into this, Avo. I don't know if this is going to be such a great idea for them. I do have the Zeus, but we don't have God's Strength up yet. We do have that Chronosphere. We'll see. Unknown, Ego Boys, rather, are not going to give them the chance. I think it's going to be more of a farming Aegis than anything, so they're going to go ahead and back off, and with no vision on any heroes, move to the other side of the map.
Yeah, the smoke though from Unknown is dangerously close to the Kunkka. Hardest target to kill though, but he does Firestorm, which chunks him, immediately BKB. Faker's having none of this, he's like, alright, no. They have too much magical damage. As the Zeus comes in, he would be dead, so smart choice.
Yeah, that's a little bit unfortunate there from Faker. He knows that there's enemies at the top half of the map, and he's retreating, but he really wants to farm on the way out to be efficient. Unfortunately, it cost him his BKB for maybe an extra 200 or 300 gold he got from those camps, so that kind of sucks, because both of his BKB charges have been used really defensively and not gotten him really anything out of it. Well, that's not true. They did get a Lina kill out of the other one, but still, for a 10-second BKB, that's not exactly what you're looking for.
Yep, no, entirely. Now Darkiel's again using the Dark Rift, which he pings him like, dude, come into the Dark Rift, man. And Wish even laughs. they're having a good game. this
Use
time.
my travel agency.
Use my travel agency. We're sponsoring a whole stream for you.
Mm-hmm.
Radiant's bottom tower.
They're gonna take the
is
tower
under
down
attack.
bottom. Let's see if they manage. Kimado.
Is under attack.
Pushing quite heavily. I mean, taking this tower is fine because you can invade the enemy jungle, but it's a bit insecure when you take the tier 2 before you take the tier 1 mid. Because the invasions of the jungle
Yeah.
are not as secure anymore, and they have a TP spot to try to defend their jungle if they need to.
I agree with you. However, Eagle Boys, they've done well to actually get some wards up to scout any rotations, right? That's not going to save you from smokes, granted, but you did have the supports properly positioned there. So you're 100% right. Don't always do that in your pubs because it will lead to you getting ganked from the jungle. But if you have wards and the teamwork coordination to get it done, that's how you do it.
Dire's middle tower
So
is
nicely
under
done.
attack.
There are ways to mitigate this, and now they can immediately rotate to tier 1, which is good, because now this is actually very dangerous. You can only really TP to the tier 1 or tier 2 mid, but you can't really try to backdoor them by going bot. So, in the end, the Eagle Boys takes advantage of this time. They, I mean, they're still farming, or Sven is still farming well. So let's see if they can fight here. There's no BKB on the Void,
Ooh.
but there is an Aegis. Misses the pit.
Is under
I think the out pit was actually more of a
Yeah.
zone out pit.
Yeah,
rather than
zoning
actual-
pit.
No, I mean, like, actually, though, I think
Yeah,
that
yeah,
was
yeah.
the point.
Yeah, zoning pit. Yeah, I got him.
No, I'm not even memeing.
Yeah,
I know
yeah,
that's
no,
always a meme.
I'm
but,
not
like,
memeing. It was a zoning pit.
Okay. I wanna give credit where credit is due. Drakil had a pretty good choice actually.
We have
Oh,
Sleeperman Sven.
we do have. There we go. You can say it now. Come on. Oh. The Chrono. They go on the Undying first. Okay, at least they prevent the Tombstone for now. As Faker takes a lot of damage. Godstring's already been activated. Drakil in trouble. Mortimer's Kiss is burning him up, but they actually stopped Timado. He's forced to time walk himself to safety. Sven still chasing after him. There's the Superman
There
Sven
it is.
taking away the Aegis.
That's Aegis.
But the BKB is about to end on Berna, and he has to retreat. They have the Xbox spot. They're resetting onto him. Berna got a big cocky with that. The cookie stunning him forever. Berna will die.
They're going to cancel the Underlord Travel Agency there. Unfortunately, they ordered a ground halt there, as he's going to have to still land. First of all, what a team fight out from Eagle Boys. That was incredibly well done, to be honest with you. My goodness, the target prioritization there was pitch perfect out from anyone. Immediately going on the Undying, as you called out in the team fight, but also the Sven getting permanently controlled, the Underlord getting permanently controlled as well. I didn't see where Robo Z was in that fight. I don't know if he wasn't there, to be honest. But the three heroes that I did see getting controlled, they just couldn't get the chance to cast any of their spells when they wanted to. So perfectly executed there for Eagle Boys. That was really, really nice to see. And that's going to allow... Yes, you do lose Aegis, but that's fine. Right, now you have BKB on the Faceless Void, so that's not going to be so easy to accomplish anymore. And he's the next to going into the Manta style. Interesting.
Radiant's
Okay.
top tower has
Huh.
fallen.
Sure.
Okay. I mean, what are you dispelling this game? Oh, the roots, right? The constant root.
Yeah.
It must be that. But I think the BKB would do you more.
I mean, he
Oh, you
already
already
has
have it.
BKB, right? So why not another Dispel, I
He's
suppose?
thinking the Heaven's Halberd now.
Uh,
Okay. I mean, I'm okay with the Manta still, because, I mean, yeah, BKB is useful, but later you might still want the Manta to dispel simple roots, so you don't have to force the BKB so early, and you can play more aggressive with it. I don't mind it. Heaven's always useful against a Sven, though, so I'm not going to oppose to that.
okay. Yeah. I mean, you already have one, so why not two? I mean, unironically, the longer you can cut out a Sven, the better. The problem is with the Aghanim Scepter, even if you're disarmed, you still do damage with your attack. So it's a little bit not as fun, especially because now, not quite yet, but we eventually are going to get this level 20 talent here for the -5-second Stormhammer. Burden is probably going to get it with this wave here, and that's going to make him a lot more lethal. Okay, he's like 100 experience off, so he's about to get it. But it's not going to be just as easy as it used to be, you know, kiting out a Sven with a few Yule Scepters, a Force Staff, and the Heaven's Halberd. Not with the Zags. We'll see, though. We'll see what they can get done. They've been playing it. I mean, they've been surprising me. Well, not even surprising me. They've been they've done well to kind of turn the tide here from game one. They're rallying very, very nicely here. As like you said, it is going to be instead for the Heaven's Halberd for our Faceless Void. Yeah.
Not bad. The Heavens will also force Sven to maybe go for MKB, which is nice, right? Because the evasion on Void, it will get very annoying. And then you go for the MKB on Sven, and you do lose one item slot to an item that... It's okay, it's DPS, but you're rather looking for Daedalus or Assault Harass or whatever. Smoke by Unknown, though, so they're looking for the next fight. But Eagle Boys, they hold the high ground right now.
Yeah, they got all their ultis.
The Konka is going to break the smoke. Very clever play, because Faker's probably the only hero that can survive in Assault right now.
Oh no,
From
who's
behind,
this?
though, they do see Drakil, who went into the wrong way, and that's going to be your Underlord Garn. without your escape route, what are you planning on doing? They still have the Chrono as well. Sven gets Chrono immediately. BKB's gonna get wasted completely. Faker also wasted his own. There's the Mortimer's Kisses just to help out as the BKB's about to end. But Superman Sven tags the Tusk and kills him.
Wow.
Berna will actually get away for now. Ghost Ship also missing. Power shot. And the damage from the Wind Ranger almost killing him. Which does save Sven's life thanks to a great Laguna and Light Strike Array combo.
Yeah, that was really, really well played. That was funny. Both cores were like, I BKB. And then Timao was like, okay, I'm going to ult to you, and I'm going to BKB. That was like a re-raise. He re-raised, I call your BKB, and I raise you Chronosphere. But sure, you know, that was unfortunate positioning there from the Tusk, who ends up giving a target for the Sven to actually probably live a little bit longer there, and actually does end up staying alive thanks to the grace of Wiz, who does an excellent job there of making sure the Windrunner's not able to snipe that kill at the very end. But a good fight for Unknown. I didn't think it was going to be going that well for them, and they, I think, still come out on the losing end. It's about even, actually, just about even, if not a bigger advantage for Unknown, because they are playing from behind here currently, if only 3K, but I think they're going to be really happy with how that one came out for them. Well, not really happy, but they're happy overall.
Are fortified.
Yeah, it's okay. Like, that team fight could have gone much worse. Berna should have died, essentially, but the BKB being the longest, well, the second longest possible, 9 seconds, saved them from all the Mortimer's Kisses damage. They were kind of banking on that ending a bit earlier. So, yeah, I think it's well played overall.
Yep. I mean, I was kind of unfortunate. Drakil just, like, walked into the enemy team. I'm, like, not really. I think he was, like, planning for them to maybe be in this area, and he can kind of sneak up here and get like the sickest pit of malice of all time, but he just walks into 5 enemy heroes instead. And,
yeah, that was really weird initiation. I don't know why they chose to do that, to be honest.
Yeah, that was the only like that was the only like thing I was like, what is this? What is he doing here? I was like surprised to even see him there, but
yeah. I caught it as well. I was like, wait, is that really the Underlord? Your escape mechanism?
I was like, that's the Underlord is dying. Where is he? What's he doing here? That's okay. It happens sometimes. What are you gonna do?
Oh, the Pit of Malice to get vision of the courier, but the courier's in the wall, and you're all melee heroes. There we go. Zeus has to be the right-clicking carry right now.
Yeah,
and the courier will get away.
Mm-hmm.
That is a scary courier, by the way. Oh my goodness.
What's so scary about it?
Well, it's like twitching. It's like having a seizure.
A fitting bounty.
Nah, it's just
Go
a
into
little.
showcase mode with it. It's having a seizure. It's a bit
Well, it's a
Radiant's
ghost.
bottom tower is under attack.
Does that what
this
ghosts
is
look like?
Yeah, this is what ghosts look like. You
Oh,
never
okay.
played. You never played Plasmophobia, have you?
No, I
It
have
shows.
not
It
played
shows.
Phasmophobia.
Some of you have not played Plasmophobia, and it shows.
I'm sorry, I'm such an undercultured.
Well, what can I say?
I
Oh,
don't
dude,
really
that's
know
how
my
ghosts look on camera. You know, you try and capture a ghost on camera, it shows up as little wisps.
Oh, okay, that makes sense. I have a lot of pictures of ghosts then.
Oh yeah.
Whenever the sun hits my face, it just looks like that. So maybe, does that make me a ghost?
Are you saying that your memories are pictures? Is that what you just said?
Yes.
When you look into this. Also, I don't think you're supposed to just look directly into the sun, Alvaro. Is that what you do when you sit on the balcony for 25 minutes when the sun comes up here?
Well, it speaks to me, right? Does it not speak to everyone?
Alvaro's getting baked under the sun in that KL heat, dude.
Yeah, exactly.
Just
yeah,
staring directly into the sun. It's dangerous.
It's very enjoyable. I don't know what people are talking about. I heard that there was this project in America a long time ago, MK Ultra or something. I was about staring at the sun. It was very useful.
Oh, jeez. It's exactly what it was for. That was exactly what it was for. Timalo, though, he is getting pretty scary, though. He's keeping, tit for tat here in terms of farm with our Sven, just about even. I think there's a 20 gold difference between the two right now. Queuing up that Satanic, but now he does have this evasion. So we'll see what kind of response.
He's building MKB immediately.
Yep, immediately.
Like, Berna is not fucking around.
Good
He's
response.
done.
Good
Yeah.
response. You don't want to be missing any of those attacks. You still have, of course, the guaranteed right click coming out from the Stormhammer, but that's not going to be enough to kill a Faceless Void, especially once he gets the Satanic up. He's going to be way too tanky. Oh, there's the Gobble Up, actually. That's going to get Frank into position. Walrus Punch. They need to nuke through the Underlord in time, and they definitely can. They're looking for a +1 here, but they're not going to be able to catch this Undying in time. Yeah, and this is kind of what I was talking about. Unfortunately, Underlord, he just dies really quickly in mid-game to a little bit later game. He is incredibly item-dependent, and he's only got one defensive item on himself. He would do very not well here with the Halberd, but he's still a little bit of, not really too close to that one, is he? But second Roche now to Ego Boys, and if you recall, they had to sneak the first one, so they've really put themselves into the driver's seat ever since taking that first Roshan. In fact, they're looking for a kill. They will probably find one here onto Wiz. They have a Yule Scepter. Here's Timado. Nice two-man stun, though. Yule Scepter buying a bit more time here for Wiz, but I think he is pretty much as dead as a door now then.
Yeah, losing your lead is quite a big deal because she has been a really strong force in these team fights, protecting the Sven with the Zeus, really. Like her build a Yule Scepter and even Force Staff, right? She's gone for a really defensive build, and she's just covering the backlines really intelligently, while Undying is the sacrificial pawn in the front line. So, I mean, these supports have had a lot of impact for Unknown. It's important to get rid of them.
That's a good point you bring out. There's MKB finish, by the way, for Sven. Gobble up. They're looking for Robo Z. Oh, they knew where he was, but they couldn't find him in time to land a stun. But that's a really good point to bring up, because when you have something like an Undying position 5, right, that is kind of who you want to be in front. Like normally when you think of position 4, you think of Earth Spirit, Rubik, blink in first, initiate, Earthshaker, you kind of die right after. But not really on this Lina. That's a good point to bring up. Maybe that'll help me win some more MMR if you can kind of think of playing in a different play style, even if you're on the position 4.
No, it's important. I think the best players always do this, right? Is the versatility that they show.
No, you're totally right. I never thought about it. You're totally right.
That's why they're pro players, right? We're just casting their games.
That's why we're casters.
Oh, Timado might die here, though. Superman comes in, and oh my goodness, Timado ceased to exist.
They might.
He's another
he's
plane of reality
BKB.
right now. They do send Tusk in to try to help him with a BKB acting on time. Berra just gets a free kill here. Nice chrono to counter initiate, though, as the Uber gets charged. They want to send Sven back home. Berna is not going to die. He might even kill Timado.
Okay.
They're gonna let him go though. That was still a good ultimate. Weech though is left behind by his Peruvian teammate. Sladding will dive first into the Thunder God's Wrath. Nice Yule Scepter to prevent the X mark the spot. Now going for Faker. Faker, a cookie, saving him a bit, but the Rod of Athos will stop him again, forcing the BKB.
Sven is coming.
Weech needs to also get away, and the Faker just TPs immediately.
Yeah, good decision. They needed to get the heck out of there. Sven was coming. He is actually, he no longer had God Strength anymore, but he is probably still pretty scary to everyone but the Faceless Void without the God Strength. So, my goodness, good control there, burning through that Aegis immediately. Didn't have a chance. And that reaction time to the Gobble Up stun coming his way. Berna, my man, that was intense. Nicely done.
Really, really well done. The BKB was on point there. I think they were expecting it because I think the axe was just revealed now, right? I haven't seen.
No. We've seen it before already. Yeah, we saw it before they took second Roche already. Yeah, that's okay. Undying is going to get picked off and killed by Frank. Yeah, because they gobbled up and sent up here onto the cliff when they had like a little skirmish there that allowed them to get Roche. So yeah, they know about it. They know about it. I mean, still good reaction time. You hear the whistle come in once you can actually see the hero, but that's no small feat. You know, as you say, especially depending on what part of the SA region you're particularly playing in, right? That's no small feat. Oh, a two-man torrent, by the way, just Faker just landing that one casually with no vision.
He's just showing off at this point. He's like, well, maybe my team is not working out too well, so if you guys want to scout me out.
Did you see that? They're like, Robozy, what the heck? Can you? There has to be a ward here. There's no way he just lands that.
That's true. They actually did put a sentry there.
Yeah.
And they're very frustrated. Where?
Like, what?
Where's the ward?
Well, there's already a sentry there, but there's a few more lightning bolts. Nope, I guess it was just blind. Just Faker things, you know?
That's a really good play, actually. Never thought of that. Like, make one of those, like, dumb, you know, if it hits, you force them to waste a bunch of sentries. If it doesn't hit, then you just waste mana. Right?
Yeah, definitely.
So, yeah,
that's one of my favorite things to do when you're a support and you carry the ward into the off lane. So what you do is you show with the ward. I take it one step further. The backpack is also good. That usually gets players, but I commit. You know me. I commit to the bit. So what I do is I show, and then I go back into fog. I drop the ward, and then I show again, and then run away as if I just planned. And then if they check my inventory, and if they're astute, they're like, he put the ward down. And little do they know, I did put the ward down, but I didn't place it. It's just on the ground. It's worked before. I've checked the replays. It's really fun.
It happens all the time. Like, even pro players do this nowadays because they just love memeing. This has someone inside. Oh, never mind. I lost him. Never mind. It's all good. He was prepared to yeet him right into the Underlord. Oh my god, Drakeel just walks into 5. He's okay. Again. He's still fighting against 5. Drakeel, realize you might just die. The Ghost Ship hits him, the Walrus Punch as well, and now in comes the Void and finishes him off.
Yeah, he doesn't really stand a chance. I mean, he is an Underlord, but they have a Solar Crest, they have a Tusk, right? You've got now the Faceless Void with a Satanic and an MKB. I mean, he's a tanky lad, but there's no one nearly tanky enough to live even a second if they were all able to focus on him there.
Yep, entirely. So for now, the Unknown squad, they have to play a bit more defensively until Underlord comes back. And Eagle Boys, they're starting to regain control of this game because it's gone to late game and they have a slight advantage in terms of team fight thanks to the Chrono.
Oh yeah, No, you're absolutely right. They just what's the BKB duration here on Thimalo? It is 8 seconds. Oh my goodness, yeah, he is doing a great job of making sure he's managing that BKB, because that's gonna, in my opinion, be not crucial but kind of make or break. Because there's gonna be the sheep stick now. Up to the high ground goes Tusk, but immediately he's gonna be in some trouble. He get off the Centaur horn just before, so he's got a little bit of BKB here. Thimalo looking to try and fight him though. Disarmed. BKB will be burned now, continuing to run away. And Thimalo will now have to back off as his backliners are getting dove in. As they will. Oh, they actually.
They find it they're gonna kill him.
Yeah,
the
they
two
did.
supports, the two heroes of the game. They even Yosef to the void as he goes to the low ground. They forced up the Lina. They might find Thimado right in the illusion rune, and they even steal the illusion rune. They have a hex ready for the Zeus. Zeus has so much range now, by the way.
Yeah.
Because I think he actually, no, he just has the Ether Link's incredible.
Oh,
Timado's
good
still running
dodge.
away. He has enough
Easy.
mana for one-time lock and has Satanic plus Cheese. Now they're fighting near the enemy high ground. Drakeo still crazy. Going in, we don't have a tombstone ready, so they're gonna force everyone in Ego Boys to back down, and no one can't really chase after them.
Yeah, Ego Boys don't want to fight there anymore, unfortunately. Yes, we do have a cheese and plenty of mana for our Faceless Void, but he doesn't have BKB. Your Kunkka doesn't have any mana. Where the heck did... they didn't get out of this. Wow, okay. Wow. Yeah, I mean, good Centaur Horn immediately there being used into the BKB, or rather into the Chronosphere. Buys them a little bit of extra time. But again, just this is kind of the problem with putting on a Chronosphere is inherently your team can't move through it, so they can't really support you. So, and you're always going to focus in the Chrono, so the backliners just start getting dove in, and there's no follow-up in that Chronosphere where the Faceless Void kind of needed it. Good job there from Team Unknown. They're going to push in the opposite direction, right? If there's too much resistance where you're pushing a different spot, right?
Right, that's the easy way out.
That's
here.
what they always say.
Yeah, path of least resistance. Is
Yeah. Oh yeah, path of least resistance. That's a better one. Yeah, just like electricity. That's exactly what they did there. And no, that's a good fight for them. Now there's probably about another minute here without the Chronosphere. Yes, he's still incredibly farmed, so you're not just going to be looking to smoke up and immediately divide. Let's go find him. Especially with a leveler now, he is absolutely terrifying. But I think you're still in good hands here.
For now, Ego Boys, they're just gonna wait their ultimate, or their ultimate's cooldowns out. Right? We have Ghost Ship Fleet as well for Kunkka. I mean, honestly, Faker has gotten much more experience in the Zeus, which is a big deal because they both have really huge level 25.
Faker's just
another
just casually
wait,
landing
he's gonna try to
torrents.
reward this again. No, he's not. The Void for now does not get caught in the Pit of Malice. He's also out farming the Sven, which by the way, we haven't really commented on, but he doesn't have a Battle Fury. He's just out farming the Sven naturally, which is very impressive.
I did point that out. Yeah, he's out farming the Sven, 6 slotted now. Well,
it's quite incredible.
he did go for interesting enough the Echo Saber though instead.
Yeah.
Which is
maybe into a Silver Edge later, which is a really good idea. Very popular because Hector made it popular here in the South American
that
region,
makes
right?
sense. I was going to ask if that's an essay thing. I've never really seen that too much. Oh, they're going to get a very easy kill, however, on Pilaretes. Oh, Laguna Blade to boot. My goodness, I did hear.
She has
I thought I heard God's Strength, my bad. Buying back, though, they're going to look to fight this one as Wish now getting snowballed, or force-staffed rather, into the snowball, but does have that Ghost Scepter, and now Superman coming in from the side, but he's actually going to get Abyssal Bladed by Faker. That burns a little bit of time, but now in some trouble is Thimalo, who's going to land the Chrono onto himself, looking for the kill onto Wish as the kisses are raining down on the Underlord in the meantime, now turning onto Bird now, who's going to be disarmed. Robo Z, though, he's going to be able to pump in some damage as well as the Hex is onto our Faceless Void. Oh, they have a disarm as well. Burner, though, they need to lock him down, but they can't. Robo Z just pumping on way too much damage here, and now AMU in some trouble as there goes Aretes dying back. The TP immediately canceled as I believe the zombies will not be able to catch up with Faker, who has TP'd out, but they've lost 5 in that fight, Alvaro.
That's a very, very well played fight by them. They only lose the supports, which, by the way, it played an incredible role. Lina wasting so much time in the beginning and Undying being a tank the whole time. I really like Robotheta's positioning there as well.
Oh,
He
yeah.
actually did go for the artline damage, but he came in last and did the necessary damage to finish off the Void. Because Void knows he can one-on-one kind of take on the Sven. They're both quite tanky, but he has the stun, which is much more useful, and there's no Basher on Sven. But with the Zeus, it makes it much more difficult, because Void does deal less damage, so he doesn't actually heal enough with Satanic. He's very vulnerable to that.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. Especially because the Satanic does make him very, very tanky, but that just means Zeus does way more damage to him as well. So it's not really too helpful there. Yeah, you're totally right. I mean, these two heroes, Sven and Faceless Void, they just want to put on the boxing gloves, get in the ring, and 1v1 really at this stage of the game. Everyone else is just kind of, well, everyone else but the Zeus, right, if you're not BKB'd, is kind of just a pain in your side. But that's really where the intricacies start to play out, right? And that's where you can, really start to hit those pressure points. And I think that's what Unknown did really, really well in this fight. Now, this Roche has been scouted by Ego Boys. We will have a buyback, but no...
Boy has Ags as well.
Yeah, he does have Axe. That might be able to get him into the pit. I was going to say, we don't have Chronosphere, however. They don't.
Roche has that.
They don't do this Roche too fast. Oh. Oh, yeah, you're right. My bad.
Which is not very useful for Unknown. Like, if you had Refresh, it would be much better. But for
Yeah.
Eagle Boys, it's particularly good. Let's see who takes the Axe, though. They might just give it to the Sven and help him sell the Axe. Oh, Abyssal, Faker. But Widge surviving for now. He has the Ghost Scepter, Force Staff as well to get away. Mortimer's Kisses.
They're out of the pit. Roche is
Widge
low.
in trouble. The Snowball catching him. Solar Crest as well. Okay, the Tusk actually bit off a bit more than he could chew, and he's
Yeah.
get finished off. The Minotaur Horn, though, saving his life last second. But they do get him with a Pit of Malice in the end and kill for
Burn
Frank.
is fighting Tomato in the pit as well. Roche is about to fall. Tomato's going to be able to pick up the Aegis. In the meantime, Sven has no BKB. That allows Tomato to now turn and fight, getting bashed as well. Sven is in trouble, but
gets
he's
away.
able to get out of the pit and nuke
What a
down
heals.
one. That's a little bit more HP for him now. Sladen as well doing some damage. I need a little bit more.
Oh,
The
the
Soul
heal.
Rip keeping alive Berna as well. Tomato back and forth he goes and into the root this time. The Abyssal Blade out from Faker. They can't quite kill Berna, but they finally have gotten the job done. In the meantime, Wish 1v1 versus Tomato is not going to go too well. Cheese consumed there is going to save the life, as we do now have the Chronosphere. They have locked down Robo-Z, and they will kill off Wish. There's going to be, as well, Robo-Z dying. Oh, that was Robo-Z in the Chronosphere, my bad. Wish as well, though, dying to the backliners, as that was a chaotic fight. Good job there out from Eagle Boys to draw him out and kind of isolates the Sven. He was all alone for some time.
They played that so well there. Both teams, actually. I mean, I was impressed by how long the Sven lasted, but the initial play by Eagle Boys of making Tusk just draw aggro so far away and then allowing the Eagle Boys team to get the Roshan and, of course, the Aegis with it was too good. You even got the Ags on the Void, which gave them a lot more fighting potential.
yeah.
I told you, right? The Axe is much more important for Eagle Boys because the Axe of the Void is so valuable, and now he can fight much more consistently. He doesn't rely on the Chrono as much, especially when Sven's not there.
He is scary.
Tomato, you crazy man. He goes in with the Silver Edge, tries to break Underlord. Here's the help of the sliding as well. The buyback immediately by the Lina, but they want to force the Sven buyback right now as Lina controls the Void for now. He needs a stun. Doesn't get it. Drakil's dead. Sladding will also survive.
Yeah, that was unfortunate. Really nothing more the supports could do. They will now drop a Tombstone here to try and get them off the high ground. Wish Ghost Scepter running after Sladen, though, but he's going to be in some trouble, as that's going to be the Aghanim Scepter on Timalo, locking him down. Down is going to be a dieback then onto the Lina, who is a pretty crucial part of the team here at this point. Timalo going for more underneath the tier 4s. Got a Hex out from his buddy Faker. Now it's going to allow him to farm another Tombstone here underneath the tier 4s, and this one really turned on its head quite quickly.
Yeah, that's going to be really bad for Unknown right now. It seems like Eagle Boys can turn this game back just by pushing 1 or 2 towers. Sven can not really fight alone, so just coming back in a second. He will have Thunder God's Wrath available as well when he comes back. But we'll see. I think there's at least 1 lane of Rax.
2. Oh no, just 1. You're right. They don't have the mid tier 2.
Tier 2
Wow.
mid. Yeah, 'cause
Wow.
They didn't try. They just dived that. They dove
You're
that,
right.
sorry.
They did dive that. I just assumed from their positioning they already had that. All right, well, now they're going to get the mid-tier 2 tower. With Lina dead for another minute and Undying dead for 45, I think, yeah, they're going to still stick around. They know Lina has no buyback. They're not really that scared of the Underlord, especially here with the break, so we'll see. With an Aegis, Timalo, he's going to be rallying the troops here onto the high ground. In fact, even beneath the tier 1 tower, there's the Eat Meat, but unfortunately, Frank's not going to be tossed further, or far enough, rather, to be able to actually get a kill or set up for a kill onto anyone.
And still, they find Berna here, careful. There's just too much damage. They're perma stunning him at this point. Berna has to get away. The Ghost Ship doesn't actually hit him in time. There's the Rod of Atos though to keep the Void in check, but he does the Aegis and the BKB in his inventory.
No,
Mortimer's Kisses, that going to be enough?
No,
Berna survives that. I think this was hopeful. Yeah, though me doesn't have the Tombstone anyway. They defend as much as they could because the Tombstone's already set back, and they can just go for the next set of towers. The Tombstone will not reach him there. That's really bad. Chrono's available. Hex, what will that really do? He still has Aegis on the Void. Oh, there we go. Chrono onto the Zeus. That's the perfect target. That's who you want to kill. He has no Aeon Disc or anything. The Magic Lamp will not serve anything. Berna will also die here. Buyback immediately by both of them. In comes Sladen. They yeet him right into the Underlord. Can they kill him? Superman spins back though. And he deals so much damage with a Thunder God's Wrath. Timado just ignores it completely thanks to Satanic. Weech manages to get the kill on the Kunkka though. Timado realizes his mistake. He has to get away. Has forced the BKB. He'll revive, but without a BKB. That might be a huge blunder for Eagle Boys. Unknown has enough control to keep him in check. The snowball doesn't quite reach him. Thanks to the Pit of Malice. They go after Timado, but they save with a Glimmer Cape. Sentry used in time. Timado can just time walk to safety as his team dies for him. But he will not.
That is unbelievable. By the way, I didn't want to cut you off because we were already team fighting. But Berna, he almost died. And he was right here by the racks. You know what he was doing? He was trying to deny the racks, and he almost died for that. Yep. Okay, so that was a good hold for Team Unknown, but it did, I believe, cost all of their buybacks. As you can see, all of them are on cooldown, except for the Underlord, who really hasn't had too much success in terms of his money. He's nearly got an AC at the least for himself, so to be fair, that's not too bad, but they're in a bit of a dicey position here, so without buybacks, they will be continuing to push up the high ground here. We'll see what they can get. BKB is going to be back off of cooldown for Sven. It's back down to a 5-second BKB, but with the Minotaur Horn, you got yourself basically a 7-second BKB, and he's using this Minotaur Horn like so nicely, actually. Berna, he's insane with that.
He is. It's been pretty fantastic. Berna, I think the double BKB was definitely the right choice on him.
Is Wish getting baited here?
He is getting baited a bit, but he's not going to use the Lagunas yet.
Okay.
That's good. I think he realized, he checked his inventory, he's like, okay, Illusion Escape, yeah, Timala's not that stupid.
Yeah. That's right, yeah.
And they have two Illusionists, actually. Illusionist on the Underroad as well, which is nice. It does keep the little passive from the owner, by the way.
Yes, it does. So even if you break the main guy, your friend still got it. And there's the UTA to get home. They don't want to be here any longer.
Welcome to Underroad's travel agency. Look at where they can take you. Any place in the world.
We are not a UTI. Don't confuse us with that. We're a UTA. UTA.
Yeah.
Okay, well, this game, I mean, 16k up here for Eco Boys, but still with a Sven this far, and with a Zeus that, if he's able to, has just a ton of damage, right? But if he's given the space, big if there, of course, because we do have some really great gap closers with the Eat and Yeet. We do have, of course, the Tusk, Faceless Void. So there's just so many different ways to actually reach for the Zeus. I think that is almost more important than killing the Sven here immediately, to be honest with you. Just because, I mean, they can kill anyone, right? They have really no problems, but the problem is the Sven is just too tanky for them to really burst through as quick, and that allows Zeus to do way too much damage in these team fights for them to really keep up with. Even with a Satanic, you're not going to be able to keep up with them. So I think that's kind of going to be the win condition here for Eagle Boys, finding Robo-Z, making sure he's at least disabled or zoned out of these fights. It can even be by a support, right? This is what the Tusk is for at this stage of the game. Find the Zeus and just run at him. Make sure that there's no damage getting onto Faker, no damage onto Tomato, and I think onto Tomato, and make sure that there's no really Zeus ultra kills coming his way.
It's okay, friend. A lot of gringo casters cast them too.
Tomato.
Yeah, well, that's what they call them, though.
Call him Tomato. Tomato,
Tomato,
you know.
yeah, exactly.
It's all
That's
the same.
That's what they say in South America. Tomato.
Tomato.
No. What did you just do, Kunkka, you madman? Did he just set up for the perfect initiation? Is this the best bait I've ever seen? Or is this just a... Well, I mean, he's getting a lot of time. They actually hexed him. Okay,
there's a DD. There's a DD on Faceless Void.
This was not a bait. This was not a bait. I repeat, not a bait, just a throw a bit there by the Kunkka. Oh well, okay. Faker. Papita's watching this and laughing. Honestly. Oh, Underlord. Travel agency. He comes with two. He brings Bernaid. They catch Sladin. Oh, wow. Sladin didn't have time to breathe there.
DED dead. I mean, no chance you're living there, unfortunately. No. Especially with the Dispel's enemy. There's 0% chance of life. As we'll see, Roche might be respawning right now, which would be a huge win for Unknown. It's going to have Refresher Shard as well, guaranteed, as well as the Aghanim's Blessing, which I guess you would give to Underlord, if I had to guess who's the best, just because I think his aura is the best to give. But Timalo is hunting. He's looking for a kill. He could kill Underlord very easily. I think he's expecting more teammates behind him than there actually are, however. So he's giving them the team that respect at least. Sven has now finished off a Silver Edge of his own, so getting a break onto the Faceless Void is pretty annoying, because then, of course, that is going to break just the bashes. You cannot break Backtrack. You cannot break Talons, so he's going to have that permanently, so keep that in mind. I guess that's all you'd really be looking to break this game. But this will allow them to basically get the Roche more or less uncontested.
The reason why they use Silver Edge, and at least based on Hector's logic, it's more about the fact that you want the mobility item in the late game as a carry, but all the other mobility items suck in terms of stats.
Yeah.
Silver Edge gives you really good stats, and now with a passive, even better for the physical or the melee carry, sorry. So that's why a lot of carries will build it in South America. I'm not kidding, like it was Hector's idea to do this, and he's quite right about this.
And it's really slot efficient too, right?
It is very slot efficient. Like it's a really expensive item as well, which is why it's so good for carries. Because you're not really
Underlord, which is the real one? Can they know? Let's see.
they found the right
definitely
one.
know. It's
Yeah.
the one that just died first, and the ghost ship
now
catches
Sven.
Berna. He was a bit too hasty. The second ghost ship will hit as well. That's gonna be Berna losing his first life. They even take the tombstone out. They're fighting to the low ground. I don't think the Undying can do much to save Berna. Here comes Roboceta. He wants to get away for now. Giving him some space with the Yule Scepter, but Berna is as good as
no.
dead.
Yeah,
And this might result in a kill on Roboceta or a kill on Weege. Roboceta immediately TPs. The Undying is caught out, but they want to catch the Lina. Do they have the way? They don't. No stun to stop the TP. Yadomi instead will die though, and that's gonna be Yadomi's reincarnation wasted as well.
Yeah, he'll be back though. Don't forget about me. He's dead
Yeah,
even
that's
faster
bad
this
though. You
time,
just
man.
fed them 2 tombstones plus your life.
And a
That's
gem.
great. And a gem. Oof. And you
Yeah.
lost your reincarnation talent. Ugh, that did not work well for you at all.
Yeah, that's pretty unfortunate for them. Unfortunately, the team just wasn't there. They took a fight in kind of a really bad space for them. They need to Team Unknown that they can't take fights in terrain that doesn't favor them, which is basically any choke point. Because I think Ego Boys are going to fight better in any choke because of Ghost Ship, which now with the fleet is going to do a lot better. Especially Snowball is going to stun more people naturally. It allows for much easier shackle shots. You kind of need, I think, in my opinion, a little bit more of a disorganized fight for Team Unknown for them to take it. Because I think here with the oh, by the way, there's a dead hero. Oh my goodness, Wish is fighting Faker as well. What is going on? Faker's like, it wasn't a bait this time. Now I'm going to kill you. The cookie is fed to the range creep instead of actually Faker, but they do have now the Yule Scepter to try and dodge out the X mark the spot, but it's not going to matter. Faker's going to farm the creep and the Lina at the same time.
Is the Void still stunned for you as well?
Yeah. He's walking around with that animation.
He's just hitting the racks. I'm like, wait, what? Yeah, Void, you can still see the backtracking though from the creeps, and I think he's just backdooring this. Like, he doesn't care, dude. He's gonna take the 3 racks at this point. That's gonna be the Mega Creeps done. Sven can't come back for like another 20 seconds. They can't defend this. They're gonna have to fight against Mega Creeps, and Stunned Void is the most powerful Void. Here we go. It's time for Stunned Void to look at the tower
fixed
funny.
now.
There we go. Oh, unfortunate. The Ghost Ship catches the poor Zeus. He has no way of preventing the Ghost Ship though. No BKB or anything, so Zeus is gonna dead here. He can't heal up. Magic Lamp helping him. Okay, 4 staff just into the fountain. Never mind, he will survive. But they have at least stopped you from initiating here. They killed the Undying there, or they forced a lot of buybacks there.
Oh, good job there on the
Berna?
Lotus. Very good Lotus Orb. But they're not going to be able to catch anyone. They are going to be looking to try and cut them off bottom as there's the UTA to try and cut them off. Now they're going to read this one. Oh, no, but they're getting pincer maneuvered. The flank, it's super effective here against Frank as he's going to now eat the Laguna Blade. And, actually that Lotus Orb was quite dank, but it's not going to matter because he is going to be dead. He does have that buyback, though. And now Faker is going to be isolated. This time in the river, he is all alone. And Berna popping the, the Minotaur Horn. He's going to be able to finish him off, but this disorganized fight now is going to allow them to lose the Lina. Now they go to Mono. He's only going to actually catch the Underlord and didn't BKB either. And he goes to the Chronosphere. He wants to fight him. The Eat and Eat, though, is going to stun up too. Stamato now getting disarmed, rooted up as well. He doesn't have a BKB. He's dead, Avo.
Why did Mono just lost his life for free there, and now they can have a free fight? Honestly, the Ghost Ship at least is giving him some space, but Berna wants to go for more. No, okay, the Ghost Ship actually helped him so much. But still, that Void Chrono as well into an Underlord, really odd choice, and then Berna, really smart of him to just go into the Chrono and be like, nah, I'm stunning you, I don't care.
Yeah, exactly. That was, I'm not really sure what the plan was there to stick around in that Chrono. I mean, I guess he had no choice after he planted it, because he gets stunned immediately, but that's kind of what I'm talking about. These disorganized fights, Unknown, they're going to take them, I think, pretty much 8 out of 10. They're going to take disorganized fights, as they're going to get a kill on the Sladen, by the way. But
that's a nice skill,
they
actually.
do have Megas is the problem, right? They're up against Megas.
You might be able to get your own. Like they only have. Oh no, they have the top racks as well.
Yep.
Or at least the top melee racks. That's a bit annoying.
And
you
a
might
tier
be able
2
to get
bottom.
the top melee. Yeah, I think you either go for finish or you go for the top melee and try to play this more
We're going to
defensive.
see a base race here? I don't know.
You might have to, honestly. They feel a lot of pressure. They have
Zeus is-
Leveler on Sven.
Zeus is just so strong, though.
Sven is missing 1 slot, though. Dude, he's going for the Aeon disc. Alright, how much can you help them? Faker, it's time for you to delay them. The Tusk already initiates Mortimer's kisses. They might actually cook Berna.
Okay, good.
No, nice 4-step again from his teammate. I think it was
the
Drakiel.
kisses!
Oh,
+4
no!
kisses!
They just lost their carry to the kisses.
That's not even-
terrible.
that's
Drakiel
not-
has to get them away, and now they have to defend the base. There's no other option.
That's not even the talent. I was wrong. That was just regular ass kisses.
Wow.
I
Nerf
can't
this
believe-
hero, please.
I
Nerf the ammo.
can't believe they did. Wow, I honestly cannot believe that they killed Sven basically just with kisses. That's at almost an hour into the game. Wow, this game's almost an hour long.
Yeah. Yeah, well, I mean, they were like the first game was too quick, so we gotta make time since the next best of 2 is gonna start on time, right?
Yeah.
You had to give him that space.
Uh-oh.
They're gonna find the 4 Undying though.
Yeah, but
That's an easy
they
kill.
will. Oh, actually, he doesn't.
No, he's not. He
No, he-
popped back earlier. Yeah, that's a loss of a tombstone plus your tank really, and he was about to get reincarnation
When
as well.
when can you? Oh, there it is. It's on the.
Yeah,
There it is. It's on his buff. I wasn't actually clicked on the hero XD.
Yeah. It's
Yeah,
a little
yeah.
H's buff he gets because Undying is actually a Roshan. So
I remember when they nerfed all the talents, they accidentally buffed they accidentally buffed his 25,
Yeah.
which was hilarious.
which I think was fair, honestly, because it's not that great of a talent.
It's
to
not
begin
that
with.
great. No, I mean Undying's just not that good late
Like
game. Well,
300 seconds? What is this? Have you heard of Wraith King, dude? He has
Yeah.
40 seconds.
what is his favoritism, Ice Frog?
Yeah, really, honestly. One he likes skeletons over zombies. apparently.
He really does. He's
If you get flesh, get out of my game.
he's not a Romero fan.
No, he is not.
He's not.
I
However.
think, is this going to be the last team fight? The
It,
88
it
of a
must
three?
be. It must be. Just, I mean, the thing is, if they can wait, if they can delay for 10 seconds, then we're gonna have 2 lives on our Sven. Only 1 life on the Zeus, though. He fought back more recently.
Yeah, to delay.
But
It's
2
their
lives
only option.
on the Sven is gonna be great. It would be nice if you could fight as well with the +1, but I don't know if that's gonna be possible. Berna just flying out of the base because he can. Why not? Damage on the face is always quite good. They actually reflect the. Oh no! They're gonna drag him into the fountain here.
No, but for now, Sven just stopped. He actually wasted his BKB and part of
kisses,
his God
Lina.
strength completely. Mortimer's kisses doesn't quite kill Lina. Ghost shifted in either. Nice Yule Scepter there to save herself. But careful though. I mean, they're waiting it out until the Undying comes back here. They don't want to commit too hard. Berna already did the God strength and the BKB. He doesn't have Minotaur Horn this time. He goes for Sladin. Should be an easy kill, but it was a bait. Abyssal Blade is set up on the Sven. However, Sladin still dies. Okay, maybe not a bait. I got excited a bit there.
Oh wow! They were lucky that Pit of Malice did not catch them. They would have been in serious trouble. My goodness, I can't believe, by the way, this tier 4 tower is still alive. Yes, we do have a repair kit, but against Megas, against the Leveler with the Faceless Void, I cannot believe that tier 4 is still alive. That's incredible. Wow, what a hold. Okay, now the Undying is back. He's going to have 2 lives. Doesn't even have buyback, doesn't need it. Sven has now bought out, it looks like, because he had buyback and no longer has it. So I think he's going to just buy out for the Aeon Disc at this point. Okay, well this one is heating up. We're about to get as well tier 5 drops here in about 20 seconds. I think everyone is preparing to farm these up. Frank, you would do well to actually let these guys live. Yeah, I think he's going to do just that. Or he's going to give the farm to Timado. That's okay as well. Who, by the way, now has an Eye of Scotty. That's the newest item I see on him. But he is essentially 6-slotted. What would you even replace a Leveler with? Maybe, actually, unironically, I think if they could drop
He's already tier 5.
yeah, it's an hour, yeah. If they can drop a Trident recipe, I think that's going to be the best item that Timalo can hope for here. It's going to get him some boots. It's going to be really slot
Pirate Hat's
efficient.
pretty good though as well.
Force boots are really, really amazing, actually, for probably Aretes, I think, is going to end up taking those. Pirate Hat, Pirate Hat is terrifying. I think we have a Pirate Hat on both teams. It's so fun. Tier 5.
I think Pirate Hat is only on the Radiant team. Yeah, they have Trident though for the Dire. That's
Okay.
pretty good.
Oh, and Fallen Sky is so good.
Oh, Fallen Sky is amazing.
Fallen Sky is
actually.
so good. Okay,
What are
then
they gonna give the Fallen Sky to? I actually would give it to the Kunkka. Maybe. Oh, Tusk. Yeah, Tusk
Tusk,
can actually.
100% onto the Tusk. Yep.
Oh, it's gonna be Wind Ranger.
Trident recipe, yeah, this is going to be, watch this actually. People crap on Trident recipe, but they don't realize that it is the most slot efficient item in the game of Dota 2.
Yeah.
No other item does this for you. Look at this. Now we can get boots. And you know what Timalo puts in there? He goes, finally, I have another slot. I can put my clarity in here now.
Guys, I was having such mana problems. Finally, it's fixed, boys. He's also level 30, so Dimado can literally not get any. Well, he actually has 1 more slot now.
Yeah, that's what I
is
mean.
Sven carrying?
Well,
Pirate Hat.
it's a clarity slot, obviously.
Yeah, Sven has a really good item too, though. Pirate Hat on Sven, I would argue, is almost as good as a Trident.
Oh, you know what? Faker is just disrupting them. He's not letting them farm. He might die for this one, though. BKB'd. Okay, he's going to buy a bit more time.
It's 5 seconds now. He has his Rapier, by the way, so he definitely does not want to die.
Oh, okay. He's got a rapier, by the way. Okay,
Which
very
I
exciting.
think we might need to
Apex.
see on Sven too.
Apex is pretty strong. Oh,
Apex
it's gonna
is quite strong.
Roche number 5. Roche number 5.
What do you give Apex to then? Do you give it to the Sven? I don't know. Because
Yeah,
giving 75 extra strength to a Sven is ridiculous.
It's pretty darn good. It is pretty darn
And then
good.
what? Oh no, they give it to the Underlord. Okay, I mean that's fine too. Underlord has Ags this game. That's how long this game has gone. The Underlord actually could buy Ags.
I
For those
think
of you who don't know
I'm-
what it does, it makes your atrophy aura
Yeah.
in an area, so it affects the other heroes as well.
Uh,
Gain power.
Yes, it's only your permanent damage that you grant. You don't grant the temporary damage.
No, that changed because you no longer get that permanent damage.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah, exactly. So it's just I think it's half. I want to say, yeah, half the values of the aura damage.
Okay.
Yeah. Which is much better than before, by the way.
I agree. Okay, well this game is insane. Okay, so let's recap. Trident on Faceless Void. He's now Aegis. I guess that's going to be his 6th slot. That's perfect actually for him. We have Fallen Sky, Book of the Dead on Kunkka, which is going to be great. Great stats for him, as well as just some split push potential. Timalo, he's really looking. He is looking for a kill here. Look at him just standing there menacingly. Fallen Sky, Apex is going to be on Sven. Am I missing any big ones? Pirate Hat onto Underlord?
They did give Fallen Sky the toss card. Yeah, that's the wisest choice. Yeah, the Book of the Dead and then the Zeus, and I don't know who has the other Book of the Dead. Both teams have Book Kunkka as well. Okay, they go for the... Oh my god, Underlord is melting! Even with the Apex, it's not doing anything. Underlord might just die. They kill him with Mortimer's Case. It's Sven. Though going on Timada, that's his first life though. You still gotta kill him a second time. Torrenstorm going everywhere. There's mayhem and chaos, but only 2 people have died, and one of them at Aegis. They keep Timado under control. He's forced to use the big AB. The Chrono as well, and it's the Chrono with extra AoE, which catches Zeus and Lina. He needs to kill them both. Torrent to make sure that Lina also falls, and that's the second Chrono. Thanks to the Refresher Shard. Sven had A on disc, but is that going to be enough? The time block is annoying, and the creeps will just take the Ancient.
Everyone.
The double Chrono was impossible to beat.
Everyone but Timado was just hitting the buildings.
I
They were
saw
just
that.
in this game.
I was concentrating just on Timado alone.
Get me out, man. My goodness, hour-long game. What a good one.
Yep, what a great game. And, you know, as, if you allow me to give a slight nod to both 4D and the Spanish viewers, ¿Qué tal Dota para empezar el torneo, eh? Picante la cancha. That was very, very interesting to start with this game, honestly. Everyone was saying that Eagle Boys was just going to lose this game really easily because there's a new form team. Nobody trusted them. Oh, Timao so bad. But look at them. They played an incredible late game, honestly. Really great team fights. And just, this is the order within chaos that SA excels in, right? You pretend like it's chaotic and you don't know what you're doing, but in reality you have a very clear idea of what your game plan is. So very well played, Eagle Boys.
I think naturally in any region, just because Dota is already so chaotic, late game Dota with tier 5 items when carries are level 30 and everyone's got 6 items, you know, it's just going to be chaotic because of its very nature, right? That's why it's so hard to keep up in team fights. But you're right. I mean, this is what separates the best from the rest is just knowing the objectives. What do I need to do as Timado in this fight? I need to get 2 Chronos onto the backliners. That's it. That's the game. That's all he needed to do, and he did exactly that. He died. He lost his Aegis. He didn't care. He knows what he has to do. Great game.
Yep, very, very impressive game. And for now, we're going to wait for the next game of the day because it's going to be a really short break as this game went actually surprisingly longer. So the next game of the day is going to be between Thunder Predator and Midas. And Midas is actually playing from Europe, which is very interesting as well. So they're going to be playing Midas, which is a Brazilian team from Europe, against Thunder Predator, which is going to be showing off their completely new lineup with Sacred. So let's see what happens then.
Yeah, you guys are watching the Realms Collide 2, Darkness Burns or something. We are Alpha Plus and Seek and Strike. Stick around, guys. We'll be back with our drive for Game 2 here, or Match 2, in just a bit.
Hello, and welcome back to The Voice of the Realm. We're here bringing you the coverage of Realms Collide 2, The Deafening Silence, or The Burning Darkness, or it's whatever it is called. You're catching this amazing tournament, this great tournament, mainly taking the best teams of SA and North America, but we actually have an interesting matchup because Midas Club is playing directly from Europe, so we have a little bit of an imposter here in the draft. My name is Alvaro Sanchez, and joining me as always is my co-host, Richard Garcia.
Hello, it's me, your boy, Richard Garcia. Welcome to our, maybe early morning, maybe early afternoon, maybe getting into that even in lunchtime for you folk over in the American region.
For us, it's early morning. I'm
It is,
literally seeing
actually,
the sun come up.
The sun is rising out there of our studio window, so
Yeah, for those of you lost souls that don't know where to go, this is the place to be. Voice of the
Yes.
Realm.
Voice of the Realm. We also have a draft going on, though, so if you're here for a draft, well, you're in luck. We have one of those as well here
Fantastic.
for a game
I,
number
I
one.
was here for a draft, actually.
Well,
Mm-mm.
I'm mostly here for some cookies, and when I showed up and there weren't cookies in our radio studio, I was a little bit upset.
Yeah, but they picked Snapfire 2 games in a row to do that for you.
Yeah, that's true, but
I feel like you're being very ungrateful. but
I don't. She cooks chocolate chip. And my favorite type of cookie is white chocolate macadamia nut.
Oh, I thought we were going to say oatmeal raisin. I'll have to kick you out of the stream.
No, I think by far and away, I did once eat some pretty dank cookies. They were like, I don't remember what it was, but maybe it was macadamia nut and toffee in the
Ooh.
cookie. Oh,
Macadamia nut just goes well with
it
everything.
well with cookies, I think, in my opinion, right?
just in
So
general.
Snapfire, I think she should get on that. Really should look
Yeah,
into
she
that
really
one.
should. She
I
really
think you
should.
make a killing off of that, but she gets plenty of kills with her current cookies now, so I think she's happy either way. Either way,
Yeah, but her cookies stun you, right? That shouldn't happen. They should make you.
well, they should stun you with how good they are.
Yeah.
That's what I would
guess
say.
that's fair.
Yeah, it was
All right.
stunning. You ever just see a cookie and you're just like, wow, that cookie is stunning.
Yeah, look at her. Look at that cookie's legs.
Well, I don't know. I don't know what kind of cookies you're looking at that have legs over there, my friend. But either way, you know what's got legs? This draft, because it is moving.
Good one.
It is
In
moving.
fact, it has a lot of legs. 'Cause we actually have 2 quadruped heroes.
That's true.
Yep.
You know-
Leshrac and Magnus. They all have 6 limbs.
I've
So they actually categorize their insects.
I've always imagined like a cursed version of Dota 2, or anyone that has more than 2 legs just has like a millipede amount of legs. Could you imagine Magnus running with? I mean, that'd just be terrifying.
I mean, I'm telling you though, if you have 6 appendages, you're technically an insect. So Magnus and Leshrac are just various forms of insects.
Don't human men have 6 appendages?
What's the other 2? So you have your 2 legs, your 2 arms. Where are the other 2 exactly?
You have your head,
How is that an appendage?
and then your other head.
Do you walk on your head?
What do you mean?
So
Do you-
male.
Do you
so
walk on
males
your
are
hands?
insects. Yeah.
Yeah, you walk on your hands. Walk on your hands right now.
Fun fact: there's a small tribe in the East Turkey where they actually still walk with their hands due to a genetic deformity, and they actually are unable to have the balance to walk upright. I saw a documentary.
So,
about it the
so
other
they're
day.
not bipeds. That's what you're saying.
No, they're
No.
quadrupeds.
Interesting.
But they're humans. Very fascinating, actually. I recommend looking it up. Anyway, Faces Void and Magnus are the picks from Midas Club, and Leshrac and Vengeful Spirit for Thunder Predator. Two very different propositions. One much more centered around teamfight, and one much more centered around essentially a 4 protect 1. Because when you pick up Vengeful Spirit and when you go with the Leshrac, you're kind of hoping for the 4 protect 1 here, most of the time.
Yeah, that's definitely generally the build.
Nice counter the Venge to the potential Void, right?
Of course, especially if it does go late game, like our previous game did, you get that Aghanim Scepter, which absolutely wrecks him.
Yep.
Just because the AoE fear for 2 seconds is quite strong. I mean, there's a reason why that's Quap's 25 talent. That is very, very good.
Yep.
So that'll be a really good addition. Not to mention, of course, the Vengeful Spirit is going to bring you that really, really great Vengeful Aura. I always say this. I'm thinking about it. It might be ABBA, but in my opinion, Venge is by far and away the best carrier for auras in the game.
Right. Yeah. I can see that.
I think it's ABBA.
Because you
Just-
die.
or
and
sorry,
you
I think
still
it's
have the
Venge.
illusion.
Yeah, because you die and then you force people to hit an illusion, which does nothing but provide auras. Whereas with ABBA, people are not going to hit you for those 6 seconds, and then they're going to kill you immediately after, or they're going to use more utility on you. Maybe then you force more utility on it. I don't know. There's arguments to be made for both, but I think I'm sticking with my guns. I'm going to say it's Vengeful Spirit, best aura carrier in the game. We'll see what they pair it with. Sometimes I think one of the highest win rates duo lanes is the Venge Drow lane, just because of that
It's actually
aura.
the highest one.
Yeah, that's what I wasn't too sure, so I knew it was up there, but yeah, it's
63.9%.
nice.
62.9. I'm not really
Yeah,
sure.
it's pretty good.
But
Yeah.
let's not forget that is considering all MMRs, right? With a sample size of 8,000 games.
Yeah. I mean, I know. I'll check some stat sites, but it's either way. It's a mean combo.
It's a good
It's
combo.
a real mean
It's
combo.
especially powerful because Drow now has a much better laning stage. She used to be really weak until you hit level 6, and then you actually dealt damage. But with the little buffs, both to multi-shot and the frost arrows, right?
Yeah.
Like frost arrows are like searing arrows, but buffed, right? Just
Yeah, but they're like cold.
right, yeah, but like, they deal a little
They're
less
like- they're like
damage, but
burning
they're
darkness,
so much more useful.
you
So
know?
they're like burning darkness,
Yeah,
right?
they're-
Yeah.
They're
Burning
icy.
ice in
They're
this
icy hot. Yeah, they're
Icy
icy
hot,
hot.
yeah.
Yeah, that's what they are. Burning darkness. You guys are watching the Realms Collide Icy Hot tournament.
Realms Collide Freezer Burn tournament.
Freezer Burn. That's a good one. That's a good one. We can't use all of them right now. Can't use all of them
We
right
have
now.
so many of them, though.
We have-
I prepared a
we-
whole list of this.
We've got a few.
The tiny pick for Midas, interesting. I don't love the tiny too much here because he flexes very similar positions to Magnus, right? So I question, for example, if you run Magnus 5, tiny 4, you're kind of sucking. It's not good because you have 2 melee supports. Your lane's going to be really weak. So if you're running for example, the tiny mid, then you have to force the Magnus into the 4, the 5 position because then if he's 3, you're going to have 3 melee cores, also weak, right? These two heroes don't work too well in conjunction until your draft's a bit defined. So you actually had to define your flexes a bit early just because they value the tiny so much. I think that the idea of the tiny is just a really good counter to Dark Willow, which is why they might be thinking about it.
With few exceptions, I really hate seeing Mag on the 4 or 5 role. To be
Yeah, me
honest,
too.
I think it's wasted.
There are some players that play it really well.
And
And
those,
those
those are the
doubt my
exceptions.
question.
Like Boomy specifically in the
Boomy,
SEA region is
Zephyr as
amazing.
well from the
Zephyr is
SEA
really
region.
good. Like there's with exceptions, right?
Particularly all of SEA. Just
I mean, a few of them, right?
they're very mechanical
Some of
fours.
the
I think-
guys on RR were as well. You know, like it's a good hero that still can be put to
Yep,
great use.
yep.
You know, much like a good position 5 Clockwork can.
Yeah.
But I think he also brings a lot to the table. And now I think it is going to be most likely relegated to a support role.
Like you're really defining your flexes very early. This is going to be 2 supports, Tiny Magnus. I do not like it. And Mars as well. You have a 4 melee hero lineup.
I mean, it's still maybe in a very strange world could be a tiny mid. I think it's a bad idea versus the Lush, but it's still still
I
in a
mean, you
very
can-
yeah.
you could do that. Yeah.
Or it could be Mars mid. I don't like that one either.
No, not against a Lush. You don't really have any good mid lane. I think these should be.
I think
two
you
supports.
got to draft a new one. Yeah,
I don't really love this draft though in general. I also don't like the Faces of Void Mars. Where's your damage coming in from in the Chrono, right? That's another problem. The Tiny can't really do damage in the Chrono, of course. And if Tiny goes mid, he's even worse with Void because you can't really go in and out with the Chrono.
we've got a lot of different ultis that are all on their own very good. RP,
Chronos,
Arena of Blood, definitely the weaker of the 3, right? But they don't really synergize at all with each other.
And they also don't deal damage. Like
That's-
they're all
yeah, they don't-
catching ultimates.
Yes, correct.
I mean, yeah, Arena Blood can solo kill someone. but
RP does like I think 200 damage or something.
Yeah.
But yes, agreed. Yeah, I mean,
That's why I use RP to farm.
Like right now, you're looking for Tiny to be able to follow up, I guess, after an RP or into an arena, right?
Yeah, like 4 melee heroes
Like,
with a Void, dude?
It's so confusing. Like, are you gonna want to like corral people with the Arena of Blood into a Chronos, into an RP, into a Chronosphere, and then you get another circle hero and put another circle? Like, what are you doing here?
Yeah,
How many circles do you guys want?
Yeah, you're going to draw a Venn diagram on the map and
Yeah,
have no
yeah.
damage.
And in the meantime, the Venge diagram is just gonna be able to swap heroes out. That's really the biggest problem here, to be honest.
Now, the only thing that I could see really facing this draft would have been the Invoker, because with the Cataclysm, you always can take
There we
advantage of
go.
these things.
There we go.
But the Invoker's banned.
That's something I mean, what else?
I mean, because you have options like please don't pick Kunkka, because Kunkka's kind of okay here, but I would not like it. Lina would have been nice. Zeus is nice too. You need some really high damage class cannons. So like Zeus, maybe Queen of Pain.
Puck. Tackies. There we go. That's it. That's what ties the draft together.
That is kind of what.
Yeah.
He's your main damage dealer.
I was thinking, what the heck ties this damage together? Like, we need something. You got
Yeah,
all
Tackies
these circles of death.
5,
Tackies, pretty darn good. No, it's Tackies mid.
I would hope so.
I mean, honestly,
Because I'm actually not sure. Teoli Code is still playing with it?
actually, I don't think it could be a Techies mid. I think it could be a Techies mid in some matchups, but against against a Lesh, it's just too weak because Lesh is simply too fast. And then go ahead and connect it real quick to bottom left.
It's okay. It's fast. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. I need to just check one thing. I'm pretty sure because if it's Teoli Code, then it's going to be position 4 techies. I forgot because when they moved to Europe,
I mean, don't get me wrong. I like the idea of this draft. I am going to wait and reserve judgment until I see the execution of it. But here's the
That's a really
problem.
good counter.
Here's the problem, right? You want to do this wombo combo? That's cool. Go ahead and do it to me on my first life. I'll come back, BKB, and kick your ass on the second life.
Yep.
And we have a Venge swap, and we have a Doom, which throws a big It's a good reaction out from Thunder Predator here.
Okay, so techies support then as your main damage source. That's not too great, honestly. It is gonna be Tioli Core techies then. Not the best. Not the best. I mean, I know they're really good with techies. Like, no joke, Midas is one of their best picks, right?
Mhm.
Like, they're really well known for this. Much like Zayak from now, Team Air or whatever they're called.
I don't know actually.
Yeah, because Zayak was playing with Sumail recently.
Yeah,
He's
yeah,
in
yeah.
Team Air or something like that. But anyway, they're both the techies players, I think, in the scene. I can see why you want to take advantage of this hero, but I just don't think the draft before that was so bad and so difficult to survive. I mean, you're up against a Lashrak, you're up against a Wraith King as well, both which are taking advantage of the fact that you're on melee. The Venge swap is honestly lethal this game because you pretty much force all the melee heroes to jump in again. And the Bramble Maze is super annoying when you have 4 melee heroes.
Yeah, it's hard. I
I think Thunder won this.
I really like the idea of Midas Club. I like it so much that I'm willing to reserve judgments. I'm not
Okay.
going to be as harsh as you. You make good points. I can't contest them, but if it's supremely executed, I think you can win with anything in Dota.
That's true.
And this one does have a pretty clearly defined path to victory.
That's true. We're going to see now as the game is about to come underway. But of course, we do have a message from our sponsors.
Of course. Oh, another one.
Yeah, we have 6 messages.
Yeah, I mean,
one per match.
on the last game, you know, he actually had the pirate hat at the end of the game, not the Apex.
Yes.
So he was attacking fast, and during that, he was attacking so fast with the pirate hat that he sent us a message.
He did send us a message. And the message is the following. Our sponsor for today is Underlord Travel Agency. So if you're frustrated with a game or need a vacation with urgency, come right down and book one at Underlord's Travel Agency. And without further ado, we're going to get into the game after a quick ad from Esports.
Hello, everyone. We are in game. Thank you to our radio desk for giving us this breakdown. I swear, Alvaro, we're sitting here at the, Avo Plus, we're sitting here at the casting desk here, and you saw my reaction when this techies got picked, didn't you?
I did. He was like just throwing things all over the floor. He could not believe it. I have never seen such a visceral reaction in a
it's
game
true.
of Dota.
I ripped off all of my clothes and your shirts, and I am just
Only my shirt though. The bottom part is still
only your shirt because little known secret, Alvaro does not wear pants.
Exactly.
As I'm sure.
Never in a cast, of course.
Never. As
But I'm not Alvaro though, so it doesn't
sorry,
really matter.
Avo Plaus does not wear pants.
Thank you.
But no, I think honestly this might work. It's really difficult. It's not easy because, like I said, Thunder Predator have reacted very, very nicely to it. But I'm willing to see how it plays out. Unlike some other drafts, like the draft game 1 for team, what was it, Unknown, I think, like which didn't really have any cohesion. Like this one, I think I could see. I could see this one a lot easier. And in fact, I might even get first blood here. Look at the body blocks coming through. Nothing skilled yet here for our techies. There's going to be blast off, turning with the magic missile a little bit too early because techies should be able to land this one a little bit more. Oh, you're going to get first blood into techies auto attacks. No, it's so embarrassing.
To be honest, he got first blood into the blast off, which is really strong. Right?
I mean, sure, but
Yeah, that was
everyone.
like the biggest chunk of damage, the blast off, which by the way is the reason why Teki is such a good pick in general, but is actually a really good pick in the lane. One of the strongest laners out there. You know, remember the times where you would pick a Abaddon and just kill yourself in lane?
Yep.
That's what Techies does. You just harass, and then eventually die, and that's your role as
That's right, actually. He's the only hero in the game that can currently deny themselves, except with the exception of, like, oh, I have, Queen of Pain, dagger on me, and I have a controllable unit. That doesn't count.
I mean, like, they lie themselves with a skin, with a skill, sorry.
Pudge used to, Abba used to, and I think that was it. And Techies, of course. Techies literally used to be you press the button, you instantly explode.
Yep. And you used to die, but then it would reduce your respawn time as well.
Yep. And it would do like 1,000 pure damage. I don't know. I don't think it was pure, but it would do a ton of damage as
I think
well.
it was actually physical damage, I want to say. It was kind of ridiculous.
For Techies Suicide Squad? I don't remember, to be honest.
Yeah, I don't remember either. Proximity mines also used to be physical damage as well, so interesting.
Part of me, I think Techies, by the way, just got an auto, or sorry, just got a last hit onto the enemy range creep, by the way.
Yeah. He's
was-
next level, dude.
That was
I'm telling you,
incredible.
this guy's really good on techies.
That
Like,
was
it's not,
incredible.
it's not a joke. This guy's amazing on techies. And Wu is having a really tough time of contesting against him. Minos, though, is playing a Wraith King, so no matter how good you are in techies, honestly, Wraith King usually gets his way. He's has a natural farming ability in the skeletons. He's pretty decent laner. It's going to be difficult to beat you in lane, regardless. My bigger concern comes into the mid lane where the Tiny, I mean, he's expected to win early, and then Lesh usually picks up the slack because he has much more harassment.
Could be
but
first
Leo
blood
Style's
here.
missing a lot of...
Oh, not first blood, rather.
Yeah,
Minos is fine, though. Oh, maybe techies? No, he's
Nah,
okay.
himself, dude. This guy is ready. He will choose when to die. You don't get to determine when he dies.
That is true. Techies dies on his own terms, that's for sure.
It's very... I respect it about him.
And so does Underlord. Well, not really, but maybe he does. You can have a conversation about that. Duster, meanwhile, doing a good job here, just harassing the support, both with boots, but of course the melee hero is always going to be faster, just because of the Dota dynamic. But they're doing a good job here, of goodness sake, with plenty of time here with the Doom. Doom, much like much like some other heroes, no matter what you do, he's going to farm. He just conjures it up from the thin air as he eats creep and digests them.
Yep, that's very true. So in the case of the bottom lane, Void should not really concern himself with trying to harass the Doom, which is usually one of his advantages. He just needs to get farm, really, and try to beat the Leoric this game. It's going to be tough.
Leoric.
Sorry, the
All
Wraith King.
caps Leoric.
Sorry, he's going to be... Sorry, Wraith King.
Or
Matthew,
caps lock
though,
Leoric,
almost died here. Skewer, help from Duster, but saved by the Shadow Realm last second. Duster immediately going to the jungle. He's like, nope, no way, I'm trying to
Yeah.
fight this.
I don't want to eat that damage.
Yep. Minos, though, in this game is just going to be able to farm jungle, which Void doesn't have the capability of doing, even with the Empower, as easily at least. Void will need to wait a bit more. So we'll see how this mid game shapes up. As long as they annoy the Void, they should be kind of happy with this bottom lane.
You know what, actually? This Vengeful Spirit's going to be super annoying, because if you do die to Techie's Mines as Venge, you go, okay, now I'll demine some more, as they will be able to actually get a Suicide Squad kill there, or sorry, Blast-Off kill onto Minos, just simply pinning him to the tree, and just an easy follow-up kill there is going to be a kill onto this top lane. Meanwhile, Leo Style has bullied the Tiny out of lane. Mandy with an empty bottle here is going to be relegated back into the fountain. Probably going to TP back in around the 4-minute mark. So we'll see if Thunder Predator can rotate a support up here and possibly kill Mandy as soon as he TPs back in. It's basically a 1 mid lane here for the Lesh. But we do have the Techies is going to be the first to rotate. The Dark Willow is not going to be making it in time. So I think they're just going to let the mid laners spar this one out.
Yeah, okay. Leo Style, though, actually faked the activation of the ball kick. Very smart there, because that actually deterred not only the Tiny from joining in, but also the support rotations, because they're like, no, I don't want to fight a Diabolic rush track, right? So very, very well played here, because they actually don't... It's hard to tell, again, what level exactly he has on Diabolic, because the damage is not too precise from landing from level 1 to landing from level 2. So, we'll see.
Nice kill there, Duster. He realizes what he wants. He wants a courier kill. He's going to get it. Not bad. Last hit for the team. Approaching the 5-minute marks as we see Techies slowly mining the jungle here. He did accidentally, maybe purposely led the small camp into that mine. He was a little minefield he was building there, so that's going to set back his progress just a little bit. We'll see. See what he was going to want to do. Starting to build the base, he's going to build some bunkers. He's gonna, build the wall with the and make sure the Zerg can't rush him down. There's Duster doing a good job here, breaking vision. Down to the low ground he goes. Nice juke. He's still gonna eat that Shadow Realm attack, but it will net him all the bounties.
No, never mind. Sorry. Oh, now they get all the bounties.
They're gonna get
Just
him.
got the last one. Yeah.
Duster might die for it, but
It's okay.
no,
Your
actually he
life is
won't.
worth a
There's no
bounty.
mana on Willow, so he's fine.
Matthew? No. You're right. He did not have magic stick or anything.
Nope.
Just went straight Trankles. Okay. The 4 bounties going the way of Midas really gives him a lot of advantage here in the mid game. Well, from a bad laney stage to this, it helps a lot. Yeah,
might be
Wu is in
dead.
trouble. They have Spear of Mars in 5 seconds. They also have Blast Off. She's dead.
Yeah. There it is. Good.
Oh no, Techies!
He died to a creep.
Oh, Techies! He actually had way too much regen. That was the problem. He had to be lower HP. He had to commit suicide there.
Yeah, he's had too much.
No,
Too
Techies. Too much HP.
Mandy's not having a really great time, though. 33-0. Leo Style, in the meantime, is just kind of running away with the CS lead here. Good stun on the Techies. That might be a kill, especially with the rotation out from Matthew. Good toss, but Mandy is going to go for the Avalanche and just eat these Edict explosions. Luckily, he's going to have at least a little bit more burst heal to keep himself alive. Duster, in the meantime, with a DD rune, just running him down, but He's not really going to be able to do too much on his own. In the meantime, though, they have left Sexy Fat all alone top lane, which will allow Minos and MJZ. Is there a different pronunciation to MJZ?
It's Wu.
It's Wu?
Yeah, it's Wu Dota.
Wu Dota.
Which he changed his name though, I think officially, but I don't care. Nobody respects that. You don't get to change your name in South America. You called yourself once something, you're gonna be called that forever.
Wow, oh my goodness.
Yeah, that's how it works. I'm sorry.
Oh my
This is
goodness.
the law of the jungle in South America, man. Minos actually used to be Kotaro for the longest time as well, but yep, nobody cared. Minos forever. So, and then he was forced back into Minos. Like MNZ was not his dick for the longest time. He was just like, I guess if everyone's calling me this, I might as well. I'll abdicate.
We could have a kill onto Doom, although likely not because our poor little
it's
techies is sitting
nice.
right underneath a dire observer ward. So he's never going to be able to get the jump.
mining under that observer ward, so they'll know where the mines are as well. Very important. The techies does add a bit of extra stress to the game whenever you kind of have.
Oh,
to fight
Chrono?
against them.
Okay, they're going to kill him.
Yep, with a blast off. Oh, the blast off did hit.
He's
But,
gonna die.
the damage was good regardless. Duster ends up killing him. Not the best hero to get the gold there, honestly. It shouldn't really have been Duster, but it's fine.
Not the biggest deal. They're going to be happy with that as long as they get the kill. And again, just more farm. More farm for RDO.
Sexy Fat. No, nothing yet. I like that they're actually rotating a lot on Midas. I think they understand that they need to secure farm in the Void early because they want to. The more farm you get in the Void, the better the Empower is going to be used. And it does seem like Magnus is going to be a buff bitch this game. So we're not going to see any sort of plays by him besides just empowering the Void.
I mean, who knows, right? With the techies, you always have some plays skewer into mines, right?
That's
I mean,
true. That's true.
You know, I mean, there's, that's always one of the meme combinations, when your friends are, oh, let's troll this game. What do we, Pudge Techies Magnus, just, and those are the three, right? So that's the holy trinity of, I'm not really taking this game too seriously right now. And that's fine. But, it still allows you for potentially some really fun plays to be made.
I agree. I think that's probably what we play around. I didn't really consider the skewer into mines, but it's true. The techies is been giving a lot of predominance when it comes to farming and inexperience compared to his other support. So Magnus will literally be sacrificial, and the techies will be a bit more of a core-ish because you do want a couple items on techies, mainly Soul Ring, Arcanes. I'm surprised he actually went for Arcanes, not Tranquils.
Poor Leo style. He's trying to dive with his techies with his haste root, which against any other hero in the game is going to be a kill. But unfortunately, the mines are going to make the difference there. So Matthew as well joining the fun. They're going to have to eat an explosion here as well. One of the
he's
proximity
demining with
mines.
his body. It's very smart. Well played, Matthew.
Well played. That's just efficiency. I mean, we have so many things to break mines. We have skeletons to go mine hunting. We have the Venge after she dies. We have.
Oh, it's true.
Doom can, if he really wants to, he can eat a troll hill summoner, and then kill a creep.
That.
And then
That's
I mean, we just have so many ways. Like I really like. It's fun. This is like a fun game, like you could tell. Midas definitely taking the game seriously. Don't get me wrong, because I think we saw that this combo works. But
picks, right?
yeah,
it's one of their safeties.
But so I really want to see it work, just because it's one of these cool little picks. But there's so many things that Thunder Predator have done to try and avert from this sort of techies mine nonsense. We'll see. We'll see.
It's actually it's not the only core playing this team. Okay.
Radiant's bottom tower.
No,
is
top
under
lane
attack.
maybe. RDO. He's gonna be able to get out of harm's way. He's fine.
Okay, Matthew goes onto RDO on top point.
Yeah, he's
Yeah,
gonna be
they wanna
okay.
continue this? Oh, okay, what is this swap though? Why is the offlane and the
Radiant
carry in the same
structures
lane?
are fortified.
I'm not really sure. Maybe it's because RDO, because they want to get a kill. That's it. Dark Willow, they target, really easy. They stop Chrono, they want to continue fighting, but they realize Mars doesn't do anything in the Chrono. And that's one of the weaknesses of this lineup, right? You don't really have anything in the Chrono besides Blast Off, really. So
Yeah.
you either play with the techies or you just don't play at all as Void. His job is to farm this game.
Mm-hmm. Pretty much. And there he goes. Yep, he goes, excuse me, Duster. Thank you very much.
And Mandy's doing a decent job of taking the lane over now that the Leshrac has left and trying to do. Obviously, Leshrac requires many more items than the Tiny. Tiny is originally Blink Dagger and Borset, but Lesh is looking for at least a Yol Scepter then to keep scaling, obviously. So Leostal has taken advantage of this downtime to just farm, and the Midas team is trying to put a bit of pressure here, hoping to take the tier 1 as early as possible. But Wu does a nice job as well of keeping the tower at bay.
All those towers, you got to keep them at bay, otherwise they're going to come run down your lanes.
keeping the catapult at bay. You get the point.
Yeah,
From the catapult.
Mandy.
Sorry, from the tower.
And he gets a quick Avatos combo kill. Oh, you could
Nice
see
illusion.
the illusion
Oh,
immediately. Oh, yeah, indeed. Onto RDO. Actually, they do have the Edict out, so they're going to be eating a lot of the explosions. There's going to be the tiny toss, though. Oh, RP not necessary. Good job we didn't use that. But yeah, 2 kills. They're going to lose the Mars for this one, however. He did eat a Doom, so, you know, just about...
And a Bedlam as well, right? Yeah. So like you use the 2 ultimates there. I mean, I guess Bedlam has really low cooldown. I never really realized, but it doesn't. It's still an ultimate, right? That you use for the Mars. Taking the Light Strike is much more important here because Mars is not supposed to be that important this game, honestly. I think he's just there to create space in the mid game. But Thunder Predator is farming dangerously quickly, and we also have a Midas on Minos, taking the enemy team's name in vain. And Minos dewarding with his body, very smart. You saw them plant those mines as well, by the way. Is Minos trying? What is he doing? Oh, he's just walking towards the tiny. He's like, oh no, they see me.
Oh no, don't.
He has Blink Dagger. Man, he has Blink Dagger. He's gonna kill him. Reincarnation. That's the level 1 reincarnation. Oh my god, Minos.
They're gonna kill Duster. Yeah, that one sucks. That's, I think, one of the longest cooldowns
no,
in the
Minos,
game.
stop going into the mines.
Open a regen rune!
There we go. Oh, and the Techies comes in to deny it. Leo Stahl gets hit by the mine, so he can't continue any further.
This is frustrating. Oh
this
my
Techies
goodness.
is so stupid, man. He's ruining this.
I believe Techies has the highest auto attack range in the game, base.
Yeah, you're correct.
Yeah, so. And there you go. Honestly, the job for whenever he dies, Wu, just run, find mines. Now, what are you doing? Get out of this lane. You're not getting any experience for this. Find the mines.
That's true.
Leo Style onto RDO. Quick and easy setup there. Another Bedlam for a kill. That's going to be the Yule Scepter put to very good work.
Remember when I was talking about the Void earlier? This is what I was talking about, the power picks, right? Light Strike gets Yule Scepter, immediately knows it's time to gank and not farm any longer, right? So it's much easier to play with these kind of heroes than with the Void, where it's much more draft dependent. I mean, I say easier. It's still well played by Leo Style. Good rotation regardless. And we'll see what they go for next. Duster's getting dangerously close to them. They have Doom in 25 seconds. So they might want to initiate again, as Minos is completely free in this bottom lane.
Yeah, they're a little bit low on mana here on the left. He's got a clarity. He'll be fine. Okay. Yeah, they can fight. I agree. Meanwhile, we did rotate 2 heroes to try and fight the Techies. Wu is doing a bit of D-ward in here as well, but that's all going to be in vain. But at least they unblock the camp, as we'll switch over to Net Worth and see, of course, pardon me, Minos is leading, but now hold that thought, because they are going to be fighting. Okay, good. Very, very good Terrorize, actually. Will force both of them out into the Bramble Maze as Mandy turns back to get doomed now. Good Skewer will push him away. Still landing the stun through the Cursed Crown, though. Matthew trying to close the gap and will be able to get the job done here as Leo Style with the Lightning Storm and is going to pick off that kill. Duster is going to be minced meat here. Has no RP, has no Skewer. He's going to get right-clicked down. You do at least save Sexy Fat, but you did lose the mid lane Tiny, so big loss there. And now this leaves RDO's farming area very, very prone to danger, so he's going to have to get out of here and farm elsewhere on the map, so it's going to lower his efficiency, but it's okay. It's okay for now. It's okay for now. But we're probably still going to lose that tier 1 top, though.
Yeah, tier 1 top is not looking too good, but it doesn't really matter because it's only really protecting a bit of your triangle, honestly. You already lost the mid one, so your triangle is already dangerous anyway. I know Midas really wants to commit to defend this. I mean, the Tiny is joining. Okay, interesting. Even the Techie is actually coming in here. But I think they're more looking for kills than they're trying to defend necessarily. They don't really care about this tower up top. The Techies, by the way, has been doing a really good job of playing the dead lane this whole time. He is actually the best dead laner, I would argue, in the game. Even better than Bloodseeker, just because of the mines. But it is a lot of farm that only Techies will be able to take this game.
Yeah, I think that's fine. I mean, who else would you give it to? Maybe a Mars? I just think there's like
you don't really have anyone else to play that.
Right.
Lane.
So
Tiny
I think
occasionally.
Yeah. So I think it's okay, right? I think it's fine. Like nothing's gonna stop Mandy if he wants to just doing exactly this, except for probably not blinking into the tower, but instead walking up to the creep wave, Avatossing it, and blinking back. Right. Nothing's gonna stop really him from doing that. Oh, RDO though. Nothing's gonna stop him hitting the Chrono, but there's gonna be. Oh, actually,
that's gonna stop him.
Yeah, that's gonna stop him. There you go. Wu is gonna sacrifice his life for that, but very, very well worth.
Exactly.
Nothing's gonna stop it. Caster's cursed it.
I mean, it's not even Caster's curse. It's just Caster not noticing a basic thing. It happens
well, you know,
all the time.
I didn't see him there.
Yeah, you get in the heat of the team fight. You're like, yes, of course. They always have that.
And Vengeful Spirit, she's just there immediately. Lesh as well doing a good job of split pushing lanes. Where is it? There it is. Third richest in the game. Now second, as they're going to be able to overtake our RDO, who has gone for the Mask of Madness into, again, going for the Manta style here. Okay.
Particularly love the Hero Avenge. I don't know if you got the chance to watch the finals for the PTS for the summit.
For which region?
For Europe, particularly.
No,
because Viking GG, Celery pulled off a Venge that, I mean, I actually, took a picture of the end screen and just I was so proud of him. It was incredible. He played such a good bench. And ever since, it's really nice to watch this hero, right? If you really know how to play him. There's something really beautiful about it. Mandy. The mines don't really deter Leo style. They already have a pipe on Sacred, which helps a lot. All the mines are physical, but don't chase the techies though. Onto the high gun. There's so many mines here. The Doom is going to die. They have a terrorize, but Matthew realizes it was a bit too late as, well, the Doom is already dead.
Yeah, that was unlucky. I mean, a little bit silly, right? Why would you chase a techies just uphill this early into the game when you don't have any vision there? It's just a little, you know, it's a dangerous mission to send your guys on. That's like, you know, when you play XCOM and you're like, 75% chance to die on this one. Okay, we'll do it. Okay, if you say so, Commander.
Yeah, exactly. That was a very dangerous play. I think they got cocky because they have a pipe on the Doom, which is important.
Yeah, Mandy as well. He's actually, speaking of getting cocky, Leo style sticking around a little bit too long. Really wanted that tower. Maybe was expecting a swap, but Wu not able to provide it in time, or maybe unwilling, and now Duster actually will be able to secure the life here. Mandy with the Avatos is going to make it a double kill. They did lose their tier 2 tower for this one, so hey, some map control is, you know, going the way of Thunder Predator, which is good against the techies, to be honest. I think that's something maybe worth bringing up, right? The more map control you have, generally is going to make your game a lot easier versus techies, because then you know roughly where the mines are going to be, right? He's going to still venture in this area. It's not going to be 100% safe or anything like that, but now you at least can kind of keep tabs on that mining.
The problem, though, of course, is that techies excels at regaining that map control. Like, that's the whole point of the mine, so it's a bit difficult to try to accomplish that against them. But sincerely, now that Minos has the Radiance and the Midas ready, I think it's going to be much easier for them to push lanes as well. Because this the Wraithing, once he gets these 2 items, just starts being a really strong lane pusher. If anyone remembers the old Wraithing, it used to be played this way, and it was kind of relevant still. And honestly, the pipe on Doom mitigates a lot of the issues techies, or a lot of damage techies does, because there's no more physical damage from the mines.
Are we going to go uphill again, guys?
Minos doesn't care. Look, Minos is just trying to fight. He's summoned the skeletons. There we go.
Yeah,
There's still the remote mines, though. Minos trapped in the arena, but they can't use remote mines on the Wraith King, unfortunately. They kill Leo style, though, in the back lines as the Wraith King is just pushed back. They catch the Chrono they catch Doom in the Chrono. Nice swap, though, to save him. Sacred misses that stun, but it's okay. Vengeful Spirit will happily die for him. Haven't lost the reincarnation. Really well played there on Midas, actually. Killing off the Leshrac, which is the most valuable target. Leaving the Doom and the Leoric, though, for later. Very well played.
I mean, again, just why? I mean, listen. Dota is really, currently, it's all about these 2 areas, right, on the map. Like, I understand why they are making these plays. Honestly, I do. But they just got to be a little bit more patient against the techies. Just a little bit.
Yeah, especially in the enemy triangle, right? Their safest place.
Yep. There's the combo we're looking for now, techies. The damage, that's what we need. We need a little bit more follow-up, and the Doom onto RDO, though, puts us in a bit of a dangerous spot. Tiny Airlines is trying to air vac him out, but he just has to accept his death. Duster's going to, meanwhile, sit down behind the tier 1 tower, look for the TP out, as, again, more mines might dissuade Thunder Predator from going for more, but they will settle instead for the Roche. Of course, scouted by the remote mine sitting in the pit.
Yes, it does, but now they destroy him. Roche actually breaks the mines thanks to a slam. So they don't scout it anymore, they don't see his HP, which is very important. Yeah, that happened. They removed it a while ago, so you couldn't just remote mine Roche. That's the whole thing. Yeah, anyway, Roche is going to be easy pickings for these guys unless Midas wants to interrupt them. There's the Avalanche toss. Midas might die first. Leosov took a lot of damage. Needs to Yulz himself up to safety. The blast off misses, but they set up a mine, and Leostyle so somehow alive. Roche is actually going to kill Leostyle. Instead, though, they will take Duster's life and Techies as well, and now finish off the Roche on. This Spear of Mars will not hit. Minos will finish off this giant creature of stone and take the Aegis for a 3rd life. And Mandy, thinking he was going to substitute the Roshan, foolishly walks into the pit and gets killed for it.
Just a little late there, unfortunately, but it was a good effort there. No, and the Techies mine's finally being dewarded to boot. Yeah, the Yule Scepter, of course, is basically the combo breaker for Techies. It's going to be real annoying for him to try and deal with that. But, I mean, Leo dies to Roche anyway. A mine got placed down, actually, that I thought was going to kill him, but I think Roche slammed it again and instantly destroyed the mine. He's like, get that out of here. I don't even like techies, and I'm Roshan.
Exactly. I also think it was a bit unfortunate that Roshan decided to just hit Leshrac and not aggro to anyone else. He even got one bash while he was hitting him. And it's like, Rosh, what team are you on exactly, right? You destroyed Techie's mines, you killed Lesh. Anyway, at least they didn't get the gold from the Leshrac kill, which could be slight You know, the upside, the silver lining for this fight.
Oh, no. They might get baited here. They have a sentry ward here, which is really good. It's in a good spot here. Doesn't block the camp. Gives you vision if you want to push uphill. But there is just a death trap on this hill right here that they're not going to have any vision on. We'll see. Sacred with the pipe is probably the best hero to run into this one. But let's see what they're going to want to do. Oh, techies as well showing on the map. I hear a Yules mid lane. Onto Mandy they go. This should be a kill with way too many heroes here for Mandy to even think about living. That was pretty far to be pushing for, I mean, this late in the game without a tier 1 mid lane.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
It's
Going to allow Minos, who's going for the Radiance build, by the way, of course. That's going to allow him. Radiance and Smite, my goodness, just a slow, you know, slow and steady will win this race here for Minos. But his farm is going to be incredible, as unfortunately the mines will get dewarded here eventually. Unable to kill Leo style there.
Yeah, okay, we're going to see if the
Techie's
Techies can
dead.
get away from Matthew. I don't know, they have Bedlam here. Oh, Techie's just setting up all the mines. That's his strat. Matthew's like, God, not this stupid character again. All right, I'm done. I'm done.
Get me out of here.
He
What do you
doesn't even
got?
check. He
do
doesn't
you got?
actually even bother checking if Techie is TPing or not. He's done with his
You
life.
got 40 mines back here? I'm not dealing with it.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Oh, goodness. That's always infuriating whenever a Techies player just has mining spots that are just off the beaten trail, you know?
Yeah.
And you're just, why am I dying right here, you know? Just, so obnoxious. All right, unfortunately, I think they're kind of losing the tempo that this Techies draft needs. We do have all the ultis up for Midas Club, and obviously they do not want to fight into 3 lives on the Wraith King. They already have, to be honest, some difficulty dealing with one of them. So he is going to be pretty much unkillable, or I guess thrice unkillable, to be more accurate. So I think they're just gonna have to wait for this for this Aegis to time out. But in the meantime, they've lost all of their outer towers here already. They are TPing people back, and they're baiting Leo style.
You madman! What was that play?
Well, they were smoked. I think he was just trying to farm, and then he goes, "Oh man, the cam's taken," and he goes, "Oh no, I'm in danger."
yeah. He couldn't do much there. And the meeting Chrono as well. Wait, they might hit 65 as a result though.
Really good
I
Bramble
don't know,
Maze
a
to
bit
catch him.
difficult to. Oh, he has no TP. Never mind.
Yeah,
I
they
think
canceled
65
it.
is done.
Yeah, they canceled it with the Bramble Maze. Oh, but if they miss,
Oh, Doom is too fat. He can't go where Sexy Fat is. Oh no. He's fat, but he's not sexy, so he's just running around. He's here somewhere. Where'd he go? Oh,
there he
okay.
is.
It was
Got
the
him,
first
boys.
place I checked.
get him.
And immediately he gets speared. As they
There.
stop him with the Cursed Crown, again, there's no TP, so it's very difficult for him to get away. They use the Bedlam, they commit everything for this Mars, dude.
He's still alive.
He's
There you
wasting
go.
a lot of time.
Yeah,
but
I mean, in the meantime, look what Techies has been up to. He's cut the wave mid, and in fact, this is going to be doing some damage to the tier 1. This is actually just going to be the tier 1 down. You are losing, of course, your tier 3. You know, your base. You know, this isn't in all chat when you type base, question mark, you know? But, yeah, you're going to be losing the tier 3, maybe more. There's no Chrono, there is an RP, but there's no Techies mines in the base, and still with an Aegis, this Wraith King is not scared of you. I mean, there's no way for you to, like, the only way you actually kill him 3 times is if you somehow get him into your fountain. Which is not a very hard, not too actually difficult to do, maybe? Because you can toss him back into Mag, and then Mag can skewer him into an RP?
Dire's middle tower.
I mean, that's like unrealistic, but it's possible, right?
Yeah, you could. I mean, that's one of the options, but it's kind of difficult for Minos to die right now. Twice or even 3 times.
That's what I mean, right? I mean, that's what I mean. You'd have to toss him to Mag, and Mag would have to skewer him into your fountain.
Yeah, but even then, I still think he could get away.
Oh, they're going for it.
Oh, I don't know. I think he's gonna die first.
Oh, there's
Okay.
Aegis.
They can kill him once. No, the swap saves him. Are you serious?
Yeah, 30
They
HP.
don't even let him die a single time. Techies, like a suicidal maniac, goes in. RP stops at least Wu. Wu will die, but you just used RP and the Arena Blood for the Venge.
Now Mandy's going in. There's a toss back.
Minos is just healing.
Can you kill him even? No, you screw him even further away. The Terra is completely whiffs. Let's not talk about that one.
No, but Wu just went back and farmed the jungle a bit, or the ancient creeps or whatever, and he's ready to go again. I don't understand. Okay, I don't really understand that play, to be honest. I think your ultimates are now down. You still are playing against Doom.
Yeah, I mean, I think they got excited when they said, "Oh, the Aegis timed out. Let's kill him. Go throw everything," you know, and it just didn't come together. Yeah, because the RP and the Arena of Blood basically for the Venge and Leo style, but you're unable to kill either. As oh no, Leo style. He might be. Oh, what was that? Severe of Mars, Sexy Fat. What was that? Okay, they're diving the base as well. In the meantime, Matthew's going to
mines?
stay alive. The mine's not doing the damage necessary, but now there's going to be no barrier up for Sacred. They need a little bit more. The Avatos combo will do the trick, and now Minos, oh, unfortunately, they don't toss him with the spear. Now back to the wall. He will have 2 lives, so he's going to be still pretty healthy. We do have a swap. Only level 1, however, so that's not going to reach all the way underneath the tier 4 towers. Guess what? There's the Suicide Squad. The blast off for the damage. In the meantime, Mandy now and Sexy Fat, the band's getting together, Alvaro. This is the combo we're looking for. 4 heroes dead for Thunder Predator. Whew.
Yeah, that did not look good at all for Thunder. They
not.
honestly, it was such a clowny. They divided themselves kind of unnecessarily, I would even argue. I'm not really sure why that happened. And then Minos alone without the Aegis anymore on him was odd as well. Like, why are you playing so aggressively?
Tekis is dead too,
Tekis is
Matthew.
dead, finally. Those mines didn't do much, though. At least there was that thing.
Yeah,
But
there was
Void
the
is starting to
barrier.
get strong.
Yeah, it was the
Void
barrier.
is starting to get really strong.
That was so weird. I was actually over here. I don't know if you caught it, but there was Sexy Fat had Leo Style used himself, and Sexy Fat was walking towards him, and then completely missed the Spear of Mars. But I think it was all a bait so that Leo Style would then boot to travel into the mid-wave and then die. So I mean, maybe that was like the 900 IQ play that I failed to read. My goodness, that was like the cloudiest Minnesota I think I've seen in a long time, Alvaro. And you know what? I'm so happy because this is only our 2nd game of like 60 of the group stage that we're doing.
66 games in total in the group stage. I did calculate this beforehand to know how much I'm going to do. No, but this is the beauty of SA Dota, right? Like, I think a lot of people get too bogged down by the details. Like, are they making the best plays? Yes,
Yeah.
maybe not always, but does that matter? It's just fun. They're like enjoying themselves. SA reminds us that this game is a game after all. It's meant for you to enjoy yourself, to entertain, to love it. Not necessarily for you to play the most efficient game possible. At least not every day. Or ever, if you're Minos. I don't know, it depends on the team we're talking
Yeah,
about.
I mean, I get that too, right? But at the end, sometimes, the other
The
side of the
enjoyment
coin.
is beautiful, right?
Of course.
You
But
can
the other
tell
side of
they
the
love what
coin,
they're doing.
the other side of the coin is you got competitors, right? People playing to win. I mean, there's not an insignificant amount of money to be won in Dota.
Oh,
right?
they 100% are playing to win. That's the
Of cour-
thing, though.
oh,
They
of
play to
course.
win, but they're not so afraid of looking bad. I think that's what I feel about SA players, right? They'll make a lot of risks. Very similar to Eternal Envy. They'll take a lot of risks. And sometimes they don't work out. But sometimes they had a play in mind that they just wanted to make sure it could happen. And if it doesn't work out, it doesn't work out. They learn from the mistakes, whatever. But they don't care that they look bad after
Yeah,
making that play.
I mean, they got the toss into Skewer under tier 4s, and that's how
Which
they
is
killed
very well
Minos.
played.
Yeah,
yeah. I mean, Midas
agree.
picked a lineup with 4 melee heroes and a techies.
Yeah,
if
no.
you have the courage to do that in a game, I think that speaks a lot about
No,
it.
I totally get that. I don't mean to imply these guys are just playing for fun XD, nothing like that. They're
No, I know
competing
you
to
weren't.
win. But I just want to make that. I know I'm just making it clear for the viewers. His Duster is probably dead here. He already skewered. He's got RP, but he doesn't really need to use it. There they go. That's going to be him done and dusted. But
Nice.
yeah, but no, but like I think the other side of the coin, more of your typical sort of very serious, I guess maybe secret, right? Would come to mind, right? Especially because of like the behind the scenes TI footage, the infamous image of Puppy looking at mid one, in the TI booth, like that is another way to approach the game as well, right? And I think both can be fun to watch,
Yes.
for their own reasons, and I completely agree. But I just wanted to point out
The competitive spirit of the other ones is contagious, but there's
Yes.
a different kind of competitive spirit that
Yeah.
you find in SA, which is also equally lovable. Though I do find
Exactly.
that the group stages, particularly for SA or even SCA, which has a very similar spirit, are maybe more enjoyable because it's not always about the points. It's just about the dignity and the playing, right?
Yeah,
Which
there's-
which is why any game can be enjoyable.
And there's one is not necessarily better than the other just because they approach it with maybe different attitudes, generally speaking, right?
Exactly.
It's just different ways to enjoy the game and different ways to and play the game. You watch
And that's
you
the
watch the
beauty of
World
RC.
Cup. You watch the World
Diversity.
Cup. Some of the teams are super serious. The
Yep.
coach is yelling at everyone. With some other teams are a little bit more more laughy. It all depends, right?
That's
I'm
why
sure
we lose every World Cup. It sucks.
Yeah.
What was happening? It's been
And-
like 6 years and Spain gets anything done.
6 years since last World Cup. Okay. But like
8 years.
sometimes you watch some other teams, or you watch some other guys. Like I'm sure like if Midas were going to be in the grand finals, best of 5, game 5, they are going to be serious.
They
mode,
always
you know?
bring it when it comes to the playoffs.
Don't
It's the
get me
group
wrong.
stages that they're much more happy to experiment with. But experimentation is fun, and I think it's the core of Dota.
Yep.
Also, it speaks a lot when you have. You can tell the difference where there's a community in the country that loves Dota, much like Peru, and there's just, you are a Dota person, you love Dota, but it's not necessarily something that is mainstream in your country. Because in Peru, I can tell you, Dota is a religion there.
So they've given the Aegis this time to Leo style, which
Yep.
I'm not necessarily against. They're running down RDO. Let's take a look at some
It's
items.
much better to give it to Leo, dude. Leo is always the person that they're trying to kill every single time, because Doom is too tanky, and Leo is Leo.
Oh, yeah, they are going to actually turn and get the kill onto Matthew. In the
BKB
meantime,
on RDO.
BKB, yeah, RDO is going to be out of there. Duster as well, so just for some support. Nearly has a Blink Dagger, which is really actually going to increase the lethality of this draft. Like, unironically, that makes this draft a lot harder to contend with when there's Mag with a Blink. Of course, you still have, you know, plenty of AoE damage with the Radiance, with the Pulse Nova to cancel that out, but who knows? You could still, you know, there's still a way to get the Blink in. But yeah, let's take a look at some items real quick because I think it's about to heat up again. We hit a little bit of a farming period. RDO's got MKB and BKB. He's got both bars. We have a Basher on our Wraith King and a full AC. Glimmer on our Venge and Mandy or Tiny. Look at this. Mandy's actually going for the Axe build. I like this. Just right over the cliff.
no.
Oh, and they've clipped him.
He got RTC'd. How is he going to get down? Swap.
Okay. RDO. What?
Oh, but now the Chrono, they can't swap him! I can't believe it! The Chrono actually worked here because they swapped himself into the cliff, and now Venge has swapped the Magnus again. They just keep playing with his cliff. Someone is forced to be on there. There we go, with the skewer. Someone is finally out. I mean, can they kill him though? They have the Wraithfire Blast. Oh, they hit him with a bash! They bash him with a kick! And Amin dies. Mino still has the reincarnation, so he's fine. He also conserves the cheese, but a toss behind. They want to skewer him back. Can they set this up?
Well.
They use the mines to protect it. The RP used the skewer back into the tier 4s. How is Minas going to survive now? He has to use the cheese. He used it immediately, but he's going to die regardless right after eating his lactic dessert.
Oh, no, that was amazing. Manny does a great job forcing back everyone else. I think Dark Whaler just explodes to mines. Speaking of exploding, there goes Wu as well. The techies will buy back. He wants in on this Clown Fiesta. He's like, no, my team is having fun, not without me. And he buys back to get in there, plant the mines again. My goodness. Real quick, I didn't quite point it out. I didn't use my words correctly. But what a play from RDO. RDO Manta dodged the split Earth, and then he Chronos immediately after that. And that completely destroys the team fight for Thunder Predator. That goes so much differently if that split Earth connects. I think they just nuked down RDO there. But my goodness, the gall on that man not to BKB and instead just Manta dodge it. Why use BKB? I just Manta dodge it, you know? No problem.
Yeah, exactly. And with this, the Thunder Predator is going to just lose a bit of time, to be honest. They're still winning by 8k, and it's not like the Void can completely counter any point the Wraith King, because late game becomes still equally difficult, right, to get through that reincarnation. But they're using the Magnets very efficiently to just constantly skewer the Wraith King into that position. That's how you're supposed to play against them, right? Just put him out of position, and then even if he revives, you can kill him a second time rather easily. Because, of course, the Void still beats him one-on-one.
Yes, one-on-one in... you know, for both lives, yes, if it's just a one-on-one, but we'll see. Yeah, it's Void, Faceless Void is like one of the... Dota, of course, is a game of exceptions and rules, right? But one of the biggest exceptions is Faceless Void almost beats any single lineup late game, especially if you can get a refresher or refresher shard, because you just... What do you do, right? Virtual Chrono. But maybe Wraith King is the exception to that. You know, you chrono him once, he's going to come right back at you. If he's got an Aegis, he's coming at you again. He can give his team as well the Ags buff. You know, like, this is what makes the game so lovely, right? But again, this is what I mean when Thunder Predator have reacted very nicely to this Techies lineup, because this is exactly what they need to do, and they're doing it. Oh, there they go. Speaking of it, we do have a swap already. RDO is going to be joining the fun as getting screwed over. Instead will be Wu. He's going to be tanking the gang instead of the Doom, who will now actually use the Pipe of Insight for the toss back here. They've caught Minos. He's in trouble. He's got a BKB. Now Leo Style not jumping into the fight as BKB. RDO,
oh no!
He's not going to catch in time. Unfortunately, the blink out from Sacred, as well as Minos finally his BKB just so long. He's able to nuke through Mandy. There we go. Finally, the RP onto 2, but doomed up is going to be our Faceless Void. He eventually will die. There goes Duster as well. A triple kill from Minos. He's yet to even die once, Alvaro, and I don't think he will die, as he will pick up the kills onto 4 enemy heroes. The buyback there onto Mandy. Maybe a little bit overzealous, as he's not really going to be able to get any much done. Amin as well will die onto the back lines to make it a full 5-man wipe, if you include the buyback. They were so close, but that 10-second, was it a 10-second BKB? It was.
I think so, yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, so that's why Minos survived so long. It was so difficult to hit him. And also that filled Corona, RDO went through.
That one hurt.
He turned into RD no when that happened,
RD
you know.
no, not only that, but he also turned into RD doomed, R doomed after that.
R doomed, exactly.
Because
yes.
it was perfect. Doom just, he knows what he has to do. I'm just going to wait here, not walk into Chrono, blink in, and doom him immediately after. And it was just great. I mean, Thunder Predator, they reacted very nicely there. As Mandy's going to blink into a Bramble Maze. Minos pops his BKB, will run back towards Mandy, who just bought back for this one, by the way. There's RDO now in the fight. He's going to buy back as well, but Mandy now, he will dive back. RDO pops his BKB. There's going to be the Arena of Blood. The swap not going to be able to, not good enough there, not getting anyone out, but do they have vision for Minos? They do. Done, dusted, up. He will eventually die.
Oh, nice!
And a Super Sacred with the home stomp onto these two heroes. RDO doesn't have a BKB, but he will be able to eventually time walk out of harm's way. Leo Style is going to show back up to the fight. I think this one is going to be the call to back because the Techies minds are holding them down for a little bit longer. But that's a dieback there on Mandy. And buybacks on just about everyone else, I think, actually. Yeah, literally.
It worked nicely at least, you know, there that you don't take the tower, but you do take a decent team fight, and then the mines of course stop him. So both sides are not too sad with that team fight, I would say, relatively even. But we're starting to see the threat that is Minos right now. Now that he has the Abyssal, Abyssal is very much an equalizer between the Wraith King and Void matchup, because the only advantage Void has over a Wraith King is the time lock, of course, when you fight 1v1. And once you get that Abyssal, it's really up to who gets the bash first, and then who gets the subsequent crits that actually wins that fight. And we've seen this, right? Void is kind of a glass cannon right now. Matthew continues to demine with her body.
There
we
goes.
go. Matthew's gonna
Drops the
die.
gem.
Yeah, he's like, ping, ping, ping. There are mines here.
There are mines
Idiots.
here. Nah, just picking up the gem. Another big problem they have as well is like they can't kill Minos for like whatever his BKB duration is, you know. So currently 8 seconds, and then he's just standing there with his Radiance on, dealing 60 damage per second. You know, like that's what do you do against that? It's so difficult. Not to mention, of course, the Lesh, who's just standing there dealing damage. Doom with these beautiful blink initiations. I mean, they're getting so many things right, of course, but oh, they might get something wrong here, though.
What
they will drop it. Doom? There's going to be the RP now onto 2. They're going to try and turn this one doomed up as well, but look at that. The Arena of Blood now. Leo Style is going to eventually BKB himself, but I think he is just about dead here as Duster with the Force Staff will catch up to him here. And, oops. Okay, missed the spear, but that's okay, as we have
Nice
Techies. Dies to the right click of Techies.
Wow, that's always the shameful last little bit, you know, last little tidbit of damage. That was one of those plays where I can honestly guess the voice comms like, vamos, vamos, sí, and then just run towards it. And they don't really even think of what the plan was there, because they had no contingency that didn't work out for them. They didn't catch a woo, which means bye-bye to the swap. That was pretty bad. That was pretty bad. Just fed kills. And what I like about RDO a lot as well this game is that he's not losing his composure when he gets doomed, and he continues to fight so he can lifesteal with Mask of Madness and keep himself alive, which is a huge improvement, right? Like, and we've seen a couple of fights where he's done this and he's actually stayed alive much longer than he has any right to, simply because of the healing of the Mask of Madness.
Yep.
And when he turns into Satanic, this is gonna help even more. And he's almost done. He can buy it if he wants to right now.
Yeah, no, totally. It's just, you know, he's not shaken. The morale is strong with him. He knows what he does. He knows when he has his team behind him, and that's great. You definitely need a very strong frontliner like that. If you get shaken or if you waver, you know, you make a little bit of mistake, you're not doing some damage, that could always be the difference. Yep. So that's a really good point to bring up, because it's really easy. Oh no, I'm doomed, run away. You know, I still do damage, I can fight.
Exactly.
You don't break my
passive. You should do,
passive.
because it's Void, you're not going to run away. You're a glass cannon, dude. You're much better off hitting and using your damage to heal yourself.
For that
and also
reason,
being efficient.
however, I would prefer if Sacred went instead of your favorite item here, actually, is what I'm going to recommend, the Ags instead of the Refresher. I think that's going to be more valuable this game here.
I would love the eyes. Though I do see the point of the Refresher in this game, to be honest.
Yeah.
Because being able to stop Doom both Void and, say, Tiny or Void and Mars is kind of...
This is going to get spicy here, Abo.
Yeah, they're setting up for the team fight. Sacred wants to initiate already BKB used, so he can grab the Aegis and can't be stopped. But Aegis already on the Void. Do you still want to fight this Thunder? Okay, they're just going to get a quick kill, and the rest of Midas will leave as Sexy Fat. That's Minotaur Horn ended.
Wow.
He actually even uses the Arena of Blood there just to waste some time. Sacred also wasted a BKB, so I guess it's kind of fair.
Yep. Yeah, the problem is, though, the Mars already bought back, so he's dead for 110 seconds. You did get Aegis, though, so you're going to be able to delay this game a little bit longer. But again, I think Thunder Predator here, it's a really solid draft. Like, I think they're not unhappy with this game going late, you know? Like, they just still, all the reasons we mentioned in the draft why maybe this Techies draft isn't really going to work out for them, the 4 melee, you know, all these different problems, the natural matchups here of the core to cores, they're still very true in the late game, if not more exasperated, just because of the items you're going to be eventually getting here on the Wraith King. He's going to be going next into, what are you building? This can't be a divine, is it? What do you have coming
No,
to you?
that's an
MKB. Okay, that's what I
Yeah.
thought.
Yeah,
But you know,
very
with an Ags purchase perhaps on the Wraith King, the game changes, you know, very
That's true.
dramatically. On Minos, you know, of course, his own just reincarnation, the ability is going to be really powerful. Like, I'm happy that this game is still going because it's a fun one, but it's not like I think this game gets any better for Midas as the game goes on. I think they're just always kind of backs against the wall here. They're always in the corner, you know, in this one. And that's fine because they play well there. They've gotten a lot of kills, which honestly they shouldn't have, right?
Thunder relishes the corner. Both teams I think actually really love to be in that position. Thunder actually I think is better that they lose in the beginning so they don't throw afterwards. Midas though, I mean they've been playing this quite well. Now with the Ags on Void, that gives you a bit more consistency, right, in terms of the team fight, because you always have the extra time block to secure, maybe. But it is true that some of your teammates are going to start to fall off. I like that Mandy has gone directly for the Daedalus though.
Why did he get that?
Yeah,
Was
just
that third
told you.
Roche?
I'm actually not sure if he got in the Roche though.
He must
might
have.
have.
I think
Might
he's.
have been, yeah.
I think he's got
Yeah, that
way
was
too
too
much
quick
money.
otherwise. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's good then. I mean, the Ags is really valuable on the Void, like I mentioned, so it makes you be able to fight the Wraithing one-on-one pretty easily. Also,
Oh,
it
yeah.
hits the Dark Willow when she Shadow Realms, which is
That's
really useful.
very, very true. It hits every single unit as long as you can, as long as you're on the map. Oh,
Exactly.
wow. Matthew showing off the blink timing. He's also got A on disc, but it's nice that they don't proc that disc this
Exactly.
early on.
Because you want it for Chrono. He's done the RDO. Wu is playing a bit too aggressive though on his Vengeful Spirit. When I saw Celery playing it on Viking GG particularly, I saw Vengeful Spirit standing like 6 light years away.
Oh, the deck. They actually stunned up the Doom there. I don't know if they quite saw him, but RDO now, a nice skewer. Oh, no, you
Ooh.
clipped yourself. Minos is free to go. In the meantime, though, there goes
Mines.
Wu. Dead for days. Here's now Minos. He's got a lot of enemies here. Very nice arena. We'll push him right back with the man fight now. 1v1 Wraith King versus the Faceless Void. Round 1 won by Faceless Void, but there's now round 2 with plenty of support incoming. RDO, very nice Chrono, zoning away Matthew as well as Leo Style. That's going to allow him to nuke through 1. And now even the second life as Leo Style trapped by the RP. Duster trying to stay alive a little bit longer as the swap now from the buyback out from
Nice
Wu, doing
RDO.
a little bit longer. RDO is getting the damage on Leo Style. The spear will push him away, allow him to live a bit longer, but they will eventually still kill him. Buying back again is our techies, and you know what? Not bad. He's going to net himself a kill this time around.
Which
and
also
that's gonna-
died back.
Yes, it is, and that's going to make it a 3 for 4.
Yep, not bad at all there, honestly, considering as well that the 4 that you kill include the enemy carry and Void survives the whole time. And now we see the power of RDO. He played that really well, though, honestly. I mean, it's why Void's one of his best heroes together with Terrorblade, but like, this guy time walked and evaded most things, honestly. He played really aggressively with that new Ags. I think it was very effective at keeping the rating in check. And I really like that he kept his BKB until the Chrono was available. So once he used the Chrono, he was essentially invulnerable to any sort of intervention from the outside, especially because they had already killed the Vengeful Spirit. That just turned out really well for Midas, and they might be able to win this game, honestly. They're starting to take the reins with these initiations and doing it really well.
Yeah, that second Chrono, or sorry, the first Chrono, there's no second Chrono yet. That Chrono, its position was fantastic. I think if it was any different, you know, if it was slightly different,
because he put him in the middle, right? So you couldn't really help him. Yeah.
No, he put himself actually at the edge, and he was not even standing in Chrono. He didn't need to. He just needed to zone out Leo Style as well as, I think, Matthew, just to make sure that they were on the farthest end of the Chrono.
Of course, the BKB helps anyway.
Yep.
You kind of need an E-Blade here, which I think Leo Style's already considering, so that's a really good, smart choice. You need that, and that will make the matchup a bit more fair again, right? Because I don't think Wraith King gets there an A on disc. I don't know. Like, I know that is usually the item to counter the Void, but I think on a Wraith King it just feels a bit stupid.
I might be wrong here, but I think Minos ought to consider buying an Ags. I know it's a team game. He is the carry, so the team really should be buying him an
Well,
Ags.
I mean, it works on him as well. Right?
It's so good though, this game, isn't it?
Yeah, I agree. I don't know. It depends, right? Because I think one of the things I've noticed about we talk about Void Mars is not a good combo because anti-synergy, because you lack, you don't have any damage, right? But against Wraithing, realistically, you don't really need damage. You need constant catch, right? Because you're not really going to burst them down. You're just going to keep them in the same space forever.
Yeah. Yeah.
Which means that I've seen a couple team fights we've seen. Midas has managed to just zone out the Wraithing from the rest of his team, and I wonder how powerful the Axe would be then, right? I don't know.
I just, because like this is, you know, like you look at a draft, if they have like a, I don't know, like an AA, Legion Commander, Faceless Void, you know, like a draft like this, you're like, what's good here? It would be cool if I could have 2 lives, right? That would allow me to live longer. That's why heroes like Venge and Wraith King are both good this game, right? What if you could give everyone on your team that buff though, right? Yes, it's for the Wraith King, but it's also for the Lesh. It's also for the Doom. It's also for the Willow to actually be able to cast spells. Maybe that makes a difference, right?
Yeah.
That's why I thought, because you're completely right. You raise a really good point with the control, right? But I don't know if they can control all 5 heroes, right?
Yeah, it's true. I guess you're right that they can't fully zone them out. I'm still a bit dubious. I mean, I guess getting the swap for 7 extra seconds would be kind of useful because you can't really kill the Venge and go on Wraithing. Yeah, I see the point. I see where you're coming from. Let's see if he builds it though, because for now they again zone out Minos. Terrorize doesn't hit because he activates the BKB in time. They do Doom the Void this time. Minos though activates the BKB and wants to fight again, but the RP stops him, and that's your BKB wasted with your first life. However, Void could still be in trouble as he's still muted. He's gonna go down. RDO falls to the Leshak, who's a true carry with the Red King now joining against Sexy Fat. You'll have to keep him in place, and they're gonna finish him off with the stuns. Well played there, Thunder Predator, because Midas, they don't have a buyback on the Void. 120 seconds without him. Minos, it was actually well played. That BKB gave him enough time just to bait out the Void and force the kill on him. Well played on the Doom as well. No Lincolns on the Void. Oh, actually, he did have Lincolns. Never mind. Sorry, he just got cancelled by someone, I guess.
Yep. Yeah, they did a good job of making sure that Wu could not get a swap off. Techie's immediately blasting off that one. Speaking of blasting off, up into the air goes Duster. He will be killed. They did get a life at least off of Minos, but again, it's Wraith King, right? He's got 2 lives to give, 30 seconds until really anyone that can kill him is alive, so he is totally happy taking that death there, coming back with full HP and mana, and they're just going to end the game here. Oh, maybe they're going to end Mandy's life first. Spear is going to buy them a little bit of time, at least for the Arena of Blood, but it's not going to matter. Mandy is going to die outside of his own arena, is Sexy Fat. Everyone's just going to leave the arena with their BKBs, and the GG will be called Game 1 over to Thunder Predator.
Very well played, Thunder Predator, honestly. That last fight was all they needed, and I guess that was the point, right? They only needed one good fight, and they knew they had to kind of bait out with that. I think the choice from Minos of keeping the BKB and using it in the first life, but right as he was about to go down, was very clever. And I think that was what honestly gave him that fight. Very, very well played. The positioning was also nice because they actually were playing in the high ground and still managed to regain that high ground due to a really smart Terrorize play, and Leshrac and Doom both going the alternate routes, right? They went around, which allowed them to secure the Doom on the Void. Honestly, Thunder Predator deserves this game. I mean, Midas played really well, but I think Thunder Predator, yes, a couple mistakes, but overall, very impressive performance.
Yeah, it's just an outdraft as well, right? Like I was saying, like you have the 2 heroes that you always want to have if they have like some kind of weird bursty or against the Faceless Void, right? Like it's just a really, really good draft as well from Thunder Predator. They reacted very, very nicely. Maybe they were expecting the Techies pick or knowing that it was a possibility, and it just well reacted, well read, well reacted, and a solid game. It was a little sloppy in the middle there, but that's fine. Made for a fun one anyway, and in the end they will take it and lead 1-0 then in the series.
We are going to be coming back with the next game of the series between Midas and Thunder Predator in just a couple minutes as the lobby gets ready. Of course, we'll be sending it back to our radio host here at the Voice of the Realm, Mr. Alvaro Sanchez and Richie Garcia, which will take you through a bit of an analysis, a bit of paneling, and of course, through the next game's draft. For now, my name has been Mr. Alvo Plus, joining here by Seek and Strike. We've loved casting this wonderful playground that is SA Dota to you. Stay tuned for the next game of the series.
Hello, and welcome right back to the Voice of the Realm. We're here, now, in daylight, casting The Realms Collide
I don't
Jumbo Shrimp.
I don't know what you're talking about. It's Jumbo Shrimp. Yes, that's right. I don't know what you're talking about. It's I'm the day man, so there's always light around me.
I would like to say to that Dayman comment, I am the fighter, the night man.
I didn't know you were because now I have to fight you because you screamed at me. I have to fight you. I'm legally obligated. You know who else has to fight?
I'm also a master of karate and friendship for everyone.
Well, you know who else has to fight? And who's a master of techies? That's right. It's Maya's Club.
If you get that reference, tweet at me at Mr. Avo Plus, and I will send you $10.
Well, there we go. Our draft is live for game number 2 here. We do have a 1-game lead, of course, for Thunder Predator. But I don't know. It was a good game. Again, honestly, I think it just came down to the draft. I think both teams, they made some mistakes, right?
I think that the draft by Midas was certainly a hard draft to try to use in general. Like they kind of made it work towards the end with the techies, but you put yourself in such a spot. I do question why you would ever try to, like, it's one of those drafts where, like, if you look at it, the whole draft of the 5 heroes, you go, not that bad. But the order of drafting and the way they proposed that was just odd, if not wrong.
I see what you mean. That's a good point. To me, it was just, I think, well reacted by Thunder Predator. I think
also,
if two teams are like evenly matched, like literally 1-to-1, I think Thunder Predator wins that 100% of the time, just because the draft is countered, honestly. But that's that. That's game number 1, right? We have game number 2 now, and we have an early TB pick.
Yeah, Midas don't give no shits, huh?
Yeah, paired with the Venge.
They immediately go for their carry as their second pick, and they have last pick, so it's much more common to pick your carry. I did mention earlier that
Don't cry. It's okay.
to pick your carry.
To pick your carry.
He's gonna get
He's
countered, Richie.
He's gonna get No, he's not, Alvaro. He's got 3 bands. You got 3 bands.
Okay.
There you go. See, they banned the Bloodseeker.
The Pango pick is actually quite nice against Terrorblade in general because he has magic immunity that deals damage, right, and stuns, so it's very, very useful here. Of course, the ban the Bloodseeker immediately afterwards. The Terrorblade is RDO's, I would argue, best hero. I think Brazil has 2 of the best Terrorblades in America, Costa Vila and RDO particularly. I actually like RDO's style a bit better, though I do see the credit for Costa Vila. Costa Vila plays the Terrorblade much more as he understands the macro game better with Terrorblade. RDO is a bit better when it comes to the team fights and the target acquisition. So Costa Vila will be able to win you games that are lost, but if you're winning or you need some sort of miracle to happen, RDO is the man to do it, and his Terrorblade is absolutely insane. It's also a really good answer to Tusk, because if Tusk Pango is your offlane, which honestly it seems like it's going to be, that's only physical damage, and RDO will shrug that off with his Terrorblade.
Yep, he's got a crap ton of armor. I think you like hover over it and it just says crap ton.
I think it's the highest base armor in the game.
It is, yeah.
Second, Nagasari.
I'm not sure. I only know the tops. It's like your trivia questions, right? They never ask who was the second general to do this. No. They always ask about the first general.
Yeah, but we all know about the second man who went on the moon.
On the boon?
On the boon.
On the boon? On the moon? Hold on.
Yeah, Buzz Aldrin.
You know his Simpson quote about that is pretty funny.
What is the?
He's like, I let Neil go first in case it wasn't safe.
That's a pretty good
Yeah,
one.
he just steps out of the moon sucks him in. Oh, it's made of cheese. Let's get out of here, boys.
And the real reason why we know him is that everyone that tells him at his stage, he punches in the face. At his age of 80, he still does that. He actually recently punched a reporter who guaranteed it was a conspiracy.
I can't. I don't know how you even believe that. Also, why would you ever
go to the guy who did it?
Insult a guy? Like, do you know what it takes to be an astronaut?
Yeah,
like, even in the modern day.
Very mean.
And then back then.
Well, what I respect is that he just punches him in the face. Like, he has no qualms about it.
What I'm saying is, like, just because like someone's an astronaut doesn't mean you have to respect them, right? You can still be an astronaut and like an asshole, right? They're not like mutually exclusive. But like,
he's a good guy.
But like the training you need, especially back then, like that dude was a fighter pilot.
Yeah,
he was like in the Vietnam War, which was. He was in the war, so he was trained. He was a test pilot as well, which means he underwent forces. I mean, back then,
being an astronaut was a bit more difficult in terms of the actual, like the piloting and all the mechanical stuff.
Well, yeah, and not only that is that was when the U.S. was also racing the USSR to the moon.
That's true.
So they were like, there was no safety either. So he literally got like he was literally put through so many like rough G forces, like when a Formula One crashes.
It was all staged though. That's the
but that's what I mean. Like, even if it was staged, he did all those things still, right? That means you're still basically insulting like some dude, right? Like that's like insulting Conor McGregor. What's his name? The guy with the crappy scotch that fights anyone that says his scotch is crappy.
It's Conor McGregor.
Yeah, Conor McGregor. Like he punched that old man in the bar.
Yeah, he punched a lot of people.
Like, that's foul, but like I see no reason why you'd want to aggravate
I had
that.
a friend named Conor that did the exact same thing as Conor McGregor, and I was
Hey,
like,
he was a fighter.
he would just fight anyone that would say
I
his
mean,
scotch was crappy.
It's an interesting culture. I mean, you know who else would probably fight anyone is this Tusk. You know,
like
literally.
Earthshaker as well. I think.
Earthshaker.
Yeah, I think that guy is the kind of dude that like he waits, he bites his time, right? He finds the weakest target and then proceeds to slam him.
Yeah. He's the guy that's like always asking your friend group, "Oh, you ever been in a fight before? Oh no. Oh, okay." And then and then later out of the night when you're a few bevs in, you know,
So that episode of Community, you've never been punched in the face? No, of course
I
not.
don't know if I've ever seen that one.
Yeah, of course. It's one of the first episodes. It's when they first get into the fight with a snowman, and Troy teaches him how to do the stink guy.
Yeah, good old.
And after that little segment of the Joe Rogan podcast, let's go into
Oh,
the.
I guess, yeah. I guess, yeah.
The Earthshaker is nice against the Pango, particularly because the Rolling Thunder gets blocked by the Fissure, right? And you can shield crash in time, but
but
honestly,
only once.
well, I mean, depends on what talent you go for, but it is true. That
Sure.
It's
Sure.
true that the Fissure just sets a huge obstacle that the Pango usually, because when you actually play Pango, you play Pango competitive at a high level. Usually, you actually the biggest skill Pango needs to have is when to fight. Sorry, where to fight, not when to fight.
Yeah.
Or whatever. He has to. There's certain spaces where you can actually really pull the pinball. off.
You need the pinball bumper areas.
Yeah,
I
exactly.
understand.
And not every place is that. And with Earthshaker fissuring, he breaks those areas. So he makes it so that there's no a single area where you can fight freely per se. Your Rolling Thunder is still useful, but you can't get the ridiculous plays Pangos can do.
Yeah,
sometimes.
I think the reason I mentioned the Shaker, and this is more apparent with heroes that have less mobility, because Pango's got like a crap ton of mobility, right? Like he rivals even like the Spirits in terms of his amount of mobility sometimes, depending on the talent he takes. But the thing with like Phoenix and a Tusk is you can Icarus dive across a fissure, you can snowball across a fissure, but fissure lasts a pretty long time, right? So if you need to go back, there is no back.
It is true.
So
it is true.
The same to some degree can be said of the Pango. Sure, you can use a swashbuckle to get back across a fissure, but then he's using his swashbuckle defensively.
Exactly.
So-
And I like what you say actually, because the fissure is quite weak. We always talk about people that can go over the fissure, but there's a clear distinction between people like Winter Wyvern or Bat Rider that can literally fly over and still have the skill activated, and heroes that have to use an escape for a dumb build like fissure. Like seriously,
yeah.
it's your first ability. I think it's 14-second cooldown. It's not that big a deal.
Yeah, it is nerfed a little bit, especially because they made the duration now. It used to be like 8 seconds at every level, and now Ice Frog's like, maybe we should change that. So good on that. So good change, but no.
But still very powerful.
You're right, because you're right. There's an important distinction. A Broodmother, of course, does not care. For example, like that's considered the S tier anti-fissure, right? Because you just move up and down. But heroes like your Arctic Burn, like your Firefly, well, those not the heroes, but the abilities, right, are going to be really good. Your Spirits as well.
And
there are even a tier below that, I would say.
If you allow me to keep talking about the Earthshaker, one of the weaknesses he has, though, is despite how strong the Fissure is, he has a lot of kill potential on lane, but brings no harassment whatsoever. He's very similar to Tiny, except his kill potential is weaker. He relies on his other heroes to actually create kills. So once you pick an Earthshaker, your offlane weakens considerably, and that's why Thunder Predator has the ability to pick up a Phoenix. Not only is Phoenix great against both TB and Earthshaker, because a lot of damage, and Earthshaker can never hit that egg, right? But on top of that, he's an okay 5. He can be easily countered by certain heroes in the offlane position, but once Midas defined their support as a 4, which is the Earthshaker, then you know the offlane is going to be relatively weak, and Phoenix can take advantage of this, especially because the matchup Phoenix versus Earthshaker is really good. So Thunder is reading this draft correctly. Now they go for the Juggernaut. I'm torn about the Juggernaut versus Terrorblade matchup. On one hand, I think if you itemize with MKB and Mjolnir, you can deal a lot of damage, and I can see the point, right? You Omnislash or Blade Fury, he can never sunder you, right? But what I've actually loved a lot about the Juggernaut, when I see him against a TB, is particularly the magic damage builds. Both Hector and Minos has tried these builds before, like with the Radiance build or Shiva's or whatever, and you go for the Blade Fury talent, and you kill Terrorblade only with magic damage, which is quite nice. The only problem, though, is there is a cutoff point for that build or any build where Terrorblade just is stronger, especially once he gets Scotty.
Yeah, or Satanic after Scotty, right? He just steals all his HP
No,
back.
I mean the Scotty more on the lines that once you get Scotty, the Juggernaut can no longer run away with the Blade Fury because you can actually slow him down. That's one of the weaknesses Terrorblade has. You can't catch up to Juggernaut easily, especially with the talent at level 15.
I can't really catch up to anyone. I guess that's what the Shakers
very
used
slow.
before. You got to swap the Ember to chase down. I'm still missing. It is a good draft from Thunder
Both
Predator
teams, I would
from
say.
both teams as well. But Midas, they still need something to pull it together, right? Because Earthshaker is not your first in. Neither is Venge. TB maybe could be your first in. You know, we need someone to like start the fight. Like we got like plenty of people to start the party here for Thunder Predator. Right? Phoenix could do it. Pango could do it. Tusk could do it. Like all three. I don't really see a very very clear way to start the fight here. That's as flexible as Thunder Predator have it. Right.
It is true. It's mostly Earthshaker.
Yeah, I mean, don't get me wrong. I do not want to be pushing into the base of Midas Club. Like, you back them into a corner, and they are going to fight with everything, and they're terrifying.
But they're less versatile.
Yeah, less versatile. But pushing high ground, that's a little bit different, right?
You kind of have to wait till TB is so strong that you just push.
That's what I mean. I mean. Of course, we still have a pick to address this, but that's currently the issue that I'm seeing with this
Ooh,
draft. I
Darkseer.
like the Darkseer. It's one of my favorite heroes, to be honest.
I like him very much as well because he's a bit of a. So the Pango is now a 2, which is great because you avoid a Terrorblade lane. Darkseer is not the best hero against TV, but he's not the worst either. It just kind of depends, right, on how the matchup is played and how you played around meta. Really nice. And now Midas, they just threw a wrench in their works, right? Now they're like, oh, Pango is actually not going to, or he's going to be the mid laner, right? So now Midas needs to reconsider the pick that they had thought of. I agree with you, though, that they need some sort of initiation here. What do they have available? They don't have the Mars, which is so popular. You know what? When I have a lineup that's unflexible, I particularly like things like Centaur because Centaur gives you a lot of flexibility with Stampede.
You're right. I think I would be quite happy with that. Against a Juggernaut, it's not the worst lane either.
Yeah, you can last it. I
you-
mean, most heroes are really suck against Juggernaut.
You can.
Oh, he's banned. Oh, never mind. He's the. I
Yeah,
didn't
because
see
that would
it.
have been nice because then you can Stampede to choose to disengage from fights. They don't really have the best catch for you.
You have Legion still that can win the lane against Juggernaut. So
Yeah.
Legion is an option
Okay,
because he's
that's-
also really good against Phoenix.
That's some initiation. You need something for everyone to focus on so that
Yep.
the Earthshaker can follow up
Yep.
with the Echo Slime. I like the idea of that.
But no AoE stuns though, which is what you're
No
suggesting and what you're
AoE.
right about. I don't know what else they could pick up though that has some sort of AoE stun because they've gotten rid of Slardar, they got rid of the Centaur.
Tide Hunters.
Snap. Oh,
Okay.
okay. not-
I always forget. I mean, I know this hero exists because we see it a lot. You
She's
know,
an offlane very
but
common.
yeah, in the offlane, it's still a bit of a more novel concept. But I think I like it.
She's okay. I think it's okay because you have the Earthshaker as a secondary initiator, so you can play much more of like damaging Snapfire. I think the Snapfire though as a core, especially against a mid Pango, is a bit rough because he can always cancel you or even kill you. I'm not the biggest fan of this pick, but to be honest, considering Midas was out of options, it's the best of what you had.
I agree.
I like it more than Legion
I'd have to think about that
because it
My-
brings you more AoE damage and or in general team fight.
I don't ever see a scenario where Snapfire is ever able to actually utilize the ulti. Either you're going to get
Yeah,
it
it's true.
canceled
or the egg will force you to go in.
And if you're positioned for Snapfire, that's still sucks, but that's okay. But on an offlane Snapfire, that sucks even more, dude.
Yeah.
So that's why I'm like, maybe the LC, at least she's still doing her core thing, right? Whereas the Snapfire kind of has a lot of shoes to fill in. I don't know. Mortimer, he's a darn cutie guy, and he's real talented, but I don't know if he can fill all those shoes.
We'll see. At least the laning is going to go well for you.
Yeah.
And
That's right. You can win the lane.
okay. Sorry, we actually before we go into the game, we actually changed sponsors today. Yeah.
no.
Eeples actually asked us to give them a shout out as well, right?
Okay.
So, so guys, is your life meaningless? Is your whole point of existence hollow? Well, do not deter yourself from giving Eeples a great follow.
At Eeples Gaming on Twitter, at Eeples Gaming on Facebook,
On Twitch, particularly.
at Eeples Gaming on Twitch, at Eeples Gaming on VK.
At Eeples Gaming on Trovo.
Yep, we're on it all, guys. At
We're on it
Eeples
all.
Gaming on LinkedIn.
If you actually look up Eeples Gaming, there is a physical address that you can go to.
It's in a castle.
It's in a castle.
That's not a lie.
It's not a lie. It's in Sweden as well. Yeah.
And-
Visit our castle.
Yeah,
But
visit our
first of all,
castle.
follow our Twitch channel.
And follow us on Tinder. But for now, we have a match going, and we have an ad for you to watch. Welcome back, guys, for game number 2 here of our series. Thunder Predator leading 1-0. Shoutouts to our radio host for that excellent ad read. That was smooth as butter.
In fact, that was so buttery smooth that would make Miss Butterworth blush. That's how buttery smooth it was, Alva, wasn't it? Isn't that right?
I loved it. I thought it was the best transition I've ever seen in my life.
That's
I
true.
actually wanted to just give up my job because I thought, well, who can match Richard Garcia's energy?
Well, it's funny because, you're a host, right? You like hosting events and esports. I mean, honestly, that guy's going to steal all your jobs with how good that transition was.
It's
I don't know what you're going to do.
Yeah, yeah.
Might as well get in that bread line, my dude.
I mean, that's why I'm with Eeples, right? So
You know who else
they
is
can
trying to get
cover
that
my
bread,
salary.
though? It's going to be Midas. They're going to be down 1-0 thus
It's
far.
a best of 2, though.
It's a best of 2. It's still the group stage. It's only the first match, but of course you want to give yourself that best opportunity to move on to the playoffs, which are pretty far into the future. We got this tournament. Do drop a follow because the already hosts are right. We are going to be here for quite some time, ladies and gentlemen. A whole
I'm
month
going
of
to be
Dota.
living here. I have to live in the studio, dude, just for this whole month, actually.
That is true.
Yeah.
I make
we
him
actually-
sleep on the desk.
I do. I sleep on the desk. So if tomorrow you notice like a bit of saliva, it's don't worry about it. It's just mine.
Very nice, very nice. What? We are in game here, and our SA pause, the formality out of the way. Everyone's ping has settled down, and we're
I
good
love
to
that they
go.
just accept this, by the way. They don't even ask what.
I'm sure the admins, they don't even start the timer yet. Who paused? We all paused. The admin paused.
No, you do not know the admin for this tournament, my good friend. The admin for this tournament is as anal as can be. He will definitely start the timer. He will text me as well. Like whenever they pause, he will actually, I kid you not, send me a WhatsApp text being like, "Oh, they have this many minutes of pause." I'm like, "Okay, I'm
nice,
casting,
though.
dude. Stop. Stop talking to me."
It's kind of nice to have. I'm not gonna lie.
Shout out to Glim. He is the best esports producer in all South America. We love you very much, Glim.
I wish I had a Glim that would text me with how many pause timers I had left.
To battle.
Yeah. Well, Glim likes me very much. It's a long time working with a guy. Long time. Him insulting me anytime I would say anything in a cast and be like, you can't say that in a cast. Watch me now, Glim. Anyway,
Now I'm in English. It's a whole different rodeo.
exactly. Anyway, shout out to the 4D guys as well in general for organizing this tournament. I'm really happy to see tournaments coming not only into for South Americans but also from South Americans, right? To actually grow the scene in general. So it's really cool. There was the guys from there's two leagues going on right now, right? La Movistar LPG, and then you have the Rams Collide, both from South America. And the people from LPG who we're talking about 4D, they're saying 4D is literally like the community for the community. Like these guys rose from the community to make something for the community because they just love Dota so much. I'm not saying that LPG is worse. LPG is just much more professional. It's much more of they have proper sponsors and everything like that. And 4D is just, hey guys, let's get together and make a Dota tournament. So I'm very happy for them right now.
Yeah.
It's very nice to cast this.
You know what my biggest pet peeve is, though, to be honest with you?
What?
Is when teams pause as the horn is starting, because when you resume, the horn does not resume, and
Yeah.
it's one of the best things in Dota.
Yeah, honestly, sound design in general in this game is absolutely wonderful. I was watching, I've noticed this, and don't call me out for this, okay? Don't
Okay.
call me out. But
Okay.
I might sometimes indulge in a bit of anime, right? And I've noticed that a lot of anime uses Dota sound effects.
What?
I've recently heard homing missile, call down, rupture, blood right, and the supernova in the same anime.
Huh.
Yeah.
Now that is fascinating.
Yeah, right? That's a fun fact. If you want to check it out.
Are you sure you're not just watching your own Dota 2 games?
No, I swear. I have to rewatch it because every time I check, it's like, wait, is that really true? If you want to watch Puella Madoka Magic, there is literally all of those sound effects in the game, in the anime.
Make sure you tweet all your anime reaction gifs to @MrAvoPlus on Twitter.
please.
So you
I am
can-
not a weeb, I swear.
Okay. What's that Ahego pillow doing in your room then?
That's not how it's spelled.
Ahego. I don't know.
I would never do that. I did meet one person that had a sweatshirt of that, and I cringed so hard. He actually was wearing it outside in public. I did not know what to say to that. Worst event I ever hosted.
Okay. Well, okay. So we have, we'll move on from that one then. We have our mid lane matchup of Mandy versus Leo Style. Pango versus our Ember. Flame Guard is basically free damage for him. Of course, it's going to really screw with Leo Styles' mojo. I don't know. Do you still max it, though?
If you max it, it does serves two functions. First of all, laning is a bit easier for you, right? And then second of all, as well, you can farm a bit faster with it.
Right,
I
right.
think you want to go for the 3-2, though, like with Sleight of Fist. over the Flame Guard. But it does depend on how aggressive he wants to play this lane. Because if you go for like a fist build, you can also go for an early point searing chains, and then you actually have kill potential against the Pango. If you go for the Flame Guard build, just looking to farm, it really does depend how he sees this matchup. Leo will definitely not go for Shield Crash though. It's going to be full normal Pango build. He does not care about the Flame Guard at all.
You know what I think is actually fascinating? I'm just thinking about this. I think actually in this core-to-core matchup, I think Everspirit's totally happy with this matchup because I think he totally screws with Leo's side. If he gets a lucky shot, in the lane it's really annoying, but at any other stage of the game except for the slow, doesn't care. He's got way more ways to deal damage.
Yep.
So that's a little interesting. Of course, if he gets permastun, he's screwed, but so is any other hero.
Right, yeah, that's the power of the Pango, of course, right? He doesn't actually carry the most consistent stun, but if you get the pinball off, that's just win. Any hero that's to the pinball, pretty much, right? And I think that a lot of Pangos nowadays also go for the Rolling Thunder extra duration talent, which adds a lot more to the potential of that happening. Top lane, by the way, Duster's in trouble, tag team, and it's the Darkseer plus Tuskar lane. This lane is hell. And Sacred will take advantage of it with a first blood already in his hands.
Speaking of hell, I think Gamin wants to be back into his Techies game because he's just getting rat at by Wu on the Phoenix. It just cannot even get a spare moment to himself. They took a little tour of the jungle, of the Radiant jungle there, as they chased each other around, having a nice time. They learned a lot about each other, you know, a lot about themselves, a lot about what it means to be a support in the game of Dota 2. And now they're back, and we see the block getting canceled by a nice fissure by Amin. So immediately back to being annoying to each other.
Yeah, I mean, the Juggernaut shouldn't suffer too much in this lane, but he has to be a bit careful, right? There is kill potential if he makes a mistake. There's a lot of burst damage coming from the Snapfire, and they do have a chain of stuns, which is good. Wu cannot really do much in this lane, unfortunately, so it's really just up to Minos. Dust from the top lane falls again to Matthew. It's to be expected. They can't really kill a Terrorblade reliably, and they don't want to. And Terrorblade still has this meta, right? Really smart from RDO. So just going for the support. If you go for the support and you force the meta, that's a win. And if you go for the support and you don't force the meta, that's a win because you kill him anyway. So.
Yeah, I mean, it's just free kills, right? It's a bigger creep for that Vengeful Spirit because the combo is so easy to execute and it's very, very deadly. Even our boy Darkseer doesn't do an insignificant amount of damage with his little karate chops, you know?
Yeah, I agree. It's
And
it's
again,
nice
by
to
the
have the
way,
Darkseer here.
Wu and Amin just, again, walking through the jungle together.
Yeah, a little leisurely stroll, right?
Yeah.
But Wu has an advantage here because he's level 2 already, which means he has Icarus dive. So, I mean, it is kind of relevant. Fissure is so good that the Urshiker can actually rotate, which is level 1, but Wu does a bit more here. We have seen the build that's suggested, by the way, on Mandy because he wants to play with the Earthshaker, so he actually went for the maxing sleight of fist. And that means that you're probably looking for some sort of rotation. But he is not able to recover from this lane as much, which is why Leo style is also playing it more aggressively. Very smart.
Leo style. By the way, Invis rune to dodge the tower attack. Missed the majority of the swashbuckles, unfortunately. But hey, it was still really cool, wasn't it?
No, I liked it very much. I think Leo understands that once he noticed that the Flame Guard's only level 2, he's like, alright, I have to play aggressively. Like, I have to try to pressure the Ember to leave this lane, because he won't be able to farm jungle as quickly. And especially because the Earthshaker was gone, but Wu was keeping tabs on him. Makes it a bit more difficult.
They canceled Icarus dive? Yeah, that's a nice kill into the Phoenix.
I guess it didn't really matter they got cancelled, to be honest, because as I mentioned earlier, they have so much burst damage, one single hit and you're done, right? Oh no. They have Snowball though. There we go. Duster in the top lane, tag team. But this time the meta is used because RDO is tired of seeing a support die. He wants to save him this time.
He's like, I need you to die a little bit later and TP my items for me. Not now. You're not allowed to die.
He's really just saving his courier.
Yeah, that's his courier. Courier's too slow now, he says. You're my courier now. No, but I'm about... No, you're my courier. You know, bot lane, they canceled the Icarus. That was the initial stun, actually. That was the reason they could kill. They cookied aggressively. Sexy Vat just gave himself a cookie, and then Icarus dive was started and then canceled immediately.
No, he gave Earthshaker and then he stopped it. Yeah.
Okay.
Very well played. I watched the whole thing.
Yeah, Icarus dive's got like a little cast animation to it. He's gotta like you know muster the strength to do it.
Oh yeah, he needs to like go back and then go forward.
I have just realized why it's called Icarus Dive. It's because of Kid Icarus from Nintendo 64. No, it's from the Greek myth, isn't it?
Yeah, of course, yeah. He flies too close to the sun, of course.
Yeah.
That's now when you realize it, pinball in mid lane? Oh no, he misses the pinball.
Yeah.
Okay, so it's just harassment to Rolling Thunder. It's okay, I guess. I mean, it's not the longest cooldown, the skill, ever since they buffed it, so the cooldown's a bit more normal.
Oh, top lane. Oh, a little bit too aggressive there as they will go into the tier 1 tower, but they will be able to turn with RDO and Duster. Finally get a kill in return onto Matthew. Middle lane, Amin as well does really nicely to steal a regen rune, which Leo's Tower, he's not going to start suffering too quickly, but it's going to be apparent here soon as nice disarm, but there, yeah, he's dead.
Maybe not, though. The Sexy Fat. Never mind. Yeah. I was a bit hopeful, but Sexy Fat even celebrates with a little Mortimer's kiss behind him.
Well, kiss for the boys. You got to kiss your boys, right? He was giving a kiss to Amin. Good fissure, dude.
It's the equivalent of slapping someone in the butt, right? Like in sports.
I think that is how it works, yes.
Yes, indeed. So, unfortunately, you lose your Pango mate. Pango is not that big a deal if he dies, because he also farms really quickly. So
yeah, he's already got the Javelin, so...
Exactly. He's okay with this as long as they're not killing Minos. Minos is really the hero you have to protect right now in the early game. Thunder is quite okay with losing Darkseer or the Pango. But Dominant Slash onto Sexy Fat, not enough damage, but you have a Blade Fury afterwards. Nice fissure, perfectly calculated. That fissure just saved his life and might also kill Wu here. But luckily the Fire Spirits save him from dying.
Will kill him if Earthshaker could ever attack him. But unfortunately, that's not happening.
Yeah, exactly. He is really slow. That's why the Phoenix is so good with the Fire Spirits, because you just hit Shaker to deal damage, and you also completely block Enchant Totem.
Yeah, pretty much. It's very slow. He's really got to enchant that totem. It's the whole thing.
In the top lane, though, I see Duster's in trouble. I think Matthew wants to guarantee the skill, and he even gives it Sacred. Actually stops attacking, gives it Sacred with the Iron Shell. Well played. Okay, and the Pango actually skipped Boots to go for the Javelin early, which is why now he can farm a bit quicker. This is the best pinball place, by the way. It's right in between the two high grounds in the middle lane, and the Leo style wants to force it. There we go. Oh no, Leo, you fell for it, dude. He had his remnant ready.
He did, and again, similar scenes as before, as he's just going to see the Shaker snag away the power rune, which means his bottle will go empty yet again.
Yep.
That's okay. That can only happen twice, as the next rune will be, of course, for the bounties, and he should have no problem collecting one for himself here. As RDO, his Metamorphosis just expired, level 3, farming a little bit of an ancient stack here for himself, nearly dying for it, but very well worth it for the cause. It's going to give him his Manta style. Does have boots. Interesting, he wants to have the Arcane Ring in instead of the Broom Handle, maybe to give more armor to his...
Oh, Phoenix. Oof, that was a good evasion there, the cookie. Sexy Fat almost got him a second time. Very nice. Sorry, what were you saying about the Broom Handle?
He doesn't. He's got Broom Handle, but never mind. He's gonna say PMS. Never mind. It's a moot point anyway. It's a moot point.
Okay. Yeah, PMS is much better. Probably one of the best items in the early game, to be honest, if you want to farm jungle. That or Iron Talon. Iron Talon is so good.
You can use it on Ancients, dude. It's so good.
It's a bit ridiculous. Even to this day, Iron Talon is still ruining games. Wu? Oh no. What is he? Okay, Wu tries to get out of the map, but they stop him.
Get me
Stop
out of this
breaking
game.
the game, Wu.
Get me out of this game, bro. He's gonna get trapped. No, you must come back down, says
Poor
Grandma.
Wu, dude.
It's like when your grandma keeps feeding you. No, Grandma, I'm okay. I don't need more. No, you have another one. Another.
I have 50 more croquetas for you. Eat your croquetas, my God.
No, okay. And then your mom's like, what are you going to do? Not eat your grandmother's cooking? Oh, okay, I'll do it.
That's true, actually. My grandma used to cook batches, and I'm not kidding, of like 30 cookies, right? And she used to live with me and my parents. And my parents would be like, oh, can we take a cookie? He's like, no, they're all for him. I'm like, is he going to eat 30 cookies in one sitting?
Dude.
And I would, no joke, eat 30 cookies in one sitting. And my grandma would be so happy.
The perks of being an only child right there.
Yeah, it really is. Yeah. I was even above my parents in the house hierarchy. Amin, though, in trouble. Ice shards. They have a snowball. Amin is dead. Oh, maybe the cookie saves him. Nice fissure. Blocks the Pango! But the Phoenix is committing to this. Icarus dies. Misses the first spirit. Doesn't matter. He gotta hit him with auto attacks. Finally dies. Omni Slash in the backlines to kill Duster as well. So that's 2 kills. Both supports. You did use 2 ultimates for this. But at least it wasn't Supernova, right?
And you didn't get the bounty rune either. The Icarus dive, not clicking
not
onto
the
that
biggest
one.
win.
Not the biggest win, but that's okay.
Oh,
that's
no.
Okay.
Minos? What are you doing, Minos?
Oh.
Okay. You know, Minos just saw RDO farming that lane, right? Which he didn't have meta on, I guess, but he just saw him farming the lane. He's like, all right, I'm going to go straight to the high ground where the...
Wait, hold on. Sorry to cut you off. We're still fighting, by the way. Sacred is going to get the kill there. Matthew stuck between a rock and a hard place here, thanks to the fissure. Walrus punches a grandma here, and they might get the kill on a Sexy Fat. No, good enchant totem. The wall of replica illusions is not going to kill the Snapfire either. I think we're fighting mid. No, okay, we're done.
What was that fight in general for Thunder Predator? It just like they had a collective. What I appreciate is that something I like about Thunder Predator is they show their cohesion as a team and their coordination even in these moments because they all brain fart together, You know, like they have a weird moment by Minos, and they're all like, yeah, let's all kill ourselves as well, so Minos doesn't feel bad about himself. I don't really understand exactly what that play was. Neither the Darkseer nor the Juggernaut. I think they're being a bit too cocky with their lineup. Yeah, your early game's a bit better, but not that much better, right?
Yeah, that was scenes of our first series when I think it was Thimalo just on the Juggernaut just spinned and then died to the Mars.
Exactly.
It was like, what?
Yeah. That was very similar to that game. If you haven't watched that game, remember all the VODs are our Nepals Gaming channel on YouTube as well, so if you want to check those out,
Yeah,
we also
you
put highlights there.
Yeah, there's going to be highlights, and then you can check out the games as well on Twitch or on YouTube, where we upload everything there. Again,
And
at
Facebook as well, of
Esports
course.
Gaming. Yeah, that's right. You know who might need to get saved here is going to be our Ember Spirit now, okay? He was looking
Nice.
to try and bait out
Leo's
the
learned,
Rolling
though.
Thunder.
Leo's learned there. He this time he didn't use it the whole time. He was baiting out the Spirit because he knew.
Is under attack.
Very well played, Leo.
Battle Fury is going to be the build here for our Juggernaut. Minos deciding that's going to be the call. He's actually gone for the Keen Optic. That's what he's holding on to here. Is there really
I
no,
like it.
no better item for him?
No, it
Maybe
really isn't, because early you actually have a lot of mana problems with Jug. No, what is he doing, Mandy? He's asking for a high five.
He's probably asking.
Minos.
He's asking for an Omni
Here
Slash.
comes the help from Leo style.
He wants him to Omni Slash him. That's what he wants him to do.
You know, actually, people don't know this, but Mandy, despite the fact that he's a Brazilian player, he actually does speak Spanish, and he's very good friends with a lot of the Peruvian players. So there's a lot of like good feelings between them.
He's probably like, get the heck out of here, man. What are you doing? Get out
Because
of here.
they play pubs, like Minos and him play pubs often, so it's like they're good friends. Mandy is very beloved in the South Americans or in the Peruvian scene because of that. His Spanish is also impressive, by the way. You know, you learn it just with Dota. It's really, really incredible.
Oh, that is impressive.
Dire's top
Much like
tower
I'm
is
starting to
under
learn Russian, or now, Pinoy, right, or Filipino.
Yeah, Tagalog.
Yeah, that's it. Thank you.
Mhm.
Tagalog. Thanks to Dota. A bit of Indo as well occasionally. Depends on who insults me on the day.
Well, the Indo is hard, right? Because you can't read it. At least with the
Oh, they use their own
Tagalog.
script.
Yeah, there's not a Roman script for it, so.
Well, there is, but they don't always use it.
Right. I almost always see it in the script. Anyway, you know what I'm learning?
What do you learn?
I'm learning that RDO can farm a hell of a lot of jungle creeps here.
He's
as
very
TB.
efficient. He's really good. Honestly, I think if you ever want to learn, guys, I really recommend, or Terraplane, I really recommend watching either RDO or Costabile. And their farming patterns are incredibly good. What I really liked is that I was watching Costabile's stream, and he was explaining how Terrablade works, right? And he says one of the mistakes a lot of carries do, and they think Terrablade is just like another carry, and his farming patterns are very different, which is something that people that really play this hero understand. In the bottom lane, they're going to kill Venge really easily, but no big deal.
Yeah, breaks the smoke there. Only sees one initially, but knows there's probably more coming. And yet again, I mean, it's always this bottom power rune that he's just stealing away just before Leo's style can get there. So that's, I think, the third rune now that we've seen stolen. Now, keep in mind, only 6 have spawned. So half of the runes that Leo style was looking forward to getting have been snatched away in the exact same spot by the same hero, Earthshaker. Just, you know, keep that in mind.
Keep that in mind. I mean, he has been kind of useful this game. His rotations
Yeah.
have been really on point. Mandy has a remnant, so he's going to get away. He's
Yeah.
just wasting time for Leo. Leo always questions, like, should I chase him? Or, okay.
No.
You have to chase him, though, so otherwise he won't leave, and that's a problem.
You know, I just pointed that out. You know, sometimes you see like a bunch of carries go really hard at the support. Like, why? He's already dead. Stop it. That's why. It's because you stole all my power runes. Don't ever do that again.
Yeah. Oh, carries naturally, of course, hate the enemy supports because they're
Yeah.
making the enemy carry stronger, so that's the biggest obstacle. Mina's finally built up the Battle Fury. It's around the standard timing, 50 minutes in. On Jug, honestly, I would argue that the standard timing is a bit sooner, on 14 minutes, but it's okay. 15 is acceptable anyway, and that's going to help him hopefully out-farm the Terrablade. The one
Yeah.
advantage that Jug with Battle Fury has over Terrablade in terms of farming is that since Terrablade farms with illusions, he usually falls behind in terms of experience, because illusions, of course, don't let him in experience. But the Jug will beat him in that sense. So it's why the magic damage Jug is so useful against Terrablade, because you usually just out-level him.
We're on pace. Speaking of items, we're on pace for about a 17, 18 minutes
We're also on pace for a team fight. Maybe.
for an Aghanim Scepter here for our Snapfire. Because, man, he's just poking and prodding, trying to get them to overcommit. We've yet to see a Supernova here. This could be the big one now. As with the pipe of insight there, Darkseer providing a nice little block aura for his team. That might dissuade anyone. Oh, Duster, though, he's trapped on the wrong side here. Mandy going to close the gap, give him a Walrus Punch, and now it's going to be kicking off. Down to the low ground he goes. Echo Slime, no, will catch two. That's the Blink Dagger reveal. Is it going to be good enough as the Kiss is now raining down? There goes the Snapfire. There goes as well Leo Style. And also taking the drop is going to be Matthew, as he will get killed eventually. The rest of Midas just continue to run him down. Sacred, you're pretty darn fast, but not faster than Fire here, as he will be chased down. Cookie to get Amen a little bit closer, has the Blink Dagger, has the Fissure, and oh, Sacred, what the heck, breaking his ankles there. Oh, there's, okay.
He broke his ankles, then he broke his own as well
Yeah.
at the TP. Forgot about the Earthshaker Fissure, which of course is a really, really good range, right?
Yeah.
So, yeah, I didn't know Fire was particularly fast, but I found that out today, so thank you for the little science lesson there.
Fire
Yeah.
is very fast.
It's very fast.
Have you never seen a wildfire?
No. Why would I?
I don't
Where
know.
do you think I come from that I see wild?
Well, I don't know. I don't know if you've ever seen a wildfire in a movie. Yeah, fire moves fast, dude. It doesn't
I'm
mess
from
around.
Barcelona, dude. In Spain, we haven't had forests in for 1,000 years. We eliminated them a long time ago.
Or America's on pace to get rid of ours. 2 weeks, maybe? I don't know. We'll see.
March, okay, sorry, March. Mandy goes for Minos. Minos has a mislash. They kill him with a cookie. Goodbye to Minos. That Rolling Thunder maybe a bit late. Unfortunately, they are in the pinball area though, and Pango starts to
swap.
play. They only catch the Vengeful Spirit. Jet the Infused Raindrop still gonna go down though. But it's still a support for a carry. Huge trade for Midas. Very big win, especially because this whole time, RDO is still farming, as he should.
Yeah, that's. I like how we always have to confront the little meme of, oh, are still farming with. No, it's the right thing to do here. As the right thing to do is also kill Sacred. A great snowball savior onto Mandy. Can Sacred live? No, unfortunately not. That also might get Matthew killed here. Although Ember Spirit disarmed and slowed. Then into the Sunray he goes. Doesn't have another remnant. He will be bursted down. The first supernova of the game. We don't have a little shredder. It's already been used. Sexy Fat needs to run for his life. Duster is back alive. Has another swap, but under Predator.
Oh, TB?
Okay. Yeah, TB, RDO. Maybe looking to try and turn this. Nah, he's just gonna show up and lag their game a little bit.
Oh, okay, actually not a bad play by RDO, right? Because with that reflection, since the Metamorphosis was used partially in the jungle, it's hard to guess exactly when it's going to come off cooldown, right? It was 30 seconds away. It's not easy to make that consideration. So it's possible that they didn't really know, and TB just deterred them from pushing this further. Because they knew they were going to lose that fight if they continued. So it was much better to just, deter them away with this offensive farming per se that RDO is doing. But in the meantime, though, he continues to farm regardless, right? Which is really nice. And is beating 2,000 by 2,000 net worth the Juggernaut. Not bad. A Juggernaut is now finally going to finish up Yasha.
Are scanning.
What does RDO have even? He's 1,200 off of the Manta side, which is pretty insane farm for what he's got going. They will be conceding this Roche. We have an Echo Slam. Roche falling quite quickly. Mandy, if he can delay it, they might be able to get the team over in time, but that's not going to happen here. Still in the pit, the Gobble Up, the Yeet Amen. Oh, he's unable to find a really good location for the Echo. Nice restraint there not to use it, because that's, Roche pit, that's Echo Slam time. We've all seen TI6. We know what happens in there, right? But no, that was not a good Echo Slam time, and good restraint. I probably would have still echoed there. And, that's why I'm casting instead of playing.
Exactly. Yeah, I mean, Midas has been biding their time very well until now. I think that the farm on the Terrorblade is starting to get to the point that it's insurmountable. The Scotty, to me, is quite the inflection point against the Juggernaut. And I don't find that the Juggernaut has been too well utilized here by Thunder Predator just yet. The Pango as well now is starting to go for the Greaves build, which is great for pushing and great for team fights, but I do question how much damage you're going to have in these fights, though. A lot of sustain, but where's your damage really coming from?
I think the Mjolnir is probably a really good purchase this game. Maybe not immediately, right? But I agree with you. We need a little bit more. Because in terms of sustain, obviously against an Iascati, it's not amazing to always go for a Holy Locket and go for the healing build, but it's really been quite popular here in SCA. I think in Asia, Asia and SCA. In Europe as well, Phoenix is just going first item for the Holy Locket just for some insane healing.
Radiant's middle
I like that as
So
well.
that could be some sustain, but for now, it's the Veil of Discord, which I think has got a lot of value this game, especially because it amps a lot of the Darkseer's damage, amps the spin, but that's about it. So, I
Well,
think
it amps the Rolling Thunder and Shield Crash, though, which is
Okay,
pretty big.
okay,
In
okay.
addition to things like Maelstrom and stuff like that, so it's not bad.
okay. I mean, I would never call it a bad item this game, but I'm surprised he didn't consider it here.
Whoa! That eat and yeet, as you call it. Earthshaker gets surprised. The cookie. Oh no! Amin turned the wrong way there. They almost had it. Leostar considers Rolling Thundering in, but it's a bit difficult. We used the Metamorphosis, so they wanted to fight there. And as I mentioned, right, Scotty is the big point of inflection. They catch the Pango again. It's really bad. Leo Style is
Kisses.
forced to use the Mechans, and Mortimer skizzes. just to make sure that they can't really defend this tower, right? RDO is gonna secure it pretty easily. Unless Thunder Predator, they're coming back in. Okay, the wall replicas drop. Sacred fighting this. They still have the Rolling Thunder. They're going to go into the pinball zone, but now everyone's on the high ground. The Fissure to annoy. Pango just skips over it. Nice swap from Duster. Sacrificing himself for this play. It's worth it, honestly, completely. RDO, though, in trouble, though. Where's the Sunder? Immediately to the Pango. RDO wants to fight. He's way too slow. The Cookie to help him to swap. His whole team is just there to ensure that he can survive. The Omni Slash gets divided among him and the Illusions, but he's a bit lucky with the Omni Slash. Almost goes RDO with it. Metamorphosis has ended. He's to get away. The Tusk blinks in, but they eat and yeet him with the X before he can be finished off. Sexy Fat just saves him from the Supernova and the Tusk Blink Dagger. What is that reaction time, Sexy Fat? They gotta pause because they can't believe what they just witnessed.
That was pretty incredible, to be honest. Yeah, they
On
got
a point.
They had to pause because everyone needs to go pat that Snapfire on the back. Really, the whole team deserves a pat on that. Duster deserves a hard pat on the back after that one. 2 great saves. Unfortunately, it was kind of a little bit sloppy. Like everyone just not quite sure if they were going in or not. No one really wanted to hard commit. The Thunder Predator, they decide to propose after they see there's no kisses, after they have control of the Earthshaker. They kind of zone Mandy out. He's trying to like flank the backliners, or that doesn't work too well because honestly he doesn't really have the damage for that, to be honest, at this point in the game. And then Minos gets a pretty good Omni Slash. I thought that was going to go really poorly for him, but the team was just immediately there supporting him. But again, just good saves here on the side of Midas, as they will be able to pull through and save their big demon man.
Well, with that, I think that Midas just got away with a team fight. They got away with murder a bit in that team fight, to be honest. And now they have a lot more liberty to go for Sacred. A Sunray helps, but dispelling the Yule Center. But Matthew, that Blink Dagger again, surprising Sexy Fat. Leo Styles going for this. He just rolls right in.
Oh.
But they see me rolling, they see me leaving.
Yeah,
I'm not joining.
He does a little roll himself. But
That was really nice,
back
actually.
off.
That Fissure is counterproductive, though. Mandy goes
It
into the high
is.
ground,
Maybe it's
but
a
nobody
bait?
can help him. Blink?
Blink.
Nice. Matthew's crazy good.
Oh, they need. Can they catch anyone? I don't know. It's okay. Good searing chase. It's a little tough, though. Style purging that one off with the Bottled Illusion rune, however, as now they're going to be looking to fight. Duster immediately sending up Minos. Says, oh, great swap, actually. Puts him out of the low ground. Swashbuckle, though, will finish him off, unfortunately. With the rest of the team still just chasing after stragglers. That's going to be a better Fissure this time, Amin, but should be enough to save his life. Matthew still looking for more. Blink Dagger in 2 seconds. Canceled there by the Searing Chain, or make that the Sleight of Fist, so that's going to be that. But right now, Thunder Predator, they're feeling it. They're kind of just running around, looking to fight, looking to tussle. I like this. I mean, look at what is RDU doing now? He's not farming. What's our Juggernaut doing? He's farming.
Yeah, exactly. And this is giving the Jug a slight advantage now as Minos is recovering, and he's only 1,000 net worth away from the Terrorblade. Not bad. As I mentioned earlier, look at the difference in levels, right? 2 extra levels for Juggernaut. This is meaningful. It's one of the Terrorblade's weaknesses, or any Illusion Farmer's weaknesses, and I like that Minos is taking advantage of it with that Battle Fury. The Manta style up on him as well will help a lot against the Ember particularly, and he's going to go for the Manta Diffusal Blade build, it seems like at least.
They're going to get a kill into Matthew. You got a little overzealous, I think, going for Duster. Sunray is not going to be able to heal up that mistake that he made, unfortunately. Oh, oh, they're going to catch one. They do have the, Icarus dive, so it was going to be a bit of a tough kill, but it's good that they force it anyway. Mandy looking to cut this wave here, just shrugs off those tier 2 hits and will cut the tier 2, or this creep wave. Could be in trouble though. Sacred, he's got Mr. Stompy, but he's getting out of there. Doesn't want to deal with that. Not today, Mr. Stompy. Mr. Stomps.
Mr. Stomps, yeah, that's better. Mr. Stompy feels like you're being condescending to him, right? Mr. Stomps.
You're right. Mr. Stomps is.
You gotta respect him,
Hello,
right?
Mr. Stomps.
Mr. Stomps was my father. Call me Stompy.
Call me Stompy.
And then I melted. That's where my relationship started.
And that's what the coursers do. The coursers are the Stompies. We don't really see too many of them because they get killed. Before you had like Chens running around with 4 Stompies.
Well, no, they're not a stomp. Oh, right, because of the Stompies, because the children of the Conqueror.
Yeah.
Are they children? You know what's interesting about these creeps? I never see a female creep. So where?
I think.
Where do they come from?
I mean,
are they
know,
hermaphrodites?
Maybe it's just me seeing pink, or I guess a purple, and thinking that it must be a girl. But I always interpreted the what are the ancients they took out? Duster's dead, by the way.
Oh, right. The dragons, the ancient thunderhides, or the ancients, whatever. Yeah, I know what you're talking about.
Forgot the
The
name.
annoying
Prowlers.
ones.
They're prowlers.
Prowlers, that's it.
Yeah.
Prowlers.
Yeah, I always, I don't know why. I thought that the big one was like a matriarch. I don't know why. I just.
That could be. I could believe you, right? I mean, I don't know what I'm assigning the sex, to be honest, actually.
Well, yeah, I mean,
the sex
because
could perfectly be a woman as well.
I mean, because to be honest, they're just
Oh,
giant
he has
rocks,
a beard.
right?
Is under attack.
Yeah, I guess that's true.
So it's like some of them. Oh, what does it mean? What does this rock do? I don't know if it. I don't know if it's that deep. You know.
Do you think the mud golems, the way they have children is they have to kill them and then they just spawn the children like spiders, dude?
like a broodmother? Yeah, I guess
Yeah,
so.
that's nasty, dude. That's very nasty. Creeps and Dota are absolutely disgusting. Minos actually was not going for Diffusal Blade, by the way. He was going for Ag straight up, which
Oh.
yeah makes much more sense actually.
Yeah.
Because I was wondering why he would go Diffusal Blade against a Terror Blade, because the mana burn is physical damage.
So I know you don't want to go like Battle Fury. I'm sorry, not Battle Fury. Make that Mask of Madness in eggs because the Swift Slash doesn't actually last long enough. So you're gonna come out and still be silenced. So you don't
Yeah,
want that as a jug.
Yeah.
But I'm surprised that he went with the Battle Fury into the eggs. I guess he's got the Manta, which is nice for that attack speed bonus. But
Yeah.
I almost like. Do you remember when Shadow Blade used to be the build? Like Shadow
Yeah.
Blade into that, just because you get a bonus attack speed and all that. Like I'm surprised we didn't see that, just because I think the build up to Shadow Blade is maybe a little bit nicer for Jug because it has the Blitz Knuckles in it. But I don't disagree with this build. I'm
I like the MKB build with the Ags if you want.
Ah,
because
that's
the MKB has a lot of DPS and it's just very free essentially.
Yeah,
I
MKB
think
is tried
MKB
and
is
true.
the-
Look at this trap that they're setting here, by the way. Thunder Predator, my goodness,
Radiant's
they
top
are
tower is under
trying to
attack.
go here. They could actually just devastatingly just flank them here. Let's see.
Yeah. They catch Mr. Stomps for now.
Oh,
he
Mr.
does not get-
Stomps.
He does not get the stun off, unfortunately. I just saw someone get the Ags. It's Jug. Okay,
Yeah,
Jags.
Jug. hmm
Jug just on Ags, so he's TP's immediately. I don't know if they want to fight this.
Dust-
Jug wants to fight this.
Duster scouted them, though, so Duster, no, the gig's up here. They're not really going to be able to get off quite a great initiation. They're going to try, though. They're going to redeploy here with the smoke, see where they can head, but it's going to just be broken immediately here by RDO as he's going to lead the charge. Again, it's hard to. This is a good fight for them defending it because there's no pinball area here. But Matthew looking to kick it off. You can pinball him there at the very least. But Leo Style jumping the ice shards now. Oh, this is a little bit better here. Now we need a bit more. Beautiful supernova onto the high ground. But BKB and up will be RDO and Lil Shredder doing exactly that to the egg. RDO is going to go ahead and sunder a little bit early here, but with his 10-second BKB, he's going to continue fighting now. Yule Scepter will cancel that Swift Slash, however, so we still have the Omni Slash proper to be used. In the meantime, though, Midas will go ahead and back off after the Phoenix buyback. See, Matthew, I say that, going right back in. The kiss is not raining down, but they're all too close here. RDO pumping in some damage. There's another Swift Slash. Not enough to kill Amin, but the spin will do it. Nice vacuum onto 2. The ball has already been dropped. However, RDO on the other side of the shards. We need to use a little bit closer to get to him now. And the TP, nothing to cancel it.
Very clever from RDL. He was actually taking account of how many stuns they had, the enemy team, and they had nothing left, right? So really smart. Well played there. The lack of Mr. Stomps there actually meant a lot because he could have canceled that TP.
Yeah, unironically. I mean, we always joke, oh, vacuum's a stun. I mean, it is when you need to cancel a TP, right?
I mean, it was used well, the vacuum, because he got the kill on the Snapfire due to the residual damage, right, from the spirits, and then, of course, the help of the vacuum. So it was not too bad. I think the vacuum was okay. But then they had no other stun for the TP. And I think TB even realized, like, wait, do they have any stuns? He's like, GP's in the middle. It's like, I'm safe.
I mean, you know what really kind of... the biggest loser, unfortunately, of the fight is going to be, unfortunately, Phoenix. Phoenix buying back after you die in Supernova is the most wet paper towel hero in the game, unfortunately. Maybe even worse than a Visage who loses his birds, his familiars, and buys back without the ability to resummon them, just because all of your abilities are such long cooldown. Like the Dota heroes, they're all balanced around a certain mechanic, right? Phoenix is that you get Supernova, you're able to get all your abilities back, but if you die in Supernova, you have none of your abilities for like half a minute. There's going to be a kill then onto Matthews. It's popping off yet again. Nice snowball will catch Mandy. He's going to have a remnant out and away, but look at the control onto him. Oh no, they're not going to quite be able to catch him. Yule Scepter just in case, but that allows now the Phoenix to catch up to him, place down a little bit of a Fire Spirit. They're going to cancel that, and he's not going to tick down even. Very nicely done. Darkseer will buy back.
I would say that Thunder could have honestly lost the team fight really hard. I think it was still well played just because of the Pango rolling Thunder was, I mean, just well utilized there, right? Like he just fresh got the talent level, he got the talent level 15, which means he can actually have a really impactful rolling Thunder. Nice fissure, by the way, blocking a potential Roshan, so that they can't really guess if something is inside.
Sorry, I'm too busy looking at Mortimer dancing around here in showcase mode because he glitched out. Look at him. This is so adorable.
They just did a really interesting play, Midas. They fissured the Roshan, right? Or they blocked the Roshan, so they couldn't come in. And Thunder just wasted like maybe 7 seconds, I think, waiting to go into the Roshan to see if there was anyone in there. Because it was hard to tell.
Oh, they didn't
terribly
know.
went in.
Yeah, that's
Very
right.
smart. Very, very smart. But regardless, though, Thunder Predator there that fight. Nice control by Pangolier, but we were lacking the damage, and Minos was nowhere close, right? He couldn't use Omni Slash or Swift Slash. That was a bit of a mistake, right? Minos should have been in better position, or you shouldn't be taking one of those fights.
It is going to be the MKB next, speaking of Minos. My goodness, man, he does not give a darn. Just across the river he goes. Leo Style will be 100% dead there as, oh my goodness, the auto attack's raining in, and also raining in is going to be the Mortimer's Kisses. Those going to be forced to cancel that as Minos threatening to spin to win all over them here. Leo Style will bite back. They're looking to force it, Avo.
Well, let's see. Rolling Thunder to reinitiate. Duster, target. TP wants to hurt the Pango, but it's a bit difficult as Matthew just walks in, and they're keeping the TP perma stun. They have to do the Supernova here. Duster cannot break it. Duster will just die here. Sunder, though, onto Matthew, healing back the TP. His BKE makes it difficult to kill him, but the other one slash and the Swift Slash fresh onto him. Mandy separates the damage a bit, and now RTO just has to walk away as they finish off Sexy Fat in the backlines. Minos still quite quick. Nice Yule Scepter there by Mandy. Mandy has given so much space to this Terrorblade. It's actually insane.
Stomps.
Nice vacuum though into the stomp. Do they have enough damage? They will. With one final Swift Slash, they'll kill him off. But the TB survives. Honestly, all thanks to Mandy. Mandy was pretty much saving Private Ryan there the whole team fight. He distributes the damage from Omni Slash. Yo Scepters the Juggernaut so he can't chase after him. So well played by Mandy. Unfortunately, it wasn't enough.
No, and now with no Echo Slam here, sure, you've got your TB, but no meta for another minute here. Thunder Predator basically have this Roche all but secured for themselves. It's going to be Aegis and Cheese then. Aegis on over to Minos. Cheese, maybe to Leo Style. He's been dying a little bit. Could use that at least to just be a lot more impactful in these team fights. But it's looking pretty good all of a sudden here for Thunder Predator. 32 minutes in. I think we finally might have our first real break in the game. 2020, just a cursed number apparently. And RDO here for this BKB has, I think, finished off the MKB, however. So he's got another item for himself. Jug is still a bit further away from it, so we still have way more damage getting pumped out of this TB. And again, like I said during the like Richie said during the draft, that wasn't me, obviously. Midas, they hold high ground here really, really well. But Thunder Predator, they've got really good tools of breaching it too. So if it comes down to it, it really still could go either way.
Yeah, they do. I mean, Midas still can hold on to the late game, right? The only problem is that right now Thunder has been utilizing their mobility to just beat Midas, right? They've set him out of position. They make it so that Terrorblade is essentially in the front line, even though he never wants to be in that position, and they just run at him, forcing everyone at Midas to just play the contingency plan of save TB, right? And it's not really working out for them, unfortunately. Rolling Thunder from Leo. He wants to go to the high ground. He messes up a bit slightly with the roll, but it's okay. He still gets a Snapfire. Swap to mess him up. And another stun from that roll. Sexy Fat could do nothing there, honestly. Oh, they even catch RDO. Leo, he has a Yo Scepter, sets up. With the help of Mr. Stumps, there's the vacuum into the stump. Where's the damage though coming in? Where's the Jug? They actually come with the Supernova. They're having none of this. They force the TBKB and the swap from Duster. They lose Duster a second time. That was a dieback. But honestly, well played by Duster though.
Yeah.
That buyback, quick thinking, right?
Yeah, indeed. Buys back, TPs immediately, just no hesitation.
Sacrifices himself.
Knows what must be done. I think if RDO probably knew he was coming, would have popped that BKB, but that's okay. I mean, better to have popped it and lived than to have died. So he's not going to be too unhappy with that overall. But what he is going to be unhappy about is he's not going to have a BKB for 40 seconds. He does, however, have at least an Earthshaker with him. He's going to have an Ember Spirit who is going for Octarine, actually has Octarine, and is killing Matthew, who will buy back and decides to join his team in this push.
Well, with this, can they take the towers as they're looking for? The initiation from Echo Slam. Leo Style will be the first to fall here. Without Leo, they're losing a lot, but the Omni Slash is being divided among the Ember and the Terrorblade. The Thunder finally comes out, stopping Sacred a lot, but the Terrorblade's still alive. Mandy might be a much better target. Mandy finally falls. Mino's a bit too quick thanks to the Surge. Wants to finish RDO. He has the Swift Slash in a second. He uses it, but it's not enough damage. Minos, you madman! You absolute crazy...
Can they punish us? They can swap. They can swap him. He's
they
in
can
trouble.
swap him into the fountain. Minos
nice.
might die here. The snowball saves him. Matthew has played with this crazy man for too long. He knows the kind of plays he goes for. He was ready to save him. They still lose unnecessarily there. The Phoenix. Minos just needs to take this Rax. Please, Minos, concentrate on the Rax. That's all you gotta go for, dude. There we go. Melee Rax fall. Vacuum from Sacred. Sacred will also die for this. Everyone has to die so Minos can survive, but that is the natural order of things, unfortunately. Matthew will also fall here, I think.
Yeah,
Terrorblade deals too much damage.
That was
Minos, why, dude? Why,
yeah,
Minos, why?
yeah.
¿Qué haces, huevón? ¿Qué haces?
That's when you spang ping your teammate and go, what the heck was that, brother? We had this game in the bag and you went and just gave him a big ol'. You just opened the door wide open. You slammed it in our face when you opened the door for them and said, come on in. We threw our bodies to make sure the door could not be fully opened. But what you've just opened the Pandora's box, Minos. It could be all lost from here. Nah, I mean, it's not that dramatic. But, I mean, you know, you do get a few more kills here onto RDO. He's now showing his stuff here with that MKB. He's certainly packing quite a punch. Gets a lot closer as well towards the Satanic, which is going to obviously make him a lot harder to kill here. It's no small thing to have died like that, but he will at least make up for it. Get a solo kill onto Sexy Fat. TI7 style with the DD rune. I remember that one. Did not mistake the TI.
But, okay. Yeah, with that, they're going to take, I mean, a quick kill on Sexy Fat is kind of valuable. Minos is still really powerful thanks to DT Rune and also his itemization. The MKB helps him a lot to deal with the Terrorblade because now he has mixed damage, right? He has magical damage from the MKB, which helps him a lot to deal with the Terrorblade's large amount of armor.
I want to, by the way, just bring something up real quick.
Yeah.
Amin, he is... I don't know. I think he needs to wait a little bit longer to use the Echo. Like, I think it was a bit preemptive in that last fight. I think they did manage to get the kill onto the Pangolier, which is, you know, that's good and all. But I don't know. He's playing it like he's still playing the techies with Blast Off. You know, he's expecting way more damage when he's jumping onto these solo targets. Sure, you know, I'm not in the camp of save the Echo Slime, only Echo Slime if you have 6 heroes there, you know, because then you're never going to use it and you're going to end the game never using the Echo Slime. So I'd rather have him use it than not, but I think maybe just a little bit more patience could be in order. Oh, Duster is going to stay alive a little bit longer, only to die, as Minos has another spin for him.
Mandy, for now, will get away from this initiation, which is nice, but now that Minos has the bash, Mandy has to be more careful. He's been getting away with a lot here, just because of the nature of the Ember. Okay. Yeah, Matthew was just playing with him. He was trying to force the Spirit because he revealed the smoke a bit too early. It was nighttime, so you don't actually get to see him immediately, right? Sucks a bit.
So the Octarine build here, I suppose, is going to be just to keep throwing out Sleight of Fist, 4.5 second cooldown. Eventually you get the 2 charges, which is going to be really, really strong with any cooldown reduction. So I guess, oh, the leveler is going to be fantastic, though. I expect that one to be expedited here to RDO. Although to be
Mandy in the top lane, I think Matthew's just going to man fight him until
he remnants out anyway.
Yeah. That's my outpost, brother.
Brother. I'm Hulk
Tusk,
Hogan, brother.
Tusk would totally say that. Are you kidding me? If there's anyone that's similar to Hulk Hogan.
In Dota?
Yeah. It would be Tusk.
I could see like maybe a Sven, to be honest. Like
Sven could be,
like Sven after he's like retired, you know?
Yeah.
Like
when he screams X.
What are you doing, brother?
Yeah. And when he does the God thing. Yeah, that sounds
brother.
like very much it. Yeah, it's true.
You're not wrong with the Tusk, though. I could see it. I could definitely see
He's
it.
a brawler, dude, because that's all he does, actually. A lot of people have very complex lore, and Tusk is just like, yeah, I like to fight, and that's why I'm in the game, you know?
I heard
really
that people were fighting, so I came to the north.
That's good. That's a better Tusk imitation. Well played. Matthew going in. There's a Swift Slash. Destroyed. I mean, honestly, the Blink of an Eye Sexy Fat goes down. But Minos could also be in trouble. Vacuum Wall Replica to restate the team fight. And Minos just wastes the Omni Slash on Amin, which means he doesn't have it for RDO. And they now have to retreat because they don't have an Omni Slash. Might have seized the opportunity. And they want to go for Minos again. Matthew might be the scapegoat of this fight. Will be the first one to fall Wu messed up at the curse dive. Went to the low ground as well.
There's blood in the water.
Minos, please get away. Blade Fury, but he's not fast enough thanks to the Scotty, which is crazily slowing him down. He goes in for the Abyssal. Another Swiss Slash. The Vacuum is set up for this initiation, but the Yolsetter saves the Emperor, and Minos will end up falling in exchange, of course, for Mandy. Cookie stunts both from the low ground, and this poor TV just wants to keep on fighting as Leo eats the cheese and tries to get away. Sacred also doing the same with a Surge. Scotty will not work against him. They have a Courier, though, to see them in the jungle. They can't juke the trees thanks to the Courier, and Sacred has been caught. The Cookie is set up for the final kill. Leo Style comes back and saves his teammate. He has Rolling Thunder. What can he really do? There are no buybacks. Leo Style will unfortunately waste that ultimate just so he can retreat to the TP. They have swap, though. Oh, yeah. Leo, my goodness! Stop learning from Minos. They hit him with Magic Missile, and they proceed to decimate him. Yol Center at least avoids the gobble up, but he still dashed.
Yeah, that was all 5 heroes dead there. They went in super far. Someone started hitting the barracks for like a split second, and then the back door kicked in, and I looked for the creep wave. I was like, oh my god, it's all the way back where the tier 1 used to be.
I don't understand
I mean,
what
okay.
they did there.
First of all, the thing really that sealed that fate was the gobble up out from Sexy Fat. That was just perfectly placed. I don't know if he predicted that, but he actually ended up catching all 3 heroes. He caught Minos, he got Pango, and he caught, I think it was, who else was alive at the time? The Tusk, I believe?
Yeah.
He caught 3 heroes with 1, which was the Earthshaker's dream, because then he's able to stun 2 of the most important heroes. So good target priority there on Earthshaker to know he needs to stun the 2 more important heroes there. And a good fight, very, very long and drawn-out fight, but that's going to allow then Amin to respawn, it's going to allow Mandy to respawn, and TB, he's considering going here for a little bit of a tier 3 push. He will be pushing here against a Juggernaut respawning now, a Darkseer respawning in but a few mere seconds, so some caution is advised, but I think this is a good show of strength here for Midas.
It has been. I mean, they've been playing quite intelligently around the Omni Slash and the Swift Slash. Minos kind of played a bit cocky towards the end of this game, and he's been just wasting Omni Slash. He wasted it there on the Earthshaker, which was kind of the signal that TB could just free fight, right? Because you need to use the Omni Slash on TB. There's like no question about it this game. You can no longer beat him 1v1, especially now that he has the Scotty and the Rapier even, actually. Oh my god. He has Scotty, Satanic, and Rapier on TB.
We got a Lotus to back him up. We have like... my goodness. Sorry, I don't know if you saw that the Snapfire animations are all broken as heck. The Rapier, by the way, has been scouted. That's where all these mad pings are. He's standing currently underneath a Thunder Predator Observer Ward. He knows. We also have ways to protect him, of course. We got the Lotus for him. We have 2 swaps right now. Not quite yet level 3, which really sucks. I mean, Duster, my goodness, not quite going for the Malik Award, unfortunately. He's been disqualified on the grounds that he does have a single kill in this game. However, 1-18 and 13. I think it's a commendable effort here for the tournament for sure. But that's fine because it's Vengeful Spirit. You die on Venge. That's what happens.
Yeah, I mean, your role here is just to save the TV, right? Like, there's nothing else, so it's okay. I think that this Rapier might... I mean, it's not coming as a surprise because he's revealing with illusions, right? So they should be able to check this. But it makes it much more difficult for Pango because one of Pango's weaknesses is that when rolling Thunder, the whole point is you're kind of invulnerable. But ranged heroes like TB during meta can kill you during the ball. And you're very vulnerable to that time.
Even without the Divine.
Exactly.
Nice
Even without the Divine,
here.
but with the Divine, it makes it much easier.
Nice wrap around here, but Amin is perfectly positioned here. He could counter-initiate. He could
fissure.
punish so hard.
That's
But the team is in position. The 3-man Echo Slam. The snowball is not going to come out in time. Amin, though, left for dead here. And he's actually fissured himself off across from the rest of the team, unfortunately, so they're not really going to be able to follow suit as much as they probably wanted to. Mandy considering it, poking and prodding here. But a minute now without...
Oh, they killed the Venge.
The Venge is dead. Mandy actually got bashed once. Minos is not going to find a second. That will trigger the buyback the second of the game. Out from Duster. But this might just be Roche here. That hurt. I really wanted him to find that 5-man Echo Slam, but it just wasn't in the cards for him there.
Remember that bash also has a 2-second cooldown, only 1.5 seconds bash. So it's impossible to perma-bash someone with just a basher. Sexy Fat, they go with the Ember. Okay, it's not a bad initiation. RDO finds Sacred in the backlines. He's dealing not that much damage actually considering he has a Rapier. The Roshan will finally fall. Go to Minos, who still has the Aegis, by the way. And, sorry, still has the Omni Slash. He doesn't want to use it yet because the Lotus Orb is saving TV for now. But there we go. Omni Slash is available. He's still spinning though. He can't get the Sunder off. They kill him in time. The Rapier's on the floor. And that's going to be Midas just pretty much losing this game. The Rapier even went to the Jug. he actually dropped the Axe for it. He's like, I don't need Swift Slash. I got Rapier now.
Wait.
No, he didn't fully drop it. He's just going to buy blessing.
Could you imagine just someone throws their Aghanim Scepter on the ground? Yeah, I think that's going to be it. Unfortunately, I don't see how you can take that fight without Echo Slam. It was a good kind of initiation there, but like that's not the right hero to yeet into the pit, right? It might be your second best, but that's quite a fall from your first best. That is, of course, Earthshaker in the Roche pit.
Yep. We're gonna see the tower here falling in the top lane. And I don't know if Midas can save this for 50 seconds. I mean, even if they do, as you mentioned, I think it might just be over regardless of the Swift Slash with the Abyssal. Well played by Minos. That should be game. GG. There we go. The last chance is really Mandy doing something incredible, but unfortunately, Thunder Predator can take this game. It is just the first game of the tournament for Midas, so again, don't falter. Okay, these guys, they recently moved to Europe. There's not a lot of hopes in their hearts, and they played a pretty good game. But slight issues in their drafting. I think that overall, the discipline in draft. the first point. And second of all, I do find that Midas is still finding how they gel with his new position 4, that is the Earthshaker. I saw it a couple times where it seems like Earthshaker was playing his own game and the rest of the team was playing their game, right? Which is not great.
Yep, I agree. Yeah, it just sometimes, I mean, you know, there's a few new teams, right? A few shuffles here and there, and of course it's going to take teams a little bit of time to meld, and we got plenty of time, don't we? This is only our second series now done for the Realms Collide 2, Darkness, Burning Darkness,
Rising?
the
Darkness
Burning
Rising.
Darkness,
Oh, yeah,
yes.
exactly.
Yeah, I mean, there's still a lot of potential here in these two teams, right? We saw it strong here, together here and there. You know, I think I'm real harsh on Am in this game just because it's Earthshaker, you know. He's all about that Echo Slam. You got to get it right. And there was one good one here, but it was really hard to really find it such a great one. I don't think Thunder Predator really put themselves into a position to really grant him one for free, right? I mean, you can tell their team fight positioning and their priority before and after an Echo Slam in the fight it looks completely different, right? And that's well played to Thunder Predator. That's not really on Amin, unfortunately, but it's very well played.
Yep, incredible. And with that, we're going to be waiting for the last best of 2 of today. It's going to be another best of 2, including only SA teams, which is going to be Beastcoast and Infinity. So you guys want to stay here to watch some great gaming from Beastcoast, or from Infinity, sorry. No bias there. I recommend it. It's going to be a really hype matchup. Infinity is kind of the up-and-comer to the scene because they already have a lot of big teams in other esports, and they're trying to make their name in Dota as well. Whereas we have Beast Coast, which is pretty much the guys who internationalized the South American Dota. So stay tuned. Remember to give us a follow to make sure you don't miss any matches, and we're going to start with this next match very shortly.
Hello and welcome back to the Voice of the Realm. Here, covering this wonderful tournament that is Realm Collide 2, The Burning Darkness, is your casters for today.
No, we're not the
Your
casters.
hosts, what am
the
I
heck?
saying?
Oh,
Alvaro Sanchez
can't
and
cast
Richard
Dota.
Garcia. I would never
my
dare.
Goodness.
I would never dare.
I'm a plumber.
Yeah, neither am I. Okay, that's good. I'm glad we settled that. I was confused, right? Well, I guess I'll have to call someone else. Beastcoast versus Infinity Esports is the game that we have next. Is the last best of 2 of today. You've already had some really exciting matches, and I believe the draft is already underway.
Why, Alvaro? It indeed is.
Oh, I'm
You
so
know,
happy you tell me this.
we have these great assets the studio 4D made and graciously sent us, right? And they all look amazing. But I think we need to probably get a new one because the current stinger we have is, and we can't see this here on our end, but the current stinger, it just engulfs us in flames, and then it replaces it with the next shot, which might look a little
I think that's amazing.
might look a little
I've
violent.
always want to be engulfed in flames. I thought, sometimes, here's a bit of advice, right? Sometimes the best thing that you can really have for life is a good embrace, right? Are you embraced by your parents? Great. Are you embraced by your peers? Great. But sometimes you're embraced by a flaming apocalypse.
I prefer a cold embrace out from the wyvern.
That's a good one.
Yeah, I know.
That's a good one.
I know.
The only problem is that whenever that happens to me, I happen to be in front of the enemy, and they happen to not be attacking me, and like I'm just running away, and just a cold embrace, and then they leave me to die,
Usually,
which feels less like a cold embrace and more like a massive disgrace.
usually when I get cold embrace, there's a troll warlord who is farming stacks of fervor on me by hitting my face.
Or a slark. That's it's stealing my essence.
That's
By hitting
that's
my
so
face.
funny. Yeah.
They always find the face as well. Something about it, is the accents always manage to hit me right in between the eyes. Now, we have a draft in front of us.
Indeed, we do. And oh, look at this. We have a cat.
I've always wanted to have a cat.
What?
I've always wanted to have a cat.
Well, we had a cat for some time. You remember that?
It's actually very similar to our flat. There's a cat and a roach.
In our flat?
Yeah.
Well. Oh, we could get a cat. I imagine the cats would hunt down the roaches.
Yeah, with under the roaches, that would solve
Yeah,
the issue.
instead of you sweeping them around the apartment, you could just throw the cat at it and let it deal with it.
We're breaking character. I'm sorry.
You're right.
Is a Phantom Lancer and Nyx Assassin? Odd start, to be honest, for Beast Coast. And not common picks in this meta whatsoever. But then again, Beast Coast literally wipes their ass in the meta. So
Yeah, especially the Nyx assassin is particularly surprising to me because Nyx is
as a first pick.
yeah. It's not like because it's not like what's like a good one. It's not like oh fuck they first picked Chris Lux Wraith King. Oh shit, we're in trouble. It's like no, they first picked Nyx assassin. Okay, I guess we're not picking OD.
Right.
I mean, because Nyx, I mean, he used to be the ultimate counter when Snapfire was released and like did way too much damage with her ult.
People realized it was not just the ult that you picked Snapfire for.
Yeah. Well, after it got nerfed like 25%. Right.
Well, but also people are like, all right, Scatter Blast and Cookie actually really strong, right?
Yeah. But I mean, the Nyx kind of counters more of a play style than he counters other heroes, and that's why he's good. He counters heroes in the meta. To be honest, there's not really too many heroes in the meta that I can think of that he particularly counters. I'm trying to think. Lesh, yes, that's true. Some teams like to go for the Invoker, and what this is basically to nullify it. Same thing with the Storm Spirit. Like these are heroes that are nigh unpickable with the Nyx Assassin in the mix. Pugna as well, highest in gain in the game.
It's not very common to see Pugna.
No. Sometimes you see it every now and then.
Much like when you see the Ember, Nyx is really good against the Ember. But as my partner says, it's kind of difficult to Nyx is never truly in meta. Nyx is only in meta by virtue of other heroes being in meta and him being an annoying cockroach to those heroes. I'm surprised that you pick him early. I mean, I know it is certainly still one of Schofield's best heroes. Because Schofield likes to die, and Schofield will always pretend to die, and then Spike Carpus last second. And genuinely, with Schofield, when he attacks you, right, there's three options, right? When he jumps at you, it's like one, his team is behind him, he's setting up for a gank. Two, he's creating space for his carry that's farming really far away. You can never guess.
Or three, he's just feeding.
He's really just feeding. And because those three are like kind of equal percentages, you're not really ever sure how to respond to Schofield jumping at you.
It's much like the 50-50 envy, 50E. Where you're just, Envy, what are you doing? Oh no, Envy morph. Okay, 50-50. He's gonna win or he's gonna lose.
Exactly.
It's that.
That is Dota essentially. Dota is just a coin toss, really. Why do we even have pro
once again, throwing the meta to the win with the Witch Doctor. Still a strong hero.
I will say though, just as a point before you continue, that Witch Doctor has been seen a bit in EU games. Has been a bit of a resurgence of Witch Doctor as a strong lane support.
I mean, in my opinion, one of the stronger lane supports. He can.
He's the most offensive, I would say.
Yeah, he can. I mean, he's just always swearing at you. He's sticking out his middle finger. He's got Capri Sun and gun, just offending everyone. You know, it offends all the workshop
Sometimes you'll see
creators.
swastika on him.
Yeah,
It's like,
yeah.
oh, dude, what are you doing?
He doesn't have any clothes on ever. You know, this guy. No. But what I particularly enjoy though about the hero is you don't need to lane him. You know, he's not like weak unless you give him a good laning partner. You know, like maybe like a Grimstroke, right? Grimstroke on his own, still pretty good. He's not necessarily weak alone, but you know he pairs nicely.
excels with a partner. Of course.
He's like a nice cheese. It pairs nicely with a good wine, right?
Ah, that's a good example. Yeah.
Right. But
But it
with,
can't be any wine, of course.
no. It needs to be a specific one, right? A Pacific one, maybe you even might say. But the Witch Doctor, on the other hand, he doesn't care. He's gonna go kill people.
Yeah, he can do a lot more alone. I mean,
Right.
he obviously likes to play with more offensive carries. I
Yes.
think Phantom Lancer's pretty decent at that, to be honest. He does carry slow. He carries a really damaging passive with the Phantom Rush.
And just that the Spirit Lance, which
Yeah, Spirit
used to be the thing to max. I don't know anymore.
No, you mass Phantom Rush now.
That's what I thought.
But still,
But
yeah.
hey, even a single point in it's got a lot of value with Maledict.
Exactly,
right. We used to sometimes see Witch Doctor go still at position 5, head into the off lane when Slaughter was the big thing.
Oh, yeah,
because
yeah.
that was just a ton of guaranteed like stuff like this, right? But that's only better. That's to amp his kit. Like Witch Doctor on his own, once he's level 5, usually you have a 203 build, and then once you hit level 6, it's killing time.
Yeah,
Where is the enemy carry? Like I really love
with
it.
literally anyone in your team.
Yeah,
And he's good with Nyx particularly for that because he carries a lot of stuns.
Yeah,
with
you're
him.
right. You're
And
right.
Witch Doctor, what he usually likes as a support is control. Like, yeah, Paralyzing Cask is decent, but not the best thing in the world. You're much more of a damaging support. So combining him with a support that carries a lot of stuns, because Nyx also kind of lacks damage. I know people still like playing him with Dagon because they're idiots, but his whole kit is supposed to be around the stunning and the disabling and being annoying, not so much the dealing damage to you.
Of course. And Rubik is not necessarily a hard counter to the Witch Doctor. As long as you have a single point in Voodoo Restoration, you can toggle it on, much like Rot, and you'll be good to go, even if you're channeling.
During the Death Ward.
During
yeah,
the Death
exactly.
Ward, yep.
So it's hard to steal that. The Ricky pick by Infinity. I kind of like the Ricky pick, honestly. One of the older counter. So the Ricky against Phantom Lancer is an interesting matchup, right? I think the Ricky here is going to probably be a mid Ricky, which is a bit faster.
Yeah, I think
seeing
so.
the Lina as well. And Ricky against Phantom Lancer is not actually that bad of a matchup. A lot of people consider him a counter. It just forces you to go for a different build. It forces you to go for the Battle Fury build, essentially. But he is quite strong against PL because he can ignore PL and go for his teammates, which PL hates doing, right? Because PL usually does that. But PL is much weaker because he doesn't have as much damage at all. And then afterwards deal with PL if you have someone else to control him, which is why the Sanking is here. I mean, Infinity is pretty decent draft. I still like Beastcoast a bit better.
Do you reckon we might see like a few Battle Furies? Battle Fury Tricks of the Trade, sort of that style
You
of
need to-
Ricky?
I think because the Ricky is interesting when he builds Battle Fury. He usually builds as third item.
Yeah.
So go Diffusal, Manta, and then Battle
you
Fury.
just need Diffusal first. You
Yeah.
can't, it's...
And you need
it's-
Manta as well to dispel dusts and stuff like that, or anything really. So Diffusal, Manta are pretty much a guarantee, and then I think Battle Fury is third item. Yeah,
Yeah.
for sure.
I
Because
like-
otherwise you wouldn't be picking Ricky into a PL.
I like the Ricky as well. It counters the Nyx Assassin pretty hard. You're naturally
true.
invis,
And
right?
the Witch Doctor.
And the Witch Doctor, correct? But
Very
especially
low
the
armor.
Nyx, because you can still do your full damage kit because you're basically Tricks of the Trade. Blink Strike, obviously, you probably don't want to Blink Strike onto a Nyx, but you can still Tricks of the Trade and force him out without.
Or just smoke screen and prevent him from Spike Carpus.
Oh yeah. Or you know what? What's really funny actually? This is like literally like a sent to Facebook move. If you buy Ags on Nyx Assassin and Burrow and you're silenced there, just. You know, or if you're doomed, that's the classic one. Oh, I guess I'm gonna go swipe on Tinder for a little while.
Yeah,
know,
because you
it's-
really cannot move.
You can't do anything. You can't attack.
It's not
can't
even
move.
convenient to them to actually kill you. It's better to just leave you
Just
there.
leave you there, honestly, just to wallow in your own misery.
But I'm kind of wondering if Infinity, because if Infinity runs the Ricky as the carry, the problem is that carry Ricky is slower generally, and so PL can usually outfarm you, and that becomes a bit of a problem, especially coming to the mid game. Ricky mid against Alina is also a tough matchup.
So yeah, that's what I was thinking. So what if you pair it? What if you give something a little faster than in the mid lane? Maybe like a puck. I'm thinking actually.
a pocket actually quite nice against Lina, to be honest.
I don't like it against the Nyx. It's very prone to getting stunned. I've seen it happen a lot.
Yeah, but he's good
though
against Lina and he's good against PL.
It's good against the Witch Doctor. Cancel the Death Ward. Really good against the PL.
I don't mind the puck. I like the puck actually.
You do not have such a great snap, coil snapped combo. I think that's fine. I think it's nice if you
They also
have one.
banned the TA, which makes me think that they might be thinking about puck, right?
Yeah, I kind of like the puck here, to be honest.
Because they banned the TA and the Snapfire. They're not really sure if Lina's going to be mid or not, because we have seen a bit of off-lane Lina recently, which was the reason why they're kind of a bit dubious. Skylark played it recently on Brame a lot, actually. They used to honestly first pick the Lina.
Okay.
So it might be that's why they're a bit dubious, but I think the Puck is a really solid pickup here. I'm thinking of other heroes. I mean, Void Spirit's also nice because he's like a low, cheap Ember, right?
Yeah,
Low-cost
but I think
Ember.
he really would need an Axis game. Okay, so
Okay,
there's
there's Ricky mid. I was right
Ricky
when I
mid,
first
the
said it.
Spectre.
Okay, so the Ricky mid is faster, which is good, but it does depend on how good a matchup you can have against Lena. We'll see if Beastcoast wants to do that.
I am shocked. I am shocked, to be honest, that they do this. One of the 2 heroes in the game that has a break naturally, and you just pick Spectre against them.
Yeah.
You're asking for a bad time here, in my opinion. I don't know why. Like it's a good pick. I think I think it's a strong team fight with a Riki mid that gives you tempo, some wind under the sails for Spectre to farm. But you're gonna have Schofield hunting you down in the jungle, paired with a +1 Schofield Witch Doctor in your jungle. That's lethal to Spectre, basically at any point in the game. Like it makes me a little nervous. Like if I was Witch Doctor or if I was an Excess in this game, I go, I'm having fun. I'm having fun this game.
Beastcoast also picked a really good hero as the Venomancer. I really don't like Venomancer as the first pick, but I say the last pick, once you know the enemy carry composition, is perfect because it does counter the Spectre quite heavily in lane, and your other support can't really help you too much against him because Undying doesn't do anything against Venomancer, honestly. You just ignore him most of the time. We know the lane is also going to be Veno plus Nyx, so you also have stuns to make sure Nyx never gets caught entirely. That Veno never gets caught entirely. I'm looking a bit more towards Beastcoast. I'm kind of concerned as well where the damage is going to come from because even Ricky with Battle Fury lacks the damage to kill a PL in the late game. So we'll see how that happens. Before we go into the game, though, we do have a little word from our sponsors.
Oh, okay.
Still happens to be Esports, by the way.
Okay.
Which, of course, they keep telling me in its production.
In my ear.
Yeah, it's Seek and Strike that's running
Yeah,
production, so he keeps telling us. Yeah. Anyway, so Esports wanted us to give them a shout out. Of course, they're the guys who are making this official broadcast possible in English. So I'm really happy to be able to partake in this official broadcast. And Eeples will like to say that if you're a good person or you're a tattletale and a snitch, we don't really care. We accept you when you follow our Twitch.
Okay. If that doesn't get you to click the follow button, I don't know what will.
Yeah.
So we're just going to go ahead and throw it over to an ePulse ad, and we'll see you. Actually, our casters will see you for game number 1 of this series.
Oh, what great hosting! Voice of the Realm. I want to subscribe to that podcast. I wish I could find it on Spotify, but unfortunately, it's only on the Eeples Gaming Twitch app.
How did you know I was switching the scene over? That was perfectly timed. My
I
goodness.
just know. I have a special sense for who you are as
was
a person.
That was incredible. Welcome back, guys. We are now live. Seek and Strike and Avo Blaus here, bringing you the action as we have mass disconnects all around here. So looks like some internet issues. If you could text your admin friend to see what's going on here exactly. I expect a status report on my desk. Give me pictures of Spider-Man, so that sort of style.
Okay, let me text him. Yeah, I got an answer quite quickly.
Okay.
It's Peruvian internet. That's what he told me.
It always is. It always
It really is kind of like that. Actually, it wasn't literally that what he told me. He said Robistar, which is what they call Movistar when it starts failing. Because for people that don't know, robar is how you say to steal.
To steal,
in Spanish. And so people... they call Movistar, which is the main internet provider in Peru, Robistar, and they call Vodafone, the other one, Robafone. yeah. It's I actually sometimes forget their real names because I'm so used to just calling them Robistar as a joke. It became a reality.
That's great. That's pretty good. That's pretty good. But this is kind of just the reality of SA Dota sometimes, unfortunately, It's countries with infrastructure that's still developing. Same thing with the Philippines, over in the SEA region, for example. It's not too uncommon to see, unfortunately, some disconnects and some major issues there. Adroit in particular for ESL LA major qualifiers. They overcame that, but stuff like that, right? But
it sucks to see because it's not the fault of neither the population nor the players. At best, it's the fault of the internet companies, and sometimes just geography, right? Because Peru's geography is actually a bit difficult to beat when it comes to because all the mountains and the fact that they're bored in the sea and where the cables and the servers are coming from. It's actually quite expensive to get the proper internet there.
Mountains
So-
are hard.
Yeah, honestly, it's one of the the issues actually.
Oh, yes. Oh,
Okay.
yes. All right.
That's why the Brazil server and Peru server are actually very different, particularly because the mountain range separates them. Peru gets it through the sea. Their internet. Fun fact, in case you wanted to ever know about servers and why your teammates are playing in US East and they speak Spanish, that's why.
That is true, actually. Yeah, that's very true.
If you wanna change that, the best thing you can do is just dig those mountains. Start digging, dude. Better make some tunnels.
you know what'll happen? This will get it to fix it. Hello, everyone listening in the
American
this North and South American region summit that we've invited all the global leaders to. Oh my goodness, we just found oil in the mountains of Peru. Boom, U.S. is there. It's already fixed. Everything
I knew you were gonna go
is
for that as well.
perfect. Everything is perfect. Internet, unfortunately.
The
yes.
mountains of Peru, previously known as the Andes, used to exist until it was discovered there was oil inside of them.
They were
And
then
in
renamed to
3
the
years-
Oilies.
no longer the Andes. And Peru's government suffered a quick coup. Who would have guessed?
Oh lordy, fast and loose here on our. What is it? I thought we were the casters, not the radio hosts.
Sorry,
it's
yeah,
a radio host line right there.
I enjoyed it. Oh, it's nice. It's nice to be able to have the liberty to bring you this broadcast. Thank you guys for joining us, of course, to watch some nice SA and NA Dota.
Yeah.
Today we have not seen any of the NA teams, but there are 3 guys, so do not worry.
Yeah, indeed. And lots of roster shuffles as well here. I mean, plenty of surprises, I think, for us fans, especially the Catjammers. We know who replaced them, obviously. But
It was quite nice, at least. I mean, I'm sad about Catjammers, but I'm happy that it's actually 0, or I think For Fun is what they're called now.
yeah.
Yeah, because they're enjoying it.
But also, not only that, of course, we still need to see who the new offlaner is for Zoomers. So if you're not an NA fan, still a lot to develop here in this tournament for sure. I'm thinking it might be Snake King. I have no idea. This is just a guess. Just because that guy is...
For whom?
For Zoomers.
Oh, that'd be interesting. Actually, I heard rumors.
Okay.
Somewhere
in the grapevine.
Yeah, in the grapevine. There's I can't say who it is, but there is a certain person that has played. He's not North American. He's actually South American. He's also a Zoomer, and he was particularly known for his toxic behavior back in South America, but a really good offlaner, though.
I think I know who it is. Is it?
Yeah,
Is
you
it,
might.
is it Lelis?
It is not. No, it is not Linus. Because he's still in Quincy as well, right? He's
That's right.
madman. No, it's someone that currently has not had a team. He's not had a team for a while, but he is a well-known offlaner in South America. He's sometimes called the King, but in a very different way.
Great service.
For those of you veterans, you will know who he is, but we'll find out in a couple of days if it is actually him, and the rumors are correct. You heard it here first, folks.
The King. Look at this. We're breaking news now. The radio hosts are going to be so angry.
Yeah, honestly, Alvaro is sending me like really angry DMs right now. He's
Probably.
pissed off.
I could see it. Here. As we will get unpaused and ready to go. Should be a really fun match. Chris Luck, mid lane on the Lina. I enjoy watching Chris Luck play. Especially on some of the more mechanical-based heroes, like Lina is one of the more traditional mid laners, right? Where it's all about your mechanics, right? Where's your positioning? How can you CS? The mind games in terms of winning that battle in the mid lane. So it should be really fun.
Yeah, we'll see. Bounties are even for both teams. I'm actually excited as well because they went for really different matchups, right? When you play against Beastcoast, you kind of have to accept that the meta does not exist, right? And you, at least not for them. And you have to adapt yourself to that, which I think shows a lot of the... Like, the teams that can draft against Beastcoast are teams that understand Dota at a deeper level, right? Which is always nice to see. And even though Infinity has a lot of youngsters that are kind of newish to the scene, you do have Prada, who has been playing in a long time. Actually used to come from G Pride, used to be one of the captains in G Pride.
I remember that.
Very, very good player and one of the veterans of the scene. It's really nice to see this combination of, like, veteran players and new blood, because that shows, that the veteran players can kind of teach the new blood a bit, the consistency that it requires.
On your point about, if you draft against Beast Coast, blah, 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 I mean, they've done that, right? They've picked Spectre into what I consider to be a Spectre counter, as Whisper is just getting ran at here. Prada, is he going to dive? He is going to go for it here. It's going to force out the healing salve. Tree broken, though. Whisper's got no HP here to play with 360 max HP.
Where's my Nyx?
This
Where's
magic stick is gonna
Schofield?
look so good. Yeah, where is Schofield? He's chasing
my God.
He was chasing a core. He's got the creep wave over
that was
by
his
him.
courier. He was
Nah,
bringing the creeps to him.
He was chasing this courier for the Spectre.
Oh, right.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was okay. I mean, you let your Veno die. I mean, the first blood going to Prada is not that bad because Spectre didn't even participate in that kill, right? So you don't actually you get a bit of assist gold. That's it.
Yeah, so not the kill over to the Spectre, not what they're looking for. Schofield immediately.
Another
This man,
courier.
he wants one thing, and it's couriers.
Oh my God, he's gonna dive the tower. No,
but he's gonna take a hit out.
he
from the tower.
considered it though.
Look, they're trying to bait him with the courier. It's
he
working.
might die.
I think he's
he
dead.
might die here.
What are you
He has an impale though. Wait, Prada. Decay in 4 seconds. Schofield go to the high ground, set up the
Good.
impale. Classic Nyx play.
don't
Prada's
know.
not giving up
He's
though.
got
This man is
boots.
relentless. He's
got
undying.
boots.
He's like a George Romero zombie, dude. Slow but relentless.
Slow but relentless. He's not going to be able to catch him because guess what? Schofield also has boots, so he is off and away. Early level here in the Voodoo Restoration. I like to see early levels in Voodoo Restoration. I don't know at level 2, though. That's a little bit surprising. So a bit more defensive Doctor, not really attack Doctor on this one.
Yeah, it's true. It's maybe they I think the Sanking pick is quite a nice response to the Witch Doctor because he prevents a lot of the Witch Doctor's
Yep, you break
initiation.
vision,
Yeah.
and it's really annoying. Yeah.
So it's one of those things that like I understand why Stinger chose that. If this lane is not going to go his way and he can't play it too aggressively, what's the point, right? Just don't bother and go for the defensive build.
I totally get that, too. I just think, I mean, level 1, I mean, Voodoo Restoration is super cheap in terms of its mana cost, but not this early into the game. It does hurt. However, he's prepared for this. He's got the Sage's Mask, which is no longer as good as it used to be. But hey, it'll help. It will help. So I can't really criticize it. I think it's interesting, and I can't wait to see how it plays out.
It's the most efficient level though. Level 1 is the most efficient per mana, healing per mana.
That's correct.
Prada in the top lane will die just
Right.
with the poison sting there.
Yeah,
and Whispers recovered nicely.
Kind of just kind of was scuffling there with Schofield and Wisher. I was watching that one for a while. Nothing really too crazy there. Just kind of wasting a lot of time, letting Naoji farm a little bit more. But no, you're totally right. It is really efficient in terms of its mana cost. That's why, like late game, when you level it up, you can just kind of have it on all the time almost.
Yep.
But you can see he's hurting for mana now. He doesn't have enough for a stun. Now there he has clarity. So he's bringing regen to himself. So he's playing this the right way. So he knows what he's doing on the Switch Doctor, no doubt. But I'm still surprised. But we'll see. It's going to allow
we'll see how it
K1 to
works.
stay in the lane a bit more.
I'm interested in more as well how it works in the mid game, right? Because I think that Witch Doctor in lane, okay, you don't get kills with Maledict, but in the mid game you kind of rely on that. And as Witch Doctor, you can't really go around farming. You kind of want to get kills. In the middle lane, though,
that's a good point. That's a good point.
the Ricky is trying to play aggressive against the Lena, but he is absolutely getting stomped here in the lane. Unfortunately, I mean, I already expected this, right? Until you get 6 on Ricky, you're very, very flimsy.
Oh, bottom though, Stinger might be dead here. Indeed, he is. Reiko, I believe, getting the kill with just a simple Rubik auto attack. But hey, Hector is full HP, so you know the Doctor's doing his job, isn't he?
Yep. The Doctor's just here to die for Hector. I love that Hector is playing so comfortable in this lane that he actually has Doppelganger the Fade bolt multiple times.
Oh,
just so
yeah.
he can last it better.
Yep,
Right.
and that's fine. I think it's totally good. It is going to be heavy on his mana cost. This means Stinger probably going to need to go into the mana boots directly, which I think with this build is the right thing to do. But that means he's not going to go for a vessel. He's not going to be going for an urn, which I think has a lot of value, particularly in this game and almost every single game, really, to be honest, on a Witch Doctor. But again, he's going for this more defensive build, so we'll see how it works for him.
Dire's middle tower is
As,
under attack.
we'll still see him down bottom. Just, you know, I mean, the good thing is when you do die, you come back with full HP and mana, so he's able to get some harass in and actually do a little bit more damage here, as well as be more efficient with the heals. So he's got that for him.
We're going to see for now.
Oh, Valky might be dead?
Oh, Valky?
What team was
Doppelganger?
Valky? I know Valky quite well. What
Wasn't
team was
G-Pride as well.
That's
for a bit.
right.
Yeah.
That was the most recent iteration I think he was on?
Dire's courier
Sort of. Not the most recent one, but yes.
Okay,
Close.
because it changes.
Because he was picked up for Infinity relatively recently. He's been
Okay.
playing here for a bit. He's not really. Valky actually used to play mid before. Now he's an offlane here. But he used to be, for a while, was the revelation kid in Peru. Like everyone thought he was going to be the next big thing, right? And he's still really good, but he's maybe not at the level that you'd expect from him. But
I get that. Well, it's always kind of hard when you have these high expectations set
he's
for
still
yourself.
so young, though. Like I think he's 18 right now.
Prada is
So
dead.
he still has a lot of time for Valky. It's really not that big a deal, I think. Now G in the top lane as well. Whisper wants to go further.
Oh, wow.
I don't know. They have Venomous Gale level 2 now.
yeah.
Now G's dead. Even if you TP here, now you're done for. Schofield walks back in to attack the tower. They have to use the glyph on the creeps instead.
top tower is under
Bottom?
attack.
No, it's just
just
Hector
the
chasing
courier.
down a courier. Not bad. It's value.
Yep, it is indeed.
He's still going to be home in time to get the last hit on the big creep as well in the camp. Oh, unfortunately nothing to bounce that cask on over to. which really sucks because the benefit of Cask early is that, it's kind of expensive for a stun, especially because it doesn't stun for very long, but because you can get it to bounce, it's, mana per second of stun, right, is a way you can kind of think of it. For most stuns in the game, it's as simple as just the mana cost, because divide it. But for Cask, of course, since it can bounce, it's a little bit of a different calculation. So it always really sucks when you don't get it to bounce on anything. It's kind of essentially
it's a terrible stun when it doesn't bounce.
Yep.
Like it's only 1 second.
Exactly. Okay,
Yeah,
so someone is buying the what's it called? Spirit Vessel. It's the Venom, which makes more sense here. Hector? My goodness, it's Riki.
Okay, that's
rotating
Alone,
already.
yeah. Alone wanted to get the kill here. Valky survives just barely. Alone now going for the Witch Doctor.
Yeah.
And Stinger might die. Yes, Alone gets that kill.
Oh, the
and
courier
the courier
too.
to boot, I think. Oh, no, he's not
Nope,
fast enough.
Into the tree.
Okay, well, barely safe because Alone didn't have boots yet. So that's because he lost his lane so much. Otherwise,
Top
he would
lane,
have
they're
had his
going
courier.
again. Onto Prada. He is going to die. Now he's going to live for now. Oh, no, Whisper wants blood. There's blood in the water. He's going to do a little bit more damage. Ooh, should have baited him a little bit more there with the Impale. That doesn't matter. He's dead anyway. Whisper did the math.
I mean, honestly, the choice as well, I love that this Venomancer decides to max Poisonous Sting and go for Venomous Gale. No play courts, because what's the point of them in this lane, honestly? Undying can deal with them, whereas Venomous Gale nets you kills. And he saw the opportunity with the Nyx Assassin. They're taking a good advantage of his stuns. Meanwhile, in the middle lane, Chris Luck solo kills this Riki.
Yeah, just kind of roasted him. Just kind of just playing around with him. Riki, all game, has kind of just been trying to juke these spells. Chris Luck's been a little bit maybe unpredictable with it, as that's going to be an instant D ward. That's a real feels bad man there. Chris Luck is having a fantastic time here in this mid lane, by the way. 57 and 17, nearly 4K net worth already. 1 solo kill as well, and level 8, nearly level 9 basically. If he gets within breathing range of a creep, he's level 9. And I think they're fighting again top. Now G might just be dead yet again. There's the Gale into the Urn of Shadows charges, trying to bait out. Nice job there, actually blocking, trying to bait out that little Cipher, or the Spectral Dagger. Now G, oh yeah, you're gonna die. Well, your best bet here is to try and not give Urn charges over to Whisper, but that's not happening. And again, just very bold pick here on the Spectre. A good counter pick here with the Venomancer, but I still can't believe they pick Spectre. As we'll take a look bottom. Valky, nice Cask bounce on over to him. They're going to get a third, but not a whole lot of follow-up damage there, unfortunately. As Valky, it's going to be okay. 3 heroes down bottom, though. Alone, yet again, will make a rotation down here. But in the meantime, Chris Luck, just no downtime whatsoever here on Laguna Blade. And now it's going to be even less as he picks up the kill with Dragon Slave. 40 seconds left. Laguna Blade kill there with the Arcane Rune. Now that's cash money. Hector, so it's a Fade Bolt real quick. Don't mind him. He's going to be totally fine. Is this a... What is this? You're not building another urn, are you, Stinger? That would be... unfortunate. Maybe ring a Bacillus? We'll see. We'll see. Okay. Valky's just going to be very annoying. But they have completely abandoned this top lane. Spectre on over to mid. Actually can't do anything against Chris Luck either. I mean, Chris Luck is just going to kill whoever shows up in this lane for more than a few seconds. That's going to be 4 heroes down bottom. You can see how defensively Hector is going to be playing this. But now in they go. Stinger, he's going to have a Cask in 2 seconds. It could be really huge here as in comes the Haunt. Hector continuing to fight. Schofield looking for someone to hit him there. Finds one. It's going to be the Spectre. Stun onto her as well. There's the Poison Nova. Now G looking to TP out. Not a chance, though. I was just kidding. You do have one heck of a chance as she is going to be okay for now. However, not okay is Valky. Valky is dead. Rakill likely to fall next as Schofield hunting for more. Chris Luck has the LSA, has a Yule Scepter already. Unbelievable. Might need to use it here to net them the kill. As Alone still fighting as well. Rakill left to just tick down. Alone trying to run for his life. Has no HP remaining. Will die. They're going to let the Undying go and kill the more important targets. It's Beastcoast just running away with this game here. This is playing this one. Wait, what? Chris, like, how do you just get that kill? What was he doing here? He was on like 10 HP. I mean, he's got Tranquils, I guess, but that one hurts. I mean, 2 auto attacks and you're just already dead from Lina there. It's a tough game. And Hector, you know what? His lane wasn't that easy, but he is also doing just so well right now as well. I think, to be honest, Beastcoast, they are in a really good position, and it only gets worse here as well for Infinity, I hate to say. We got level 6 now up on Schofield. As soon as he's not stunned, he's probably going to be looking to head and invade the enemy jungle. There's just not a lane, really, where Infinity have got themselves an upper edge in here, unfortunately. I mean, look at how poorly Alone is doing this game. They're doing a good job trying to recover, but, I mean, this is... I mean, look at the farm. Double Wraith Band, Brown Boots, and a Stick, and Quelling Blade. I mean, you can almost spawn with this. Not quite, but still. You spawn with this maybe in Dire Tide. He's not doing that well here. He's got less net worth than his support. They're going to be trying to bait Stinger. Okay, there's no smoke screen actually, so there wasn't a real need to cancel that. But it's probably for the best, as he might just end up taking the Blade Mail. If not, that's okay. That's going to be a kill that they want. 5 heroes showing mid, so they're going to cancel that TP. Perhaps let the tower go, but they've already lost their top tier 1 as Whisper, now with a full Spirit Vessel, is going to begin rotating around, and he is a fast little banana indeed. Chris Luck with an Invis Rune is going to be scouted here by the Sentry Ward. Spell stolen is Dragon Slave, so lots of damage that's stolen there. In the meantime, Schofield has a break, needs to get the stun in time, and will just do that now. G, more like now dead. As broken, the Laguna Blade dealing full damage. Just can't really live there. Just a very audacious place to be TPing in the first place. Especially after you scout the Lina there. You know she has a Laguna Blade. I mean, which is insane because it's only 12 minutes in and she got Laguna Blade and a bottle and Brown Boots. Sorry, Laguna Blade. I meant Eul's Scepter. She'd have Laguna Blade as well, though. As now perhaps in some trouble is going to be Valky. He will be scouted here by the Sentry Ward. Signing up our Nyx Assassin, who is in some trouble. Did overcommit there. Level 4 Dragon Slave stolen by Rubik, amped by 14%. That is doing quite the number there. So, hey, the kills, they're not coming, they're not really falling all the way here towards Infinity. But they're getting them here and there, which is how you get back into the game. Whisper, in the meantime, is going to bully the Sand King, who is going to die in the fountain. There is no chance he's living here, and he will not. So that's just unfortunate. Even tried to bot raindrops there, which is, that's your best chance, but unfortunately not going to be good enough there as Vessel. It's just its active is so good. Let's see. This is back to normal now, right? There's no longer an aura. Yeah, okay. I remember when Ice Frog was experimenting with that. It was an interesting period of time back when it had an aura and as well as the active. Oh, there's another break. All right, you okay, so this is good. You do have the Blade Mail, and I'm surprised they let you live. I'm not gonna lie. I am shocked that now G is allowed to live there. Chris Luck, only 1 stack there. Now he's got the Boots of Travels, though, so yikes, the Spectre is just gonna get ran down. But yeah, I'm surprised he lives, but the Blade Mail does make that a little bit easier. You don't really want to Laguna that yourself. It does way too much damage, but this Spectre is not in a very good position here. In fact, doesn't even have Brown Boots. Probably on the way to him now, but looking to go for Power Treads into Radiance here is maybe hopeful for this Spectre. I mean, I guess you do have the Blade Mail, which will help you farm. I guess maybe, if there's no chance here in the short run for the Spectre, so I guess, to be honest, maybe going for the long shot might just work here. Kind of a Hail Mary for the Spectre, but that's going to be taking some time to get up and active. In the meantime, Alone finally has overtaken his position 4 in terms of their net worth. But
you're in that position, though.
Yeah,
that's what you have to say, right?
Yeah, it's tough. I mean, what do? I mean, our poor Rikimaru is he's so poor. He finally has Power Treads, but
he's so poor. He's not even Rikimaru anymore. He's just Ricky, dude.
He's just
He's
Riki.
lost part of his name.
Yeah, they're going to maybe look for another engagement here on this tier 1. Schofield blowing 1 up. They're going to try and counter-initiate, though. In they go. Buying back is going to be now the Sand King haunted in as now That's going to be a kill onto 2, possibly 3, as they will find Schofield and kill him down. Alone with 2 kills here. That's some money in his pocket to get himself back into fighting shape. Just like that, I think they've cut the net worth lead. Maybe about 2 or maybe just 2K. It's still a really early fight. But, hey, that's huge.
Yeah, especially because the Spectre nets most of those kills, right, which is what you want, right? It's Spectre and Ricky that take those kills.
Yeah.
Spectre particularly takes the most important one, which is the monster kill streak, but we all know that a game of Beastcoast needs to have at least a small throw, otherwise it doesn't really, it's not really a game of Beastcoast.
They got to tease us with it, just oh, are we going to do it? We can. That's
why, I mean, even within these kind of quote-unquote throws or this overconfidence, they still maintain a pretty solid base, which is that Chris Luck, there was no way he was going to die there, and neither was Hector, right? So at best, you would lose your offlaner. So even these kind of things, which people can consider mistakes, are are still kind of secure within the Beastcoast playstyle because they always secure the farm for Ecto.
That's a good point. I think they have respect for the team fight, right? Of course, that's why Chris Luck wasn't front and center, and that's why Hector wasn't hitting the tower, right? But, you know, it's still a very real possibility here. If Infinity have the cooldowns, pardon me, their team fight's really mean. Like, they do not mess around. Meanwhile, a single target out from Beastcoast is second to almost none in the game.
It's true. Beastcoast has really good single target. They have a lot of damage as well. Like, while they lack control in the team fights, their damage in the team fights is bigger than Infinity's, which is what they can use. And it's really smart because Ricky actually sucks against damage. He can deal... Wait, Valky? There's the damage from Laguna Blade. Goodbye! What did I just speak about, right? They have way so much damage. Schofield just walks by the tower, gets dusted there. Spike Carpets in a second. He's gonna die because Reiko actually stole the Vendetta and kills him with it. Yeah, Scofield's just trolling a bit. He has to do this, right? Now G, though, stuck in the trees. Can they go after him? Nice with the Famous Gale. Level 4. Gonna slow him down. Doppelganger to break the trees. Where you going now, G? Let me fight with you. Let me dance with all my illusions. And that final bout might just save him. No. Dragon Slave will ensure that he goes down swiftly.
That's real tough. I mean, you know the game is real hard. Maybe this is the build now. Tranquil's on the Rubik, but... I mean, you know, he's got an item. He's got an item at least. And you know what? Actually, he's got 2 with that keen optic. That's a nice little buff there. Yeah, I mean, Schofield just, you know, doing his job, running at the backliners, making sure that the kill onto Spectre is as easy as it can be. He's not just, you know, tactically feeding there. He is, you know, zoning them out, as we will say. But, again, it's getting real difficult. I will say, though, you know, late game PL is real scary here. But if we actually do end up completing this Radiance build that Spectre has queued up, they have ways of dealing with it, right? Like, it's not going to be completely impossible, but it's not going to be really that easy either.
Yeah, I guess you summarized Dota in a nutshell, really. It's not impossible, it's not that easy.
You know, my friends like to call me John Madden when I cast because I say these very grandiose statements about Dota. Well, if they score a touchdown, they get points on the board. Alvaro is now Riki in some trouble. They're going to be running straight down the 50-yard line, but now from Schofield, they're going to hit him with the stiff arm, and now the Haunt to come in. They're going to be looking for now the screenplay here. Unfortunately, Chris Luck able to TP out in time, and we will get a timeout now.
What a top-tier Dota.
First and 10.
Top tier Dota cast. The Phantom Lancer actually went, so since he went for Manta first, now finally gets the Diffusal Blade. Now he's ready to fight if he wants to. He's going for Bash immediately afterward. What I was mentioning earlier, though, is still relevant. Oh, Chris Luck, you Matt, why?
Oh,
this is the enemy jungle, Chris. Yeah, I mean, I guess. Oh, what? How did the Vendetta not hit? That was weird. That Vendetta should have hit, I guess, because he wasn't Invis when he did the other spell. Maybe, that was weird. Ray kill though. Now it will die because there's no damage to Chris Luck either. And as I said, Ector wants to fight now.
Yeah.
And they're going to dominate the enemy jungle.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think it makes a difference, right? It's not like Chris Luck would have been dead if the Vendetta hit or anything. You know, you don't lose your fiery soul stacks. It just
I just didn't understand though.
I agree, but
I think it's because you have to be Invis, I guess, when you hit. Because it makes sense, because Nyx is
Maybe?
always... Because Nyx is melee, right? So that would never happen.
I guess that seems like a coding thing, perhaps, you know?
Yeah. That's why I understand.
I could see it.
I have a degree to prove my knowledge.
Yeah, I got a piece of paper. I'll go print one out, too. How about that?
Mine
only cost me 10 cents to print out.
What I was mentioning earlier is that Beastcoast, they have a lineup that has a lot of damage, and Ricky particularly hates this.
Yeah.
Yes, control against Ricky is nice, but mostly what you want to do with Ricky is bursting, because he always is a glass cannon. And while Spectre will be fine if this goes later, Spectre's going for Radiance, by the way, you don't really have enough time or space creator to make sure this goes later, right? As it stands right now, the PL's is going to run you down. Like, look, Rakiel, yeah, I don't care if you're tier 3, man. I'm gonna murder you, says Ector.
And the problem is, Riki, he is about to get an item. It's going to be the Diffusal Blade. But who are you going to Diffusal and look to kill in this game? I mean, look at where everyone... First of all, look at where... Stinger, you putting down that cheeky ward. You're an insane madman for doing that. He knows there's no one there, though. Or he knows no one's going to go kill him. But my goodness, just doing that in plain vision. But, like, who are you going to go on here? It's so difficult now for Riki to try and get back into this game because his main avenue is being a glass cannon, nuking the supports, you know, dusting or smokescreen and killing people. Speaking of dusting, there goes the Sand King alone now showing up. He gets hit by the dust as well. Out comes the Death Ward from the Doctor, and my goodness, the damage onto Prada is a lot as well. Nice silence by a little bit of time. Laguna Blade stolen. Okay, keep your eye on that. Level 3 Laguna Blade for a level 1 spell steal. That's some stonks right there because Chris Luck is level 19.
Yeah, but your towers are falling, so who cares about your stocks? You have to stop investing. You gotta do something with that money because your house is falling apart. Your wife's gonna leave you, Ruben.
I don't know. Rubik can probably just, right now, kill Schofield from max HP with another stack of Decay.
Nice by Carpus. Did you see that?
Yeah, I did.
Preemptively guessing the Blink Strike? Schofield, dude. That's why this guy, nobody complains when he feeds, but he's just so good that you can't really say anything against him. If he wants to feed, it probably is the best choice, honestly.
Yeah, we'll see here, but that's the bottom lane of Barracks deleted, as there are even the PL illusions still sticking around, nearly getting the buffer buildings as well. Man, remember when these were all shrines? That was awful. Sometimes I still remember that when I look at them. But, oh man, now we don't have any shrines in the game, huh? My goodness. Anyway, but yeah, so the Radiance is soon-ish, actually. I mean, it's a pretty darn good recovery out from Now G. I'm not going to tell a lie.
Bad.
You know, 5 assists here in these team fights. Maybe we're due for another big one here, but Beastcoast, their team fights are so strong right now. They have so much damage.
But you get Radiance by the time that Phantom Lancer gets a Basher, though, and that's not good. Because a Basher is, like, Radiance is good for team fights because it deals a lot of damage in the area, kills supports easily, but in a 1v1 is useless. The evasion is just not important enough. And with a Basher, the 1v1 that Phantom Lancer has is incredible.
Yeah.
In addition to his Diffusal Blade, of course. So
To the credit of the Spectre, of course, of Now G, it is, I believe, I've not done the math, but my intuition tells me evasion is probably the best thing to build against a PL, right? Because he's just so many small instances of damage to you. Well, some of them are medium, actually. That if you can block some of them, or 35% of them, that seems pretty good, right?
it would be the same. If I give you 3 instances of, let's say, 50 damage, you reduce each of them to 50%, right? Or I give you 1 instance of 150 damage, or you still have 50%, you still get 75 no matter what.
Yeah, I mean, effectively, it's the same, right?
Yeah, so that's why your point is mute. But it's okay. I mean, you tried. I appreciate
Well,
it.
but-
Your instinct is saying something.
Wait, but...
What can be stated, though, is the Radiance is particularly useful against PL because you do stop with the illusions from attack. And it affects all of them. So it's a relatively useful blind there.
Poor Prada, just absolutely dead. Nothing he could do there. Condemned to die. DD on Chris Luck, by the way. I mean, this thing is like, it's like an F-22 like fighter jet just roaming around through the jungle looking to see if it can engage with anything. Hits so hard at this point. 180 each. This is ridiculous attack speed. The move speed at max, by the way. What do? You can't run from it.
Well, they're gonna the silence on the Phantom Lancer. Now G, with mana burn, you can't really haunt with this, as you mentioned, and you don't have rings yet. I don't know, Beastcoast is just going to push this down. I mean, is there anything stopping them? They even have Lincolns on Lena, just in case, right? So you can't really blink to her or steal anything useful. They broke it with the Fate Bolt, but the tower's still going to fall as well. And Hector's like, you guys, it's too easy if we all push the same lane. I'll push mid.
I got it, guys. Don't worry. We're just being efficient. They're going to group top lane. Prada nearly dies. Nearly gets zapped down. Chris Luck, nice LSA, lands a 3-man LSA. That's Rubik now down for the count. Good smoke screen on top, but tanking getting controlled. Oh no, the epicenter is channeled, getting canceled there alone as well. Just murdered instantly. LSA onto 1. Chris Luck low on HP is now everyone just buying back, throwing whatever we can into this last fight. Chris Luck, can they kill him? Yes, but that's only the Aegis. Now G is dead, and well, now it's GG. Infinity will throw in the towel.
Well, it's unfortunate, but Beastcoast really couldn't do... sorry, but Infinity couldn't do any better. I think they got a bit outdrafted. I think trying to play the late game against Beastcoast is not the wisest of choices because they have really good... They understand how to play the early mid, but they really know how to play the late. So they particularly know what styles counter them, right? And Chris Luck, you just let him get out of control. The things you need to do against Beastcoast, particularly to annoy them, is first of all, don't play so slow. You got to play quick against Beastcoast to take advantage of their slow game. And you also need to win that mid lane. Chris Luck, if he pops off, he will win the game for you, as we saw here. It's ridiculous. But he's one of the weaker laners out in South America, despite how good his mid-game performance is. So you have to take advantage of that. If you lane him against a Ricky, nah, dude, you're giving him a free game.
Yeah, it was pretty bad. I mean, we had Rubik trying to support, you know, it was a 2v1 mid lane, and Chris Luck was like, all right, that's cool, less experience for Lariki. I'm going to kill him anyway. I mean, it was real tough. I just, to take a look, not to harp on it, it was a bad draft, you know, honestly, is what I would say for this one. If I was on Infinity, I'd say, hey, guys, bad draft. We'll get him next time, right? Let's go again next time. Bad draft. Don't worry. Chalk it up to that. We'll not talk about it. But I mean, you look at net worth. I mean, Riki at one point was third lowest in the entire game. As
Yeah,
your mid
he didn't
laner.
have a good game.
No.
You also don't play Ricky mid to lose the lane, by the way. He's
Yep.
usually a very tempo mid.
That's
which,
very true. That's a good point. Yeah.
like it's surprising to put Ricky mid in such a bad matchup. You usually play Ricky mid against melee mids where you actually beat him in terms of last hitting with your blink strike and your mobility and everything, but that didn't happen this game. Maybe they thought the Lina for sure wasn't mid because Stinger does like playing Lina 5, but I'm still surprised you would bank your chances on that because we've also seen Chris Luck playing it. So anyway, we'll see now as we have a second game for the series. This game was real quick, so second game, as per typical South American fashion, will be a 60-minute game. So
Of
get ready
course.
for that one.
And 20 minutes late.
Yeah, indeed, of course.
We'll going to throw it back to our radio host for the coverage of our second draft. So we'll have to see them in a bit. Stick around, guys.
mop while we're doing
Oh,
the
no.
tournament.
Obviously, I'm not going to mop today. Also, we're live. Like, why would I mop now if we're live?
Well,
Because I said, are you ready? And then you said, yes, but not now. And then I was confused, so I clicked the button, and we're live now to thousands and thousands of people watching us live here for
barely
the
reaching
Realms Collide 2, the Burning Darkness tournament. We have our two hosts here, Richard Garcia and Alvaro Sanchez Velasco.
thank you.
Yes, indeed. And we got ourselves a match as well before us and a draft. So let's go ahead and switch over to that one,
You want to
shall
say
we?
we are the voice of the realm.
Well, you guys are listening to the voice of the realm.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yes.
Wayfarers, lost souls, everyone's welcome in the voice of the realm.
You know what's not welcome?
30 feet.
Bigotry.
That's true, actually. It's not welcome. That'd be really shitty.
It's not
Don't do it like
welcome.
that. Yeah.
It's not welcome. Not a joke.
Yeah, really, actually.
Well, it was like an anti-joke, you know.
Yep.
It's like what's illegal? Crime. It's like, yes, thank you for the joke. Very funny.
It's true. It's true. Crime is illegal.
Crime is illegal.
In some countries, though.
In some countries.
Not all countries.
Not all countries.
No. Infinity Esports versus Beastcoast.
You know, honestly, I mean, Chris Luck should be illegal. I mean, look at that performance on the Lena. How can you do that to a team?
That was murder.
Literally,
He got away with
I
murder.
don't think I have. I'm trying to think. I don't think I've ever in professional Dota. I don't think I've ever seen a mid lane get crushed that hard. And like, I don't mean to diss Alone. I don't mean to do that.
No, Sloan's a really good player. They just gave him a really bad matchup.
That's what I mean. That's what I mean. And it was Chris Luck's maybe one of his best heroes.
He was very comfortable in the Lena. Also, Lena's known for being a lane dominator. It's not like Lena has good matchups and she's like, okay, she beats up like a bit. You know, like when DK has a good matchup, you're like, okay, DK will farm, which is what it means when he has a good matchup, right?
DK will have approximately 500 more gold at the 10-minute mark. or
Exactly,
something
right?
like that.
Whereas Lena is like, oh, you have a good matchup, cry tears of blood. Right? There's
You're
nothing
going to
else.
have boot to travel. I mean, it was a Yule Scepter on Chris Luck at like 8 minutes in, ganked the
That's
lane. I mean, it was like, what do
He
you
skipped
do?
boots just to go for the Yules, right?
No, he had brown
he had
boots
brown
too.
boots, but he didn't finish the boots, I'm saying.
Yeah. And then boot to travel, and then it was okay. Now Chris Luck is moving around the map at 550 move speed.
Exactly.
What do you-
Infinity's going for a classic for them when they used to be playing on G Pride because a couple of these guys have actually been by G Pride, particularly Prada and Raykill, and not now G though, but also Alone at some point. So Crystal Maiden is Prada's best hero by far, and they always went for the safe one, which is Crystal Maiden into the Juggernaut. They do love these two. The combination. It's a really solid lane. We have seen Crystal Maiden Spectre much more recently, but it's still a very solid lane. I mean, Crystal Maiden mitigates the amount of problems Jugga has and also is great to set up for the Frostbite, with a Frostbite for the Plague Fury.
Yeah, it's like a classic Dota, you know.
Yeah, it's like one of the basic lanes you teach people when they're learning.
Pretty
right?
much,
And
yeah.
it's just effective. It's easy to play, and it's good, right? There's nothing more to it. Tiny also adds to it. I think Tiny in this team could be Alone's hero because Alone loves the Tiny as a mid, but it could also be position 4 here, which mitigates some of Crystal Maiden's issues, which is she lacks damage most of the time. Single target particularly.
Yeah. Plus, it gives like a high priority. We got to cancel that freaking freezing field. That's not really a thing. Like when you start playing Crystal Maiden, you go, oh, what is this? It's the blue thing. I'm dead. But in these games, it's okay. Back out. Stampede and escape, or it's hey, arrow, tusk, snowball. It forces someone onto that position 5, like very few other ultimates do on supports in the game.
Yeah, Crystal Maiden is always like to say that she's weak when you have a lot of AoE disabled, but when you have single target disabled, because you have to waste one of those single target disables on her, it feels really awful. Because again, she's just a plus 5, right?
And I think, I'm trying to think, I'm pretty sure AoE disable is generally, actually, I don't know what would be more expensive in terms of mana. Like what do you
Depends
think?
on the same.
Yeah, I guess it would, huh?
Because like you can't.
I think it's hard to generalize.
Magic Missile versus Avalanche, okay, very similar. But then you have like Primal Roar versus like Ravage, like there's two whole very different.
Yeah.
But yeah, the biggest is more expensive in mana. The biggest AoE disables the ultimates, the RP, the Ravage, and the Black Hole are really massive. But anyway, you're gonna waste that on Crystal Maiden. Infinity Esports are gonna go for
Oh, speaking of the RP,
a Magnus. Interesting.
there
So
it is. Okay, so Empower.
they keep the flex of the Tiny. It could be a Magnus 4, even a Magnus 3, or a Magnus mid. So quite a nice little flex here with a Tiny Magnus. I like this a bit more because now that you've defined your position 5, it's very clear neither Magnus nor Tiny really play in that position. And you're not risking, much like Midas did earlier today, putting yourself in a draft where like, oh, we have 4 melee heroes and nobody can stun, nobody can really initiate, right?
Yeah, I mean, I still don't love Mag on support, but if you're going to put it on support, please put it on position 4.
Right, I think position 5, I mean, the issue I have with position 5 is that whenever I see position 5 Magnus, it's just a buff bitch. I don't want a buff.
That's what I mean, though.
And I don't mean like that kind of buff bitch. I mean like, oh,
You mean
I'm
like,
giving you empower.
you can
sir.
do it.
Please go. like,
You'd be the
creep.
worst children's soccer coach in the world if that's how you empower your children.
That's what I would do. Oh, you
Oh,
can put
dude.
the ball.
Put the ball in
between
the net
poles.
and put it there. But make sure you got to call out your opponent if they move the goalpost, because
Yeah,
that's a logical fallacy.
Yeah,
And
it's not
remember, in our
good.
household, we don't do logical fallacies. But Dad, isn't that a straw man? No.
That's not a straw man. God damn. It's not a straw man. Learn the meaning of the word, dude. Sorry, I broke character. Anyway,
You're so angry. So
lost,
I can't just get
lost
why
souls.
would you? Oh, who was that lost soul?
Lost
He needs to
souls,
listen to some more.
vagrants, people that happen to do
Voice of the realm.
want to watch some Dota. Do not follow Seeking Strikes, or sorry, Richie Garcia's example. That is not what a straw man means. And he single-handedly weakened the political state of the international relations right now with a single dumbass statement.
That's true. We have.
Now we have a final pick here for
all my
Beastcoast. It's
fault.
got to be their mid. It's for Chris Luck. They've banned the Lena. They got rid of the Viper and the win range. I mean, Chris Luck has a pretty ample pool of heroes. You could go for the TA, which is one of his signature heroes.
No,
But I don't love him against. I love him against Juggernaut. I really like TA against Juggernaut. I don't like TA against or with Sven. Sorry, a bit too greedy sometimes.
I see.
It could be Mirana mid. Or
I now I see why you enjoy casting this team so
It's
much.
great, dude.
Because they're okay. We started that sentence, and I agreed with you, so I'm not like calling you the fool here. We're the fools. I started with. It has to be Chris Luxhero. They are going to drop the mid. Winter Wyvern. Okay.
it could be Mirana, or it could actually be Winter Wyvern mid. I honestly, it's Beastcoast. You never know, but I do think it's probably the Mirana mid, which is decent this game. Mirana mid is really good against Tiny and Magnus because they both suffer against her constant poking, and they don't have any they don't have any ways of getting close to her and bursting her, and she's not weak against a skewer.
I think the only thing we can say for certain, dead serious, is I think we can only say for certain that it's probably going to be Hector on Sven.
Yeah, that's the only. Oh no, and Tusk is also support. It's
think?
guaranteed. I know my Beast Coast enough to know
Okay,
Tusk is
okay.
support. Tusk is going to be Schofield's Singer.
Okay, so could be the
Or Schofield's Singer, sorry. Could be Mirana mid, could be, I'm not sure, but I'm pretty sure it's Mirana mid, to be honest. Morphling is the final pick for Infinity. So Morphling mid as an answer to the Mirana. I think so, yeah. Okay. Another really greedy lineup by Infinity where you're playing 2 carries. Hector picks up. Oh, Chris Luck, Mars mid.
Okay, that's what I mean. I wasn't sure if it was going to be.
Oh, is it really going to be Whisper on Tusk then? They're waiting a bit too long. It's going to be Whisper on Tusk. Okay. All right. Oh, I was wrong then. All right. It's just the Sven carry. That actually run out of Tusk in the offlane against the Juggernaut. That's pretty smart. Mars is quite good against Morphling Mid, to be honest. Morphling Mid sucks against anyone that has burst damage and stuns, and Mars carries both.
Yep.
Yes, your physical. The only issue is that God's Rebuke is physical, and so your armor mitigates that a lot.
Yeah, but the stun I think is kind of easy to hit in the mid lane because you can ping them to the cliffs if you're poorly positioned. Morph being a ranged hero naturally shouldn't really be too poorly positioned ever to allow that to happen, but you never know. Sometimes early on you need to be really close to the creep to secure CS because your projectile speed, even though it's pretty darn good on the Morph lane, it's not going to be a melee hero in terms of right-clicking a creep first.
Okay. And for this final cast, of course, one last shout-out to Esports, our great or not really sponsors, the guys who have made sure this tournament exists, or this cast exists, rather. I lost the rhyme I had in my head. Oh, wait, no, sorry. Yeah, there we go. So, for the last rhyme of the day, if you guys enjoyed the cast or you guys enjoyed the panel, make sure to give a follow to the Esports Gaming channel.
That's pretty good. And with that, we're going to go ahead and send it to a quick little advertisement, quick little message from our sponsor, and we'll be throwing it over to our casters for game number 2 of Infinity Esports versus Beastcoast. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Live now at the casting station. It's myself, Seeking Strike, and joining me, as always, is Avo Plaus. I cannot get rid of this man. Please let me know if you want him.
You just have to give him a tub of yogurt every week.
Yes. What week? I mean, depends on what tub.
No. See, I didn't mean like a 1 liter tub. I meant like a proper, like,
10
55 liter bathtub.
Yeah. Oh, I would appreciate that. Yes, I don't bathe in it though. I will not bathe.
No,
in it.
it's not
I
for
will
eat.
eat that.
It's nothing like that. He just wants to eat it. But Avo,
Yeah.
you know what? We saw Chris Luck pretty much eat alone last game with that mid lane performance here.
Yep.
What do you think this game? It is going to be a much different pace for Chris Luck this time, just because it's the Mars. But from all the games that you've seen him play, what should we suspect to see?
He's relatively comfortable on the Mars, I would say. I don't think he's too. Like I've seen him 1 or 2 times on the Mars. To be honest, I mean, I've seen him more as a spectator. I've casted him and properly analyzed him and made like once or twice. It's not the most common pick for him, but he certainly. I saw him play a lot when King RT started doing this as well, because they love the Mars. I think it was Team Brazil he was playing on back then, or No Ping, I think it was called. And they love the Mars, so they play him a lot mid. I also saw a fair amount of Mars mid after Na'Vi tried to do the same thing. Sorry. I think it's an okay hero. Usually when I see Chris Luck build it, he does like to go for a really early Desolator. Sometimes even skips Blink for the Desolator, right? Because he does play Mars more like a pseudo carry. And then he goes just for the bursty build as soon as possible, right? You get the burst as early as possible and try to dominate the lane. But against a Morphling, you might want to opt for something different. Like this game, honestly, a Spirit Vessel for this Mars would not be crazy. I know it's not the best item, but considering you're a mid hero with a lot of versatility and the Morphling Desolator won't do much against him, you might want to consider that idea of a Spirit Vessel.
Yeah, I think that makes sense. I think a lot of people, when they see Mars in sort of this not off-lane position, so basically mid lane, I don't think I've ever seen a Mars safe lane, they always think, oh, well, of course he's got the plus 65% crit, so we built Deso. Yeah, that's pretty late into the game, right? You can't be relying on, being able to wait all the way that long. It's like countering AM with Wraith King. It's get to level 20, guys. It'll be fine. I don't really know about that one, Chief.
Exactly. I do find that this lineup by Infinity could be potentially really greedy. Even their offlaner is relatively greedy, right? Because Tiny, yes, he's dependent on the Blink Dagger.
You're right. No, I agree.
Yeah, he doesn't have the best laning stage in general. You kind of base yourself on kill potential. It's a really greedy lineup from Infinity, which Beastcoast can easily take advantage of. I think this is actually one of the best games to run a Mars mid in, because Mars mid tends to be really powerful for like maybe the first 50 minutes of the game, can get solo kills on anyone, and you take advantage of that this game, because on Infinity they're just going to want to farm all the time, right?
I can get that. Lower cooldown, relatively speaking, on the ultimate Chris Luck. Okay, are you just dead? All right, he just died.
He literally just looked death in the eyes and went,
Yeah, it's
my
fine.
time.
Schofield, what a play by Schofield! Let me tone that back in so I don't sound like, who was it, Lumi with the puck going, wow! He used 2 leaf charges so that he could pop the salve so that Crystal made an auto attack when it was flying over wouldn't kill him. So you got to cancel immediately, but he did get a little bit of extra money at least. Or a little bit of extra healing. He didn't end up dying, but I don't know. I don't know why. I saw 2 leap charges. Oh my god, that's the sickest play thing I've ever seen Schofield ever make. He lapped twice.
Yeah. Right now the lanes are going nicely for Beast Coast, and this is what happens when you are playing a much more traditional draft. Like, yes, even though Beast Coast did pick a bit weird towards the end, they are a more traditional draft. You have a clear win condition, a very clear space creator, whereas Infinity, I find this a bit more unclear. And there's a lot more riding on the shoulders of Infinity right now, because a lot of their heroes need to do pretty much multiple things. Like, Alone needs to farm, but also needs to create space, or the Juggernaut needs to do that, right? Tiny needs to be the best space creator in this game and also win his lane. It's very tough. There's a lot of pressure right now on Infinity, their draft, and Beast Coast is super flexible right now. They're very comfortable with how the game is going.
You know what I just kind of appreciated about the Dota map design? Is
What
that,
do you appreciate?
before we had some of the quote-unquote like wackier heroes, heroes that interact with terrain a lot more, Pangolier, Mars, who else really?
Slardar,
yeah, stuff like that, right? I feel like the map, like mid lane, just used to be like pretty much 2 straight lines that were meeting, right? Now there's way more depth in these. There's a few little cracks here. There's a lot of love. I imagine like how many times did they like play test the map and see what interactions are. Of course, sometimes you still have Pangolier getting stuck in a little weird wacky spot, but that's just
Which is part of it.
Which is part of it, I guess.
I think that's probably intentional. In the middle lane, Alone manages to get that rune from Chris Luck. Alone, full agility. You could get surprised by a spear, exactly.
No matter
do they have enough mana to kill him though? No, the extra extra armor from Alone will save him, and Alone baited Chris Luck into this play. Keep on dancing, Chris Luck, for you're going to dance towards your grave.
That was very well played. Bot lane kill looks like just an arrow into a snowball onto the Maiden. Of course, Maiden swift as the wolves of Ice Rack, which are actually frozen solid in ice, so not very fast at all, that means. And so you're pretty much able to really easily catch her there. Maybe that's, you ever consider that? Maybe that's what she means when she says swift as the wolves of Ice Rack.
Yeah, she's incredibly slow. Clearly, it means she's slow, right? The wolves are tetraplegic. That's why. You just don't know. It does not mean the lore.
I don't think I've ever.
There's a snowball here for Prada. Nice little ice shard there to set up for the kill, and he just tanked the whole Blade Fury because it's only, I mean, no, it's actually a level 2 Blade Fury tank thanks to the double bracer. Now the body block from Schofield literally leaps to body block him. Well played, Whisper. They knew they could get that kill, and they guaranteed it.
Chris Luck ends up getting a kill there. Spear of Mars.
Oh, Chris Luck got a
God's
free
Rebuke.
kill.
Yeah.
Oh, wow. Well, there's what he was trying to do like 2 times in a row and died 2 times for that.
Max agility, that'll do it. 440 max HP. Doesn't take much. Not take much. Valky, top lane. Infinity will be just ran down here by Hector and Stinger. Just the move slow here, making it very, very difficult. Not to mention, of course, Tiny, pretty tanky hero himself. And Arctic Burn does do percentage-based damage, so it's always going to be really useful. As Chris Luck, that's probably going to be literally the only time he drops an Arena of Blood, and Alone is going to stick into it, or stay inside of it, as Alone decided not to leave for some reason. But didn't really need to, so it's all right. Little cheeky bottle set, that max agility. Finally up to level 6 here. I don't know.
Yep.
Rotation potential out from Morph isn't, like, all that amazing, to be honest.
No, he kind of wants to win his lane. The thing is, when you play Morph mid, the whole point is that Morph has a lot of really good matchups that you just auto-win, and it's impossible to beat those matchups, right? And this is not one of them, unfortunately, which is why he's struggling a bit. You kind of want to dominate the mid lane, force the mid laner out, and maybe get some counter kills if they try to go on you and mess up. And right now, Alone's kind of doing that, right? Chris Luck acknowledges that without the Arena Blood, the likelihood of him killing the Morphling is pretty much none.
Yep.
So now that Morphling especially is a higher level. Yeah, and there's nothing. It doesn't actually spear you to the cliff there.
It must have just been my camera angle. I thought he definitely got speared here. I understand that there's no terrain. It's just stairs, you know.
Yep.
Basically, it's a ramp functionally, right? Not really.
I mean, there's the parallax error as well when you
Yeah,
see these things, which is a bit difficult.
That's what I think I saw. Bot lane going for a bit of a dive again onto Prada. Arrow will connect. Now G looking to do whatever he can, just right clicking down Whisper, but already level 6, and well, that Maiden is going up, and she will burn up due to the Walrus Punch.
Now G, he's gonna try to spin.
We
He
have
still spin
snowball
away,
and
sorry.
shards.
Yeah, I don't think he can TP. Well, now he could, but now he just wasted it. Oh, but he just gained enough time for Crystal Maiden to come back. Meanwhile, on the top lane, they do catch out Reikil as well. And the poor man.
Oh no, and this is a triple stack as well. They're going to steal very, very easily.
Ooh, from Tiny as well. This is going to be the triple stack. It gives you the Blink Dagger as well.
Valky's
Valky will
here.
not have Blink Dagger.
Oh, he's going to be so sad. He got pushed back as well.
He also comes back just in time to see his stack getting destroyed, you know, just so he can
Chris
really
Luck.
feel the pain. Nice spear, actually, putting him to the full low ground, right?
Yep, because not only, I mean, it's really easy to spear him down here from that angle, but then you force him here, so he's either going to take a long way around or even a longer way around, so just not a very fun time to be a Morph lane there. And already we see Beastcoast here off to a pretty decent start in all 3 lanes. Hector leading in terms of net worth here, 4,300. Actually still very far ahead of Chris Luck, which was not the case last game. God's Strength just to farm a little bit here. Hector not wasting any time whatsoever. Demands that Stinger feeds him a mango, as they will get yet another kill here onto Prada in the bottom lane.
Morphling almost finds Chris Luck as well, yeah, but Alone. I mean, Alone is scary because I do want to actually speak about this guy for a bit. He is a really young player as well, very similar to Balki, but also a child prodigy, essentially. When he started, everyone was claiming how good he is in the mid lane, and Morphling is one of his better heroes, which is why he's still playing like this. So it's kind of difficult to try to get a free kill on him. Stinger will commit suicide, it's okay. It's very difficult, which is what Chris Luck has been struggling with, right? This shows that Alone did not lose the last lane because he's bad. He lost the last lane because it was a really terrible matchup.
Yes, I agree.
Now that his matchup is a bit more even, he has a comfort hero on him. You can see his full skill level this game.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's always some of the hardest things for new teams, especially. This is not like a brand new team, but you know, they've been maybe not playing together for the longest amount of time. Is always getting the draft cohesiveness together, especially against a team that, for the most part, has been the same for quite a long time. They know what they like to play. They have a very defined play style, right? It's quite difficult to really try and refine that, right? That's why, like, you know, that's why Puppy is so darn good still. He knows these things. It's about experience, right?
Yeah, actually, Dota's a big part of that experience. That's why a lot of the Chinese players also are very much old guard, and people still respect them, right?
Oh, Stinger, nice job there on the Cold Embrace. Now G rather, not really getting anything out of that, but the Avatos will be able to finish off the Wyvern. In the
Still
meantime,
okay.
it's another kill bottom out of the Maiden, 0-5-0 at this stage in the game.
Anytime you force the offlaner to stay extra time with the carry in the same lane, you're kind of winning with that, right? Because look at where the Sven is compared to the Tusk, right? Sven is farming a different place than the Tusk. That's what you want to do ideally when you start breaking lanes. And then Sven maybe comes for a kill, and ideally a core, and then the Tusk rotates. That's usually what happens when the lanes break. If you manage to force the offlaner to stay there for so long that he's missing farm, and this is what it shows, because Valky now has no blink dagger and he's still very far away from it, that's a win in Beastcoast's book. Beastcoast, most of the time, they actually don't play for kills or even for objectives. They play for time.
Yes.
And we're showing this here.
And actually, I want to point that out because, case in point, rather, Hector is just using God Strength literally whenever it's on cooldown. Not even like to farm.
Yeah, to farm.
He's just using it to farm. And I know this is like a Hector thing. I've known of this. You know, he was the guy that, I'll hold that thought, of Chris Luck. Gonna get a kill onto Valky, maybe even a +1 onto Prada, only level 5. As we do have a Spear of Mars. Oh, sorry, that's the Illusion. We have a Spear in 1 second. I don't know if Chris Lock's going to stop.
Oh,
he
wow.
will, however, whiff the Spear, and he's going to go ahead and dance his merry way away. But yeah, I mean, he was the guy that, sorry, back to Hector. Hector's the guy that was like, oh, I'm going to farm camps by, like, you know, just infesting them. Why not?
Yep,
I'm not
was
using
the
infest
first
for anything.
person that was, well, actually not true. The first person to actually do that was Arteezy particularly. Arteezy was the first carry to bring the idea of sometimes you're farming, sometimes you're fighting, and you're not doing both at the same time as a carry. And Hector kind of perfected it as well, because we actually saw him use Mana Break to farm. Sorry, not Mana Void to
Mana
farm.
Void, yeah.
Yeah, from the anti-mage, which is like, okay, that's insane, right? Like, that's a level where, like, just full efficiency, right? So it's very similar, actually. Hector reminds me a lot of the older Arteezy as well, when he had those kind of modes.
Yeah.
Arteezy used to just be either farming or fighting, and Hector does very similar.
Yeah, I
as well.
get that. I get that. There's not really too many heroes in the game where using an ult makes sense to farm. You know, maybe
Sven is certainly one of them. though.
Sven is one of them. I mean, he's the classic example. I mean, Dota, back when I started playing, was when Sven was, I don't remember what patch this was, and also I was like literally 1 MMR. But the game was basically stack a bunch for Sven. He's going to use God's Strength to get like 3,000 gold, and then we're going to win the game. Like, that was like literally it. So you're definitely right.
Great kill. I mean, watch this. He also used to farm with CK Phantasm. He's the first person to do it, even before the swap. Right? That's the thing. They're going to find the Juggernaut here with the Winter's Curse. They set up the Arena Blood, but the Winter's Curse still covering a lot of the damage from the Jug. They don't kill him. In fact, now Chris Luck is going to eat up that whole Omni Slash. And
Oh, so do
can
the
they kill him?
Angels.
They have 4 heroes against them. Chris Luck is not going to survive. Unable to get a kill before he dies. Misses the timing though on that spear. Chris Luck just trying to gain as much space as possible before he finally falls. Playing extra aggressive. Maybe a
Valky might catch Schofield here as well. Phase boots into the trees. Schofield looking to juke. And gets a last hit on the way out, utilizing that leap charge. Valky's quite fast. We don't have another leap charge for 13 seconds, and I think Valky, he knows he's been had here, but alone, he's going to die. In the meantime, ED on Whisper to get the damage done. No, I mean, you're totally right. I think like other heroes that might farm with the ultis are generally supports, you know, like you can farm real nicely. I don't think I've seen Jakiro and not too long. 2 months ago, he was really popular. You know, if you go for a mid Jakiro, you farm stacks with your Macropyre, right? Not unheard of. Stuff like that. Oh, Blink Dagger already on Whisper. Onto Prada they will go. In the meantime, Rico as well into the mid lane. Probably didn't mean to skewer Hector, but he is going to anyway. And Prada will then be killed by the Snowballing Whisper. And I mean, Snowballing is exactly what Beastcoast are doing. They might even go for more here onto Alone, as Chris Luck does have the arena in 6 seconds. Oh, nice reaction time by now. G seeing that little bit of spear come through from the Invis. He's going to react in time to spin away.
Radiant's middle tower
Yep.
is under attack.
Beastcoast is still just winning in terms of time, though, the whole time. Like, they've been so much more efficient on Nectar, which has allowed them, by the way, to use this God Strength. He also got the best item in the game for farm, which is Iron Talon. Literally could not get any luckier. He has Midas as well, which is... I mean, you don't see Sven Midas usually, but Hector, the greedy man, you know?
Are fortified.
Years ago, I took his gold, and he's just taking it back.
Blocks the camp immediately. After you say that, Hector's so good at farming. He's amazing. It blocks camp.
Who cares? He doesn't need to. He's blocking it on purpose,
It's
dude.
inefficient because
He's blocking it on purpose because that way the camp won't
No,
spawn
no, no.
and he can actually transition to
he
the
just
other
wanted
camps.
he just wanted to stand there a little bit
Yeah,
longer.
it's very important to block the camp there. You can't let the creeps roam free, dude. Otherwise they become pests, right?
No, you
Yeah.
can't. You really can't. Oh my goodness. Yeah, no, but yeah, of course. I mean, that was just a minor mistake. But yeah, he is farming like crazy. Going straight into the Aghanim Scepter, of course, which he's already halfway there, even closing in on it. There's only need another 400 gold here for a full Aghanim Scepter now. He is insanely farmed here. Mid lane we're clashing. So it's going to be the nice little Winter's Curse onto Alone, who unfortunately has already gotten off the strength gain, so he's going to be good to go. And a little bit of a maiden ulti there just to seal the fate of our Wyvern. Is Chris Luck going a little bit too far there that time?
I'm going to take the tower mid with this. This is pretty good. It opens up the map and it closes in the map from Hector. And because Hector went for the greatest build in the world, which is with the Midas and the Echo Saber, it's a bit difficult for him to fight right now. He's really looking for... I think he actually just finished the Axe, which is an insane timing, by the way. 15 minutes Axe.
Yeah, I mean, it's hard for him to fight. You're absolutely right. Not impossible, though. Midas gives you really great attack speed.
That's true, that's true. And he also has an Iron Talon to add to that.
Oh, yeah.
Whisper's like, yeah, sure, skewer me. I'm gonna kill you. I'm gonna kill you. What do you think you're gonna do? The root though stops the snowball. Here comes now a G, and Whisper regrets his choice to fight Raykill. Instead, snowballs up to the high ground. Stinger trying to create some space. He does the cold embrace, doesn't use it in time, but Superman Sven is ready and kills off Valky first, with Prada falling shortly after. Now G tries to spin to win, but I think the arrow is about to come off. Can they get it? No, now G's a bit too quick.
I think they
By the
should turn
way-
around and go Roche, by the way.
Oh, never mind. No, they're not gonna turn
No,
around at
no,
all. This is
no.
Beastcoast.
that's
Beastcoast doesn't know the meaning of that word. Oh my. Beastcoast does know the meaning of a very different word, which is called whiffing.
Oh my god. Scofield, by the way, has a take on one.
Yeah, he also has a take on one. Yeah. love
What,
it.
what was that? What was I gonna say? I like how Schofield tosses that arrow and then just a quick 360. Oh, don't mind me, Superman Sven up to the freaking ceiling. He goes there. We've seen that one before. Walrus Punch does actually increase your height on the map, your elevation, I would say. And Hector's gonna chase you all the way up there for sure. There's the Dagon for Prada, but Superman Sven just chasing her down. Look, could not give a darn about Valky. Literally could not, but tried to save his friend Schofield. Unfortunately, he's missed too many arrows, so he's going to die. Okay, rather Hector, onto the Tiny he goes. Whisper is still fighting here as well, but hey, buddy, you're not strong enough. Chris Luck whiffs the spear, pushes Valky down to the low ground as they're wasting plenty of time. Now, Whisper, is he going to stay alive? He's incredibly fast, but he will be eventually killed there by the adaptive strike. Chris Luck as well, unfortunately, not as strong as he was last game, but it's still going to be Superman Sven, the lone survivor. Once again, the entire team must die so he can live.
Well, I mean, it works as long as Sven survives, because he will solo carry this game. Currently, he's still 5,000 above the morph. Right? Hector will win this game alone, but you are making enough mistakes. You're giving Infinity a lot of ins to get back into the game. Particularly Chris Luck, who has gone from mid laner to off laner in this game.
Yeah, that's exactly what I was going to say, actually. He died maybe like 2 minutes ago, I think, mid lane or something like that. He doesn't really have any items. Oh, he's got 2,000 gold in the bank. That's okay. He's saving up for the Blink Dagger. He's got the Blink Dagger now, but not really making the best use of it here, in my opinion. Oh, no, Valky. That was not the time to use Soul Ring. And, yeah, that was a very expensive Soul Ring. Cost a little bit more than the 150 HP or whatever it cost. Cost him his life this time.
It's 150 HP, yeah. Schofield wanted to set up a kill on. I question, by the way, why Schofield decided that Dagon was the best first item.
I think
in this
he's
game.
just having a laugh.
He really is having.
Honestly, I mean, he's like, don't worry, guys. I'm not gonna hit my arrows. I'll just take on them.
Exactly. Oh no, wait. This play against the Morphling. He's gonna kill the Morphling with Dagon.
There's no
It's
way.
gonna happen. Look at this.
No.
Look at this. They're going for Alone. They just see him. Alone turns in. Alone starts hitting with the Winter Wyvern. There's the Arena Blood though, and they first kill Prada with now. See the arrow hits. Finish him off with the Dagon. Hit him with the Zappy Zap. Alone is his waveforming away.
Hector's here.
Ice Shard stops him though. He has to Cold Embrace.
Good toss.
Good toss, but there's Questluck to help out, even with the skewer. Superman Sven just falls after you, and alone is exactly what his name indicates, as his teammates have died, and the Dagon will not be used. It's a passive Dagon this game.
Sofield wasn't even auto-tag. He was just canceling the animation for arrow over and over again. Probably in case they actually needed it, but there was no way they needed it there. Oh my God, Schofield.
Radiant's middle
It's okay.
tower is
Balky
under
did a
attack.
pretty good job there of playing it, right?
Of
I chose
course,
to get
of course.
vision.
I don't mean to discount
Nice
how good of a
arena.
job
Sorry,
he
nice
did.
Spear of Mars. Tag team as well. You have Bomber Sponge. No, I'm serious. I want to see him zap something, dude. This Dagon's
He built
fast.
Dagon for the stats, dude. It's good stats now.
It is good stats, actually. Now G will also die. Yep, he's just waiting for the spin to end. Questluck was waiting. This
Yeah,
arrow
there's the
will
arrow.
hit. There's the kill on the Jug, and just okay. They were gonna take any kills. Why zap when you can let your cores take them?
So I think what's crazy is that Schofield, like, he's having fun this game, obviously, with the Dagon, you know, canceling his arrows, just missing all the arrows, you know, whatever. But, like, that's not going to stop him from, like, quote-unquote griefing his team. He's a position 4. He's not really supposed to get these kills. It's more, like, what's more important at this stage of the game? That the enemy Jug dies or that someone else gets the kill on him? I think to him, the answer is that we should give the kill to our cores.
Because it doesn't really matter, right, if he gets it, honestly, because the enemy Jug is so far behind. And I mean, Sven is, I kid you not, doubling the enemy
Of course. I
character.
mean, Hector, he's back in the jungle. He's got God Strength off cooldown, so I imagine he's going to use it right now to farm these Ancients, although he doesnst need to because he's got a full Sange, so he's actually got some serious damage as well. What are you doing? What are you going over here for? Doing some shopping? There it is. Hyperstone. Okay. Going next into
Are scanning.
BKB. I think he's not going to be able to BKB this game. I think he's just going to go for the AC. I don't know. I think it's a bad idea to just go Hyperstone into BKB. I mean, not that it matters whatever he does this game. They need to lose like 14 fights in a row, which is not, you know, impossible. That's always the thing about Dota, you know. Even if you are down 14k and 21 minutes in, you can, you know, always get yourself back in with good team fight. And we do have strong team fight here on the side of
Radiant's
Infinity.
bottom tower is under attack.
Yep, we're gonna go down to the bottom lane, see if they can take the tower here for Beastcoast, whereas Infinity, as you mentioned, they gotta bring this back with a team fight. I don't know though, the Magnus being a support really takes away from the team fight potential that you have. You essentially have 2 carries and not much initiation, unfortunately, this game.
Yeah.
Is under attack.
I mean, hey, a big step forward is going to be this Morphling E-Blade. Okay, there's something, right? That could potentially be it. In fact, a kill onto Hector here could be actually the ticket right back into it here. Superman Sven onto the backliners here. We need a little bit more. There's the RP. You've accidentally caught Stinger as well. In comes Prada now with the damage. Hector needing to stun her up, but can't. Actually dead for 76 seconds, 20 minutes into the game. What did he buy back and get Reaper Scythe? Oh my lord, he's
we
that
have the
far
arena
ahead.
blood ready still for Questluck, but he can't really get enough space to use it, and he's bursted down. Not the best initiation there, honestly, by Beastcoast. Very haphazard. Tiny's still trying to look for Schofield. Schofield's gonna TP in Tiny's face. Oh my god. Can someone please text Schofield and tell him he's playing a match? For a competitive Dota?
Someone let him know this is an official, please. Oh my goodness.
He doesn't even know the prize pool at the tournament. This man does not
Schofield, can you plug in your keyboard, please?
care. Turn on your monitor,
What's
please.
going on, dude? All right, well, Schofield is, I think maybe now he's going to sit up in his chair and take it a little bit more serious. So that's a pretty harrowing loss that they just went through. And not to be too dramatic, right? But like difference in XP earned now was trending very quickly towards at least 20,000 in favor of Beastcoast. That's now swung about 6K here. The net worth, where's our net worth here? Net worth nearly a 5K swing. It might just about level out to 5K when you account for the time that Sven's actually not able to farm. Midas off cooldown as well, you know, so that's going to hurt. You know, these small things, they could eventually add up. Chrisluck's going to die again as well.
Well, Questluck falls, another kill, this time with a shotgun, the Morphling. It's becoming a bit scarier. The damage is starting to pile on, and you need Hector to start just coming online. He needs the BKB a bit desperately. He's had to go for the Hyperstone to add to his farming potential, but you need the BKB. Right
Someone
now, the BKB is already a bit late, honestly.
Someone in chat asks, can Beastcoast still lose? Brother,
Yes.
it's a Beastcoast game. They can always lose.
Yeah, honestly, literally could always lose.
Yeah.
I've seen this happen.
I'll say that. Infinity
Infinity?
smoking up. I like this aggression. Hector again. Mike gets got it. We do have a Blink Dagger on Tiny. Team right behind him. They need to close the gap. That'll do it. And, oh no. Schofield not really able to do too much. They will, however, just chew through Prada instantly as they wanted to defer instead onto Schofield. Now G in a lot of trouble. Whisper closing the gap.
Oh, very
Rawler's punch
smart.
already dead. Does that give the bonus damage from the
Yes,
tag
it
team?
does.
Wow.
That was really clever by
And-
the Tusk.
By the
Using
way-
the tag team to add to the damage of the Winter Wyvern ultimate.
I wasn't sure if it would work.
It does work. Yeah, it does work. Very, very smart. Very, very, very smart, honestly. Because tag team works like it's not a buff to your teammates. It's kind of like a debuff aura, so more or less. So any enemy that's being hit. Yeah, yeah.
Okay.
I mean, ideally, if creeps could affect the tag team, then the neutrals would also affect it.
Yeah.
Yeah. If they ever implement like a neutral hero or something, they could technically also get affected by tag, like benefit from it per se. Yeah. Roshan is gonna fall though.
Yeah.
Really easily for Beastcoast, and this should guarantee them. Oh, that's gonna be really close. If Vector gets the last hit, he should be like what, 300 gold away or so from the BKB. And then you really want to fight. I mean, there will be really nothing stopping.
I think in
He didn't get the last hit.
Whoa, okay,
Oh, they
that's
lose Mars
nice
there. for
friggin'
free.
Aegis, Chris Luck. Stinger. Well, get out of there, dude. It's hot. It's cold, I mean. There's the Avatar. Chris Luck respawns a second time.
Oh,
We'll
what
drop the
what?
Arena of Blood. Okay, he's just dead. That's Chris Luck.
He
one
could
of the
have
best.
walked away from the arena, but instead walks through it, like to celebrate that he put the arena down or something. And then he gets killed. Also shot in the back, by the way.
I mean, I think they lost that Aegis faster than they did Roche, which is saying something because the Sven is 20,000 net worth. My goodness. Oh, okay. Schofield, no, he's gonna run away. I'm back for the Veil of Discord into the Yule Scepter. And here's the problem. This Dagon, yeah, sure, it's decent stat. 6 stats is a pretty expensive stat item, although see you later. And there's gonna be now probably alone down for the count. Nice job there, stacking the or not stacking the stuns, chaining the stuns to ensure the kill onto alone. And then Hector goes immediately back to farm the mid wave.
Oh, that's an advantage now that you just gave Beastcoast yet again. The loss of Alone is a big deal because Alone is pretty much what's dealing with Chris Luck alone. But now we have BKB on Hector, so it's going to become a bit more difficult for Infinity to burst them. I mean, yeah, you've been killing Mars, great, but the whole point of Beastcoast is that they're Hector +4, right? It's like a boy band.
I think
They actually hit with arrow.
yeah,
They hit
wow.
Juggernaut with the arrow. That's incredible.
Did it, Schofield.
Yeah.
And you
Oh, the
used
Dagon! He tried to steal it there, but he failed to do
he's,
so.
he's like, his team's like, what the heck? What did you build, dude? I built Dagon. No. Here's the thing. Oh, it's Schofield. You can only use Dagon if you hit arrow. Okay, deal.
Exactly. Not gonna go for the tower here in the middle lane as Whisper and well, it's just Hector and Whisper too.
Yeah.
Trying to take the tier 3.
Now there's Chris Luck. He's gonna show. Hey guys, I'm back. Remember I just died twice.
Oh wait, the Morph is gonna come back in 6 seconds though, so I feel like Chris Luck might die.
I mean.
Oh, there we go. They're setting up for this.
It begins. The arrow's
Missed the
gonna miss
arrow?
again from Schofield.
Yeah,
Tossing
Chris
Chris
Luck
Luck
is
back, and there's the
Look at there we
Morph
go.
blade. Yeah, he's dead.
How do I know? How can I predict this?
Oh my goodness. Okay, so real quick, this last team fight where they scouted Hector and then were kind of chasing him and Tiny initiated. I think at that point, once you see another hero, right? Because they knew where the Mirana was, they knew where Schofield was, so they probably knew, the rest of Beastcoast probably isn't too far behind. I think at that point you decide, okay, we're not going to kill the Sven. Let's try and kill the Sven's teammates first. Because once you try and go on the Sven and you don't have, like, 8 seconds of just you 5v1ing him, the team fight becomes impossible as soon as he gets a +1. That's basically what happens. I mean, it's so hard because I think your gut reaction is, oh, the Sven is so far ahead. We'll kill him, right? But it's not that easy, unfortunately.
No, it really is not. That's why Beastcoast likes to play so much around the Hector, right? Like he's honestly a really safe carry. You'll rarely see him make mistakes in that sense. So bringing him down this game is a bit difficult. And just because you can kill the Mars, it doesn't really mean anything to Beastcoast because they always play around this.
There goes Chris Luck. He's just running it down mid now.
I mean, he understands, honestly. He understands that this game is over for him. He's just there to
Oh, he's got
tank
BKB.
one shotgun.
So
Yeah, that's true. The BK will surprise the Morphling here. Alone's been playing a really good game, though. I gotta say.
It won't surprise him because Chris Luck ran down mid and nuked the creep wave. And
Oh,
chose
of
him,
course.
so.
So he wouldn't do that.
No.
He's an honor player.
Yeah, of
honorable player.
course. He's gonna show you all.
Oh no, the arrow will actually hit Alone. They can burst him for sure. Arena Blood, bring him back with a Spear of Mars. He started morphing as soon as possible, and Sven was not even bothered with him.
No.
Sven just completely ignored him. Hector just wants the towers here. Hector, objective-based gaming.
4 hit the barracks.
He has Echo Saver for the other ones.
Yeah,
He's
he's
readying it. There we go. Look at that. So much damage. There's a fight going behind, though, where they catch a Tiny. Oh, that Spear of Mars should have connected with the Ice Shards. Didn't work, but they kill him with the God's Rebuke. Now the RP, though, onto the 2 enemy cores with the Omni Slash and the shotgun. That a bit counterproductive as Hector runs in, hopes to kill alone. Does not do that in time. Now going for the Juggernaut. Winter's Curse to reset the team fight. They have a Stormhammer. They're going for the Morphling first. The tag team is ridiculous. So much damage. Schofield actually gets both of those kills. And that's going to be the 2 main carries in the enemy team dead for 60 seconds. That's at least 2 lanes of racks. If not, yeah, that's definitely 2.
Yeah, if not the game. I mean, you're down without your cores. I mean, you gotta get tier 2. I mean, I see no reason why, realistically, Beastcoast can't just hit tier 4s right now. Sure, we don't have God of Strength, but I mean, you have AC to speed it up a little bit. Do we have Dagon too? No, okay. But yeah, my goodness, the damage. I mean, yeah, Schofield got those kills, but it was Hector doing all the damage as well. As there goes Rake Kill before even Hector can close the gap. And okay, I thought they were gonna fountain farm them. No, just doing some shopping, just doing some shopping.
Bottom barracks are under attack.
The racks will fall. TP. The Sven leaves.
Yep, he's out of there. Man, imagine just TPing in the enemy base like that. Holy moly.
A lot of confidence from Hector because he knows his whole team is essentially living for him.
And I think they're just going to bully Valky. Yeah, they don't even need Hector here. The toss will try and buy some time. Schofield will get the kill onto Prada.
Oh,
there goes the
Backs alone.
Alone?
I love that he's turned into a shotgun whenever he caught his Winter Wyvern.
Is the Morphine like floating free? Oh, there you go. Oh, he was
is
floating.
floating. Yeah, because he's turned into the Arctic Burn.
Arctic Burn. Oh, Schofield is dead. Oh, no.
Not
Yes.
yet. There we go. Should have used the Dagon there. Oh, they caught him though. This time Chris Luck is kind of useful as he doesn't attribute shift in time, and they murder the Morphling in cold blood. Talking about cold, there's a Winter's Curse that catches now G. It'll stop him from Blade Furying away, and they kill him off as well. That's another 60 seconds. Refresh it, and you get to go for tier 4s this time.
Yep. And Hector wastes no time in doing so. And he's immediately on a tier 4s as he's going to end the game probably with a 9-second BKB here, I'd imagine. Chris Select bought a BKB just to really show it off. Yeah, okay, I'll buy BKB, guys. Now what? Okay, didn't use it. As that's going to be a kill onto him. Nope, not even. They're going to finish too quickly. All right.
GG. Too easy for Beastcoast, honestly. I think that second game was much better from Infinity, but they commit the same mistake as in the first game, which is an extremely greedy draft. I know it's part of Infinity's playstyle because Alone likes carrying from that mid lane, like overall, but it's a huge mistake to play this kind of greedy draft against them. I didn't really understand what the purpose of that was, if I'm honest with you. The double carry against Beastcoast, which is particularly known for the late game, not the best of choices. I hope they rethink their strategy for the next time they face this team.
Yeah, I agree. I think, yeah, I think they had the right idea. You can see that they have 2 nuking heroes that theoretically could kill a Sven, who is, you know, you're never going to be, you can, I don't think it's wise to expect to keep tit for tat in terms of farm for a Sven. You know, you should expect a Sven to outfarm you, especially the longer the game goes, just because of greater cleave, especially against Hector. But like, you should expect 2 relatively decently farmed heroes should be able to kill Hector, especially if they're 2 cores, like a Morphling and a Tiny. Unfortunately, the Tiny just, I kind of felt like a support. I actually forgot he was the offlaner until I saw it was Valky. He didn't really have the farm this game, which was unfortunate. But to be Beastcoast taking the 2-0, the first 2-0 here of the tournament, actually.
Yes, it is the first game that hasn't ended a tie, and also the last game of the day. Because today, we only have 3 games. Later in the group stages, we'll get the 4 best of 2 days. But we do have games tomorrow. So if you enjoyed these games, I do recommend you guys give us a follow here at Esports Gaming, as we are the official English broadcast. No other channel has the official title, much like we do. So make sure not to check out the imposters. Follow us here, and you will get to enjoy not only South American Dota, but also some North American Dota. Today, particularly, they weren't playing, but it is for Zoomers, Quincy Crew, and For Fun will be playing in this tournament a bit later, particularly tomorrow.
That's right, Ava. I was about to say tomorrow's matches, we're going to get a little bit of taste of that for Zoomers action. But we're going to start the day with best of 2s all around with Infamous versus Ego Boys. We then have 4 Zoomers versus Infinity. So we're going to get to see them again versus the NA squad. Brazil versus Omega will then be wrapping up the day tomorrow. And yeah, but you know, it's like an all-star song, or it's like a Smash song here. It's, you know, the Dota's going to start, and it's not going to stop coming for a whole month. So like Avo said, make sure you guys do follow the channel so you're able to tune in as soon as we start.
And with that said, I think we get to say goodbye for the day. My name has been Mr. Alva Plus, here joined by the one and only Seek and Strike. And we'll see you guys tomorrow. If you're interested at what time, by the way, it's going to start at 4 a.m. if you're here in SCA for whatever reason. If you're European, it'll start at 9. At 9. And if you are in Peru or in general in America, in the West Coast, you'll actually see the game at 3 p.m.
Yep.
So do tune in then.
9 p.m. in Europe. But yeah, that'll be for tomorrow, guys. Tune back in to see our little bit radio show and the rest of Realms Collide. Until then.